BlizzCon means celebration.
BlizzCon means glory.
BlizzCon means community.
BlizzCon means lifelong bonds.
BlizzCon means immersion.
Game-changing.
Charge. Electrifying.
Rivalry.
Connection.
Massive.
Legend.
Dreams. Honor.
Spirit.
Hype.
BlizzCon means home.
This is easy for Mandatory. They're walking it in all the time they gave themselves earlier on the key, the perfect run. It set them up for success, even with a death. Mandatory stand tall and take down the world first 24 Celia's Gambit.
Holy Mythic going to be going 6 up and 6 down for world record dungeons, further solidifying that they are the GOATs of the MDI.
BlizzCon finishing off this 23 streets for the world records 23.
Yards going down. It's going to be a full wipe for anti-clockwise, and that's going to be it.
It's timed it! The key's timed!
Oh my goodness, because it was less
Okay.
than 10 seconds until the end.
He lost his Black Arrow stacks. He's going to do no damage now with this Call of the Wild.
非常的精彩啊！那也是恭喜我们国服的队伍在我们的国服总决赛中。
2 minutes, 27 seconds still left before that 3 chest would go away.
It's on our screens right now, Liquid, the first team to venture into the 24 Gambit.
Oh, but we have our first sighting from anti-clockwise of the Destruction Warlock.
The midnight hour is almost upon us, but the war within's time has yet to run out. Every remaining second counts for our teams here on day 2 of the Mythic Dungeon International Global Finals. It is a race against the clock today as 2 more of our teams face elimination and the path to Championship Sunday opens for those left standing. I'm your host, Rook, here with our amazing commentators Nagura, Zyronic, and Dratnos. Dratnos?
Oh. Hey guys, didn't see you there?
Hey.
I was reading my book, my Blood Ties official Midnight prequel book. But
You
yeah,
read really
MDI
fast,
time.
like you're reading
Gosh.
really quickly. Wow.
Well, that's slow for me. I'm quite a quick reader.
Oh,
Yes,
incredible,
yes.
incredible. Math isn't your only strong suit. Literature also is? Okay. Huh.
Indeed.
Okay, well, great. You good to start?
Yes, yeah, sure.
Okay,
if
sure.
you want.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think maybe it'd be good, you know? And it's good that you got that reading out of the way, Dratnos, because once the teams start running, you are not going to want to take your eyes away from the action. There were non-stop impressive runs yesterday from all of our teams and high keys across the board. Nagura, this might be our most competitive MDI yet. How do you think that this close competition has taken Season 3 to new heights?
Yeah, I mean, this season was just incredible. I think the teams had to really show how good they are because they had to not only be good at like the high keys, they also had to figure out how to play different kind of compositions to play around the spec variety rule. They had to be innovative when it came to the strategies. They had to also like look what other teams are doing, take some of their strategies and incorporate it into their own. And with how close the competition is, it's just incredible. I'm just so looking forward to what we're going to see today.
I know, me too. I mean, honestly, since our teams are giving us top-tier gameplay, of course, we also want to reward their efforts with top-tier prizes. So, since we haven't talked about it as much this weekend, let's take a look at that 300k prize pool. Of course, landing higher on the leaderboard will earn our teams a bigger portion of the spoils. But that's not all, because the top 3 teams will also take home an exclusive Season 3 medal. They change these designs each season. They are so cool. I honestly love seeing what they come up with, and our teams love it as well because they're going to get to take home one of those medals for themselves. Now, of course, the prizes are a part of it, Zyro, but what do you think it would really mean for the teams to win?
I think it's a couple of different things, right? Like, for Holy Method and Mandatory, it's legacy, right? They've already won this, but they just want to keep being at the top. That's the important thing for them. Another win means they're just cemented in the history books. Whereas for the other teams that are still in the competition, it'd be their first time winning.
just writing your name down once is a fantastic achievement in and of itself. But for all of our teams, when it would be a culmination of months of practice, and the prize money doesn't hurt either.
Yeah, no. It's a nice bonus, But honestly, the teams have just been out to prove so much, and you're right that I think there's so much that goes into it for each of them individually as well. And of course, Stratnos, the road to BlizzCon is also starting next year. So do you think that having a confidence boost from a victory like here in this season would set those teams up even better for next season?
Yeah, it's huge because BlizzCon, it's sort of doing two things, right? It's both a motivator and a reward for doing well, right? Like if you're doing well, you're going to be a team that is well positioned to get to BlizzCon. But I think also with the announcement of MDI at BlizzCon, next season we're going to see a lot of new teams joining the fight against these existing teams to try and take one of those spots at the the most prestigious tournament in WoW.
Yeah, 100%. Everybody wants to prove themselves on the big stage, but I agree. I think that doing that here and now kind of makes you feel like, oh yeah, we've got this, even if we're going to be live with everybody at BlizzCon. And of course, speaking of the road to BlizzCon, if you missed the early bird passes, the second wave of BlizzCon tickets are available now. So head over to BlizzCon.com to get one for yourself. You can see a ton of different things that are here for you to enjoy, everything from the exciting announcements with the opening ceremony, to community gatherings, to developer panels, exclusive merch. There's going to be so much and something for everybody. So get over there, get those tickets, and grab some if you haven't yet for those passes. And now, of course, we're still 10 hours of dungeons away from crowning our winner, but another set of winners were also crowned this week. So Raider.io ran a community challenge this week to try and match Miscount's record-breaking Ikorom Aldani using their Mythic Plus replay system. Thank you so much to all of you who turned out and gave this a shot. You can see here the teams that managed to land both the fastest and the highest runs. Some impressive performances all around. And their prizes, of course, will be a store mount of their choice. So please enjoy your new mounts, ride in style, and honestly, congrats everybody who participated. We love to see everyone that ran, and we can't wait to hopefully see more with Raider.io in the future. Now, it's awesome seeing the highest and fastest runs that our viewers have pulled off, but yesterday, our teams also pulled off some incredible runs themselves. Zyro, can you bring us up to speed on what went down yesterday?
Yeah, you'll notice there's a problem with the desk here. Tettles isn't here to do his normal top 5, so I'm going to have to stand in for today. I'll try to make it work, I'm not Tettles, but we'll get it going. Let's roll the clips. Let's see the top 5 plays of yesterday. Coming in at number 5, it's a team we were all expecting to show up with a bang yesterday, and they did. Missed count was fantastic. One-shotting at 21 Halls of Atonement +2, the first team to do that, then going straight into the 23 almost right after, and just one-shotting that key as well. No wipes whatsoever. A world record to start the day for them. Fantastic gameplay all around. They're one of our top 3 teams on 67. In the number 4 slot, our actual first world record of the day wasn't Miscount Mandatory or Holy Method or Liquid. It was anti-clockwise, claiming the world's fastest 22 Arakara, an incredibly impressive run. Unfortunately, the rest of the day didn't quite shake out as nicely as they would have hoped after starting it off with this world record key. But they're still in the competition, still can make waves today, and hopefully we'll see some more of this gameplay from them. In the number 3 slot, we have a returning favorite in Sir Braun Pike. During group stages, this guy was responsible for more team wipes than almost any other mob in any of our dungeons. And that continued yesterday. You have a wipe here for scaffolding. We had some issues on this pull for so many of our teams yesterday as well. And he's not done yet. That key still needs to be timed on 22 by many teams. In the number 2 slot, Liquid ripped the Arakara world record from anti-clockwise, timing their 23 for the world first key here, with this really cool pull on Kikatal where they pull it off to the side, allowing Wolf Disco to more easily access the Brood Overseer in the top left here. They can interrupt it down, get it in with the boss, get that down very quickly. An awesome world record key. They're still in the competition. They're another one of our teams on that 67 point heading into today. And finally, in the number 1 slot, we have Holy Method, none other than this team, consisting of some of the most winning players in MDI history. Shaky start to the day yesterday. Priory cost them about 45 minutes, but everything afterwards was lights out, and they're the only team at the top of our leaderboard right now. 2 23's time.
I mean, so impressive. I love seeing how some of the teams have just kind of been biding their time, sitting middle of the pack, and then pulling out these incredible runs at the end. I mean, they've got even more to show, no doubt. But while we started with 8 teams yesterday, we did actually eliminate 2 of them. So let's take a look at all the teams left standing. Of course, it was wonderful seeing all of our participants, but we are going to be moving into day 2 with 6 teams, and we'll have 2 more eliminations today as well. So Nagura, what teams out of our bunch surprised you the most yesterday?
Yeah, so I think one of the teams that surprised me the most was Liquid. Now, of course, I knew that Liquid is a good team coming into this weekend, but they were a second seed coming out of the group stage, even though they did perform really well there. But yesterday, I feel like throughout the day, because there's 8 teams, so there's a lot of action going on, right, and a lot to look at. And Liquid kind of flew under the radar because they were so consistent. And usually we focus on the teams that are wiping, we focus on the teams that maybe have like the super fast times as well, which Liquid necessarily didn't have on the lower key levels, but they were just like really consistent. They managed to just like run through these like lower level keys, got all of the 2 chests here and there that they needed, and then they went up and one-shot some of the highest key levels. Like one-shotting that 22 Priory is absolutely incredible. So I think for me, Liquid is one of those teams that really stood out yesterday, that surprised me. And then I also want to talk a little bit about Identity, because Identity, of course, the number 1 Chinese team coming into this global final here, even though they did not manage to get one of those like highest world records keys that we have seen from the other teams, I still think they definitely managed to keep up with the best teams from the Western teams as well, from Group A to C. And I think they have a really high chance to make it to tomorrow as well.
Yeah, they were right there at the top with the other teams a lot of yesterday, and I feel like the CN region has just been building more and more momentum now that they're back in the global scene with everyone. So it's really cool to see their performance. And I mean, yeah, look at Liquid. NA winner. We could stand for it. I think some of us, Dratnos, Zyro, we could stand for it. So we'd love to see it. But of course, it's a tough field, right? Teams have to perform incredibly well. One mistake can cost you. So Dratnos, what teams do you think right now maybe aren't living up to their expectations this weekend?
So to give some context before I say anything negative about any team, every single one of our teams, including the 2 that were eliminated, timed every single key we gave them yesterday at the highest level that had ever been done before this weekend started, when a couple of those keys, of course, went up 1 more already yesterday. So even our worst performing teams yesterday, even our eliminated teams, should be incredibly proud of how they performed. That being said, when we came into this weekend, there were 4 Western teams that had set World Finals in their group weekends. One of those teams, Mandatory, is 1 point behind the other 3. So I think they probably had the worst day yesterday. And it's hard to say that because they did a good day, objectively too. But when you combine that with the fact that they looked pretty shaky on their group weekend, I think this is a team that really needs to step it up today and tomorrow to claim victory that they know they can, right? This is a team that has won MDIs before, and I'm confident that they can go for it today as well, but they are the team that has missed 1 more key than Liquid, then Holy Method, and then missed Count.
Yeah, I mean, Mandatory, they've got to step it up. We know they can deliver it, but you're right, they've just kind of stumbled in the last, few times we've seen them. And of course, in a global finals full of incredible teams, any one of our competitors has the skills to become champions. We have our thoughts, as we've shared, on their performance so far, but let's hear it from the players themselves. We got the chance to sit down with Yips from Liquid to see how they're feeling heading into the global finals, so let's go ahead and hear what he had to say.
So I'm Yips, and I play for Team Liquid. This weekend will be very exciting, I think, because I believe it'll be very close between all of the teams. If everything goes as planned, I think that it's very unlikely that there's one specific dungeon that I believe that we've done that is very unlikely that other teams have even tried or have done, and we're hoping that that is going to be our point of where we can win. Whether or not that ends up happening will have to end up being seen, because we don't even know what the dungeon list is yet for this weekend. I truly think that if we're able to pull off the things that we've been doing in practice, that we've been doing consistently, then I don't know if other teams will be able to compete. It'll be interesting to see.
I love the confidence. I mean, Liquid is coming in and they are feeling it. I mean, I'm so curious to see what they have in store. It goes to show that they are, our teams are keeping things in their back pocket. But if you want to see this video and more, check out the WoW Esports Twitter to see additional content from our players themselves talking about what they might have in store with their teams as well. And I mean, Zyro, Yip said that there's a dungeon they've done that they think nobody else can, one that could win it all for them. So what do you think this could possibly be?
The great thing about the competition is that we just don't know. That was obviously recorded before the weekend, right? And looking at the dungeons they've done already, the only strat that they had that seemed like a standout difference from the other teams was the Arakara strategy. Could that go one level higher? They only had a minute left in that key. But of course, we still have 2 more dungeons to add today, and then of course 1 more tomorrow if they're able to make it there as well. So, who knows? Hopefully it's something that they have yet to show off.
I know, right? I'm fingers crossed. I want to see what they've been practicing. Pretty bold statement, especially in a competition this fierce, to think that maybe others couldn't match what they've got. But, I mean, we'll see. And of course, like you mentioned, and like Yips brought up as well, the dungeons themselves play a really big role in this. We released them in a 3-2-1 format over the weekend. So yesterday we had 3 added in. Today we'll have 2 put into the pool and 1 more revealed for the teams tomorrow. But this time around, they didn't know them ahead of time, unlike the group stages. So Dratnos, how do you think that this changes things for them, and what are they hoping for today with the dungeons?
Yeah, it's a hugely different texture than the group stages, because not only are the dungeons unknown to the players, whereas in the group stages we told them in advance, but also there's no spec variety rule for them to play around, and that's sort of part of the reason, right? We wanted teams to have time to prep for the spec variety rule. This time it's not something they have to worry about. In terms of which dungeons they're hoping to see, I have no idea. I feel like with what Yip said in that interview, they probably have a dungeon where they think they can go +2. Because I think the only thing you can't be confident that any of the other teams don't have a +1 in each of the dungeons, right? So is it like the Arakara? Are they an extra key level in there with the Kikatal pull? It looked like a really good pull, but they weren't a key level under in the 23, so I think it may be not there. I don't know, so I think it's a huge inflection point here. I'm hoping we see a Streets. That's my personal wish, because Identity actually have a really cool strategy in the Streets, and I'd love to see how that compares to our Western teams, but it looks like the time is upon us. Maybe we'll get to see, yes, here we go, the dungeons that we're opening today. Ooh, it is the Streets! And the Floodgate, ooh!
Spicy. I mean, Floodgate definitely brings a lot of challenges for the teams, but Streets, I mean, I know, Dratnos, you got to see that CN region approaching it. Is that strategy really different from what we've been seeing with EUNA?
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it too much, but the route that we see out of Identity in here might be extremely cool. They have a different way of setting up the Lust. They get to activate the RP on the last boss while fighting stuff, which not all the strategies can do. So yeah, we'll see if they stick with that strat, if other teams have implemented anything as well, because that did earn a world record in the Chinese region. That was the 1 world record dungeon that they achieved. So yeah, it's going to be very exciting to see. I'm actually really curious if there's been any evolution in the strategy from the Western teams as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, 100%. I love seeing how the different regions have these different approaches. I mean, Nagura, with the dungeon lineup that we have today, is there anything that you're expecting to see pushed higher than we've seen, or anything that you're kind of anticipating from the dungeon set?
I do think that we're going to see the Floodgate one higher than what we have seen in a group stage. And with the Streets, I'm not quite sure, because we've only seen it pushed to the highest key level in Group C, I believe, right? No, actually, it was Group C, I think.
It was Group B.
So, it was Group B at the very end. Yeah, true, I remember now. Yeah, it was miscounted at the very end, getting the 23, and then the other teams did also manage to replicate that in Group C as well. So, yeah, I'm not sure if Streets can go one higher. What do you guys think about Streets?
Honestly, all of the times that we've seen the 23 Streets timed, it seems like the teams just kind of went in and casually 1 or 2 shot it, right?
Yeah,
except for
but
the teams
24.
That didn't. Is 24? that leads me to believe that with a little more optimization, 24 could be possible. Unfortunately, none of our first 4 teams on screen going to the Streets just yet. They're all heading into the Floodgate. But interesting. That's something I would like to see.
I'm hoping we do. I mean, let's get those +24s in here. 23, that's chump change. These teams, they've said they can push it higher, so we will absolutely see if they can back up those statements. But, Dratnos, we'll let you go. You can actually go read some more of your book if you want, get a couple more chapters in.
Oh yeah, I'm on my third reread now, but I'll see if anything changes this time. There's so much more to discover each time.
Great, yeah, enjoy. Zyro, we'll let you take us into the action here as we start day 2 of the Global Finals.
Well, man, these 2 dungeons being added to the pool, it's interesting for a lot of reasons, right? It means all of the dungeons we have some of the most difficult starts to the key. Obviously, Floodgate, everything up to the Big Mama pool, incredibly difficult. And then looking at the streets, also incredibly difficult, showing that off right now. Now dying on the second pull of the first dungeon of the day. Holy Method haven't wiped instantly somehow, which is crazy. Usually a tank death is an insta-wipe. Somehow they're continuing to go, though.
Yeah, so I wanted to mention something before we move on about this like Streets 24 talk. Seeing that so many teams are in a Floodgate, I have a little bit of a tinfoil hat theory. Like, maybe the reason why all of these teams go into the Floodgate first is because they know that the streets potentially could be 24able, and that's why they don't want to go there initially, because they don't want to show like their strategies, and they want to like keep it a secret as long as they can, which, to be fair, you know, showing it at the start wouldn't necessarily change too much for the other teams, because it's very, very difficult to like adjust your strategy throughout like the tournament day, right? But still, keeping it a secret for longer, if you can do something like at 24 Streets, or generally just have like a crazy strategy, it would make sense to start with a Floodgate. And seeing so many teams there, I don't know. I think it's only anti-clockwise that is currently in the streets. You can see them on the middle right side of the screen, and they actually have that mage as well that we've seen in streets many times.
Now the question as well is, what do we think about the Floodgate, right? Because back in all of our group stages that it was played, we only saw 21 Floodgate. We haven't seen a 22, and considering we've seen a +1 in every key so far compared to the group stages, you would have to assume 22 is on the table. But is there a potential here for this to be Liquid's key, where they can go +1 higher than anyone else? Do we think this could potentially be a 23 play for them?
That'd be crazy, because I do think even the 22 Floodgate, I think, is very tough. On the timer even. I think when we looked at the timers for the Floodgates, they were a bit close, like on the 21s too. So I'm really wondering if the 23 is possible at all for timer reasons, and also just like damage, right? This dungeon does quite a lot of damage, especially like Swamp Face on a 23. I don't know. I mean, I would love to see it though. I would absolutely love to see Liquid doing some crazy key level, or 23 Floodgate, 23 Priory, I don't know.
Now, it's important to mention, not all of our teams went to the Floodgate. Both Liquid and Anti-Clockwise decided to go to the streets first, and we're seeing a third option in that third DPS slot. It's not the Havoc Demon Hunter, it's not the Ellie Shaman, it's the Arcane Mage. But we already have yet another potential wipe here from Mandatory. Dratnos was talking about this team potentially not having the best start to their competition on day 1 yesterday. Not going to enjoy a wipe at the start of the day here. Going back to that Mage discussion, though, it's just such a good pick for the streets, right? There's not that many things in this dungeon that are massive pulls where Arcane Mage isn't going to get that much effectiveness on. And also, they can just deal with the abilities on a couple of these bosses so well.
Yeah, Mage definitely very good for streets. We've seen it pulled out many times, especially for this first boss, right? Sophex just being able to blink out of the containment cell is just so incredibly good to have. So that's definitely one of the reasons why we see that here. You can see the interrogation again on Nesram here for anti-clockwise. Being able to blink out, even though the boss did die as well, so it wasn't necessarily needed here. But yeah, super excited to see what the teams have in store for us. Also interesting to see that all teams did immediately go to the new dungeons, right? Sometimes teams decide to just finish off the dungeons that they can still push from the previous day before they step into the new dungeons, but all teams deciding to either go for Floodgate or for Streets.
I mean, it makes sense when you think about it, right? Because like Dratnos was saying, every single team that's still in the competition here has done every single key we've given them already at the highest level heading into the weekend. So if they wanted to continue to do a +1 from yesterday, they'd have to start off their day with doing a world record level key. That's not easing into the competition. That sounds like it'd be an incredibly difficult thing to do. So it makes a lot of sense to start with the lower level keys, do these warm-up keys, get comfortable playing the game again, and then you can move on to the higher level keys at the end of the day. But as we're seeing, we're starting at this 20 key level, which is already quite difficult to deal with, so it's hardly a warm-up for the teams. It's just, you're getting right into the thick of some of the most difficult dungeons available.
Yeah, definitely. I'm currently trying to see if I can maybe see some splits for the 20. So one thing to note, we talked about this in a pre-show as well, is that these teams did not know the dungeons that are going to be part of the global final, contrary to the group stage where they actually did know. So that's a little bit of a surprise to them. And they also did not know the key level start. Now, the teams, yesterday, they were obviously like fully surprised what key level it's going to be. They could guess, but yesterday they were... it was a lot harder for them to practice, basically, for the +2 chests if you don't know the key level start. But yesterday they saw it was a 19, and then I'm assuming that most teams knew it's going to be a +20 today, which means that they actually could theorize and figure out routes and strategies for the 20s to think, okay, can we 2-chest the 20s that could potentially be revealed on Saturday, right? And they could like talk it through and figure it out. And I'm currently trying to see if we can see some splits, or if I can find out some numbers for the 20s, Floodgate and Streets, to see if it's like 2-chestable.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. Actually, that's a good point. Normally we do just +1 level each day whenever we do these competitions. I think the only time that hasn't been the case is when we had Junkyard in the competition and we randomly like bumped that up like 3 or 4 levels just because of how ridiculous that key was. So yeah, they definitely could have thought about what they're planning to do in the 20s of all the remaining keys in the pool heading into the day today. And the strategies are pretty replicatable as you move up in the key levels. They don't have to worry about spec bans or anything, so they can just think about how they're going to play their cooldowns on the best comp available. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Now, we've still seen quite a few deaths at the start of the day here, right? We had that now death into a Click's death to quick shot. Fortunately, it was on the Shaman, so we could onk it quite easily. The overlaps on this boss can be pretty difficult if you get a debuff into that quick shot from keys to quick fuse, though. That can instantly 100-0 a player, as we see here for missed count. It's happened to Yargi.
Yeah, and I mean, we're in a 20 key level. We can't understate just how difficult it is to be as like a starting dungeon, having to do +20. That's like, you don't do like a nice warm-up key and then you go into the high key levels. But there we go. We do see the 20 splits here for Floodgate from the previous runs. All right. Yeah, okay, so it looks like we're pretty far away from the +2 chest, at least from the group stage. So I don't really think that's doable, and that's probably the reason why these teams have continued, even though they had deaths on the first pulls, right? So Holy Method having now go down, and they continued. So I'm kind of thinking that it's not really like a doable thing. While Streets on the other side, you can see we've seen 2-chested 20s already, so that is definitely something that these teams know and they will be going for.
You never know. I mean, they would have to go about 2 minutes faster in the key in order to secure the 2 chests here. Missed count, our team that is, quite consistently been the fastest of our teams, and most of our keys had a 20-second faster first boss split than that 30-30 timer that we had on the dungeon timer for them. So if they're able to keep up that pace throughout the dungeon, they could get pretty close here. Meanwhile, Liquid already onto the second of the 3 bosses in the Grand Menagerie here in the Streets. And if there was a time for some interesting tech to be shown off in this key, it would be in the area surrounding after you deal with this boss, right? There's quick ways to get over to the other side. There's interesting things you can do with RP skips over there. So we should keep an eye on our teams in Streets and see if they have anything to show off once they deal with the Grand Menagerie.
Yeah, because we did talk about it in the pre-show a little bit, but the Chinese teams, or in fact it was only Identity, that had like a very special strategy here in the Streets, where they ended up like pulling a lot of trash together, and they went ahead and pulled the RP trash back in, and they actually used Bloodlust for it as well on the high key levels, and it saved them a lot of time. Now, I guess the question is, did the Western teams watch that? I'm assuming yes. And did they also adapt to this strategy, or did they come up with something else? Or sometimes you see a strategy and it looks flashy and it looks good, but then when the teams try it, either they can't execute it as well as the other teams, or they just say, you know what, I don't think this is faster. Or maybe they even iterate on it and they're like, you know what, this is good, but we can do it even better.
That's the thing that I'm thinking of, right? The best teams in the past have looked at interesting flashy strats and thought, that's cool, but it's not very efficient. How can we make this work better? And they can make it go 30, 45 seconds, maybe even a minute faster at times if they can pull it off perfectly. And those are the kind of strategies that really set apart the top teams from the rest in the competition. So, see today if any of our teams are going to be that team that set themselves apart. Remember, last MDI was decided by a mere seconds between our first and second place team. Is that going to be the case this time around, or is one of our teams going to find that elusive +1, like Gibbs from Liquids think they have in one of their keys? Stay tuned to find out.
All I know is that we're going to see a lot of high key pushing, and this is just incredibly exciting to see so many world records on the board already from the group stage to the global finals. Every single dungeon that was announced yesterday that they played has 1 key level higher now on the board compared to the group stage, which is insane. Now we do see Holy Method here having their last ready. They're in this +20 floodgate, and they're probably saving their last for Big Mama here. They did like 1 bigger pull, and I'm assuming that we're going to see a big trash pull into Big Mama in just a second, and then the last is going to be used. That is one of the most dangerous pulls in this dungeon. Miscount already there, and already using their Bloodlust here. Miscount looks to be a little bit faster, even though they have 4 deaths already.
Yeah, so this is really interesting in the difference of strategies we're seeing. This is something that Holy Method did back in week 1, where they delayed the pull of Big Mama in that second Bloodlust until their Ascendance was back available on their Ellie Shaman, whereas Miscount, they don't care. They went right into the boss with the Bloodlust. You can see Hearthjack's only just now popping the Ascendance, which was really impressive because he was doing 40 million DPS without that major cooldown available. Must have been proccing deeply rooted elements like crazy at the start of the pull there, in addition to some tier sets. But yeah, it looks like it's working out great for Miscount here. They've got pretty much all the Mechadrones dead, just 2 left with slivers of HP available heading into the first shield here, and they're through. All the trash is dead. Meanwhile, Holy Method just now gearing up to deal with that first pull of their own.
Identity on the middle right now on the screen. So they are already on 30% for Big Mama here, but they don't have as much trash as Miscount. So there's definitely some difference in strategy here between Miscount and Identity and Holy Method as well. Interesting to see. It looks like they maybe didn't also have Bloodlust on pull either, potentially, as because they are already so fast in the boss. I can't imagine it was ready at the start. So maybe they just skipped 1 pull that both Miscount and Holy Method did before Big Mama, and just decided to do the boss first.
Yeah, I'd like to take a look at the overall damage meters at the end of the Big Mama pull to see what the difference in DPS is going to be between our teams that are on this boss right now, because it looks like Identity opted to go for a smaller pull onto Big Mama. And yeah, you can kind of see that their overall damage meters are a little bit lower than that of both Miscount and Holy Method for the time being. They might also end up having to back pull the Demolitionist pull afterwards. I would assume that's the thing that they're missing to make their count equal to that of Miscount and Holy Method heading into the boss here. We'll have to see. They're going to deal with Big Mama in just a moment here. Jumpstart phase just ending for Identity. Boss at 5%. They'll be able to burn through that very easily before the next damage reduction shield on the boss quite easily. Miscount going to have to do an entire extra phase, depending actually on cooldown
Liquid
procs.
though.
Yeah,
I want to look at Liquid because we talked about their potential copy of a strategy from Identity from Attorney's Weekend, and they're now done with that second boss, and it looks like they are in this RP area. There's quite a lot of trash that they had pulled, and they are just cutting it along. There it is. All right, so they're already up to 84%. I think they did do that. I think the rest of the trash that they just had, they all have it done in this pool. They just constantly kept chaining stuff, and I'm not sure what happened with the mailroom trash. Maybe that's the last thing they still have to do here. But they just did a lot of trash with this pool. I don't know when it started, and their Bloodlust already on a 7-minute cooldown here, so they used it 3 minutes earlier. I missed it, but Grand Menagerie died at 10:52, which means that their last was ready at that point, approximately. Yeah.
I would guess that the lust was used on
trash pull.
The mailroom pull, and then they did another massive pull with this trash in this area as well.
They haven't done mailroom trash, so they did do the Identity pull, basically.
Okay, interesting.
Interesting. Okay, very cool.
Well, it looks like it's working out for them greatly here, and I mean, remember, we're looking at the 2-chest timer in Streets as something the teams should all be able to do. The teams that were able to pull it off in group stages are here, so teams have only gotten faster since the group stages, which is crazy to say, but expected to a certain extent. The Global Finals always brings out the best of our teams. You can see they're also doing the same thing from group stages, pulling a little bit of extra trash into the RP here on the Oasis as well. Yeah, this actually should be pretty much all the trash they need.
Yeah.
I would be very surprised if they haven't done mailroom trash actually at this point.
Actually, good point. Yeah,
how high they are in count.
Yeah, they must have done it, right? Yeah, I think they do it. Otherwise, they would be going over count by quite a lot. So, we're gonna see in a moment. But yeah, first they have to get through this boss here. And yeah, this is something that we've seen teams do in group stage as well quite a lot, where they pull some of the trash into this initial phase of the boss, which makes a lot of sense because you just have to wait around for the boss to continue spawning the waves. And then we've seen different kinds of trash being pulled into the Mises Oasis here. We've seen even the mini-boss pulled to Sogron here, which no other team has replicated anymore after we've seen it for the first time. And we've seen some Enforcers pulled as well. Yeah, that was a bit questionable.
Either way, both of our teams in the streets looking fantastic. Different strategies, though, which is interesting to see. Anti-clockwise actually killing Mailroom Mayhem first, whereas Liquid going for the more normal strategy of dealing with the Oasis first. So, yeah, interesting to see differing ideas on how to do this dungeon differently on the lower key levels. Obviously, this can all change when we get to the higher key levels and they figure out a more optimized strat for their cooldowns at the higher key levels. That can change whenever, mobs have 20, 30% more HP than they do on this 20 key level. So, have to see if these strategies will remain the same or if they have different things cooked up for different key levels. Either way, Liquid working on Zogron now, anti-clockwise, just now dealing with the first of the trash in the Oasis area in order to unlock this boss.
Yeah, and we do see Mandatory now also fighting Big Mama in their 20 streets. They're 20 Floodgate. They're the only team, I believe, that had to reset their key so far, which means they're obviously going to be a little bit behind. In the end, not going to be the biggest deal because it was pretty early that they had to reset on. But still, not a great start. We talked about Mandatory being one of those teams that, they underperformed in the group stage already. And then we thought, you know what? Mandatory is a great team. They have enough time to overcome their issues that they had in the group stage. And they ended up still being first in the group stage. Yeah, it's not, when I say underperforming, then I mean for their standards, which are very high. But now that they're in the global finals, yesterday, they also didn't quite, meet our expectations again, not being able to do those highest keys that we've seen Liquid, Holy Method, and Miscount do. And now having a reset again at the very start of the day. Again, not the end of the world, but yeah, it's not the best thing to happen to you at the very start, especially when you're struggling a little bit with motivation and confidence. But yeah, there we go, Liquid in the mailroom. They did clear it, or they did pull it on top of something else, either way. So now they're gonna be pulling the boss back to back with some trash. And Liquid is incredibly fast in this +20 here.
Yeah, they are just blitzing through this key. Still 9 minutes left on the 2-chest timer with only 2 bosses remaining. They'll have the Bloodlust available at some point during Soasmi as well. Hopefully on pull, that's the most ideal time to pop it. But if not, they can pop it maybe and execute for the Arcane Mage, do a bunch of extra damage. It looks like they're going to be well ahead of the 2-chest timer. We've talked about this a lot in the group stages. These bosses in streets don't have that much HP, right? They take significantly less time to kill than most other dungeon bosses because it is a 5-boss dungeon. You really don't want to spend too much time on the bosses. So you want to allocate maybe about 3 minutes per boss here, maybe a little less if you have good RNG, a little more if you have bad RNG, which means Liquid probably about 3 minutes ahead of the 2-chest timer. Just got to keep it clean, and they'll be able to start off their day right with a 2-chest here. But we're getting our first good look at Swamp Face on the 20 key level here from Holy Method in the top right. And it looks like they're doing the same thing they did last season. Pulling extra trash on top of the boss, getting that funnel damage in, even though we don't have an Arcane Mage in that dungeon.
Yeah, definitely have to be careful. Of course, Swamp Face in general, one of those bosses that can be pretty scary, doing a lot of AoE damage to the group, of course. But then again, having trash on top just makes everything much more dangerous, especially the trash that puts bombs on the floor that do have a pretty big radius on their explosion, which I've been caught off guard by many times. But Holy Method, of course, not going to have that happen to them, not going to die to the explosion as they are stacking up. One thing to note as well is, we've seen on live keys and also in the MDI as well, we've seen the healers kind of move away from the rest of the group to potentially maybe bait the frontal to them so the rest of the group doesn't have to move. But because of the class that you're running, it doesn't really matter. And for the heals, you kind of want to stack up either way, because otherwise you're not standing in the F flow as a healer, and you generally just get less heals. So everyone kind of just stacking up and making sure that you just move together. At least you know that it's going to be on you guaranteed, that frontal, and you just have to move every single time. So it's not RNG, and you just kind of just move.
Exactly. Identity, though, are the first team to actually kill Swampface and move on to the rest of the key. 5 minutes left on the 2-chest timer. They still have 2 pretty large pulls left, as well as likely a jumpstart or skip in order to get to the last boss. On this key level, Giesel probably takes about 3 to 3.5 minutes, so is there potential here maybe for the 2-chest? It's an outside shot, but I don't want to count any of our teams out. Miscount is even faster still.
Oh, wow. Okay. They have 4 deaths. Wow, I can't... Now that I'm seeing this, like, Miscount, of course, they still have to do this pull and then the boss. So I don't think that Miscount is going to be able to 2-chest this, but I think they would have been able to if they didn't have the 4 deaths. So I don't think it's as unreasonable to potentially 2-chest this as I thought initially. Interesting. But one thing that I wonder, though... Okay, so... 2 possibilities, right? We, of course, have not seen a 22 floodgate done yet in the group stage. We're kind of assuming it's possible because the teams have been pretty fast in the 21s, and so far we've seen every single dungeon +1 from the group stage, right? So we kind of assume that the 22 is possible, but it's not guaranteed, right? Like, maybe the teams think, you know what, there's no reason to 2-chest the 20 because we can't do the 22, right? That there is, I guess, also a possibility. But... Because I'm just thinking, like, if you're Miscount, right, and you're this fast, and you have 4 deaths, and you know, okay, we can't 2-chest this anymore, resetting the 20 and going back and trying again actually would be beneficial, right? Because then you're saving 1 whole 21 dungeon run, if you know you can do the 22, of course.
Oh my god, Kira's so slow, but the skip is still good for them. Little unfortunate slowness there for Miscount. That's probably the slowest you'll ever see Kira running, actually. But we're on to the final boss of the dungeon. 2 minutes left. Don't think we're going to see the 2-chest here from Miscount. But yeah, man, those 4 deaths. Would this have been possible without it? Does it even matter? A lot of questions still left to be answered here on day 2 of the global finals here for our teams. Either way, this floodgate is shaping up to be a potential game changer for the teams, right? Not being able to 2-chest the 20 means that the 22 is a huge question mark, right? We're kind of taking it for granted that all of our teams are going to be able to do a +1 from what we saw in the group stages, but we already know that 21 is an incredibly difficult key. If another team is able to do a +1 of the 21 in that key, that would be incredibly impressive. Is that the Liquid +1? Well, I mean, I can't wait to see what these teams have planned for the rest of the day here. Now, of course, like we were talking about with Mandatory earlier, shaky start to the day for them after a less than ideal day 1. They still have to go back and deal with 2 of those +1s from yesterday still, Nagura, so they have a lot of work left to do.
Yeah, definitely. They'll have to go there eventually, and they don't want to struggle in these keys either. Like, they want to make sure they're kind of one-shotting those higher keys, not wasting too much time because they have to do some catching up compared to the other teams, as you said. So yeah, we are approaching the end of our first runs here, though. Most of our teams on the final boss now. Liquid about to finish off Soasmi here, and well within the 2-chest timer. It looks like it's pretty easy for them here. Well, it looks like all of the teams that are in Floodgate are just going to be past that 2-chest, so far at least. The only team that maybe still has a shot to potentially 2-chest a +20 would be Mandatory, because they have reset the key earlier, and they're the team that we don't really know yet how close they are going to be. But looking at them now, 6 minutes left, I don't want to count them out, but I think it might also not quite work out for them.
Well, I don't want to...
Yeah, maybe. It's possible.
We were talking about how fast Identity is in their key. They only had 5 minutes left when they jumped down from Swampface, so Mandatory might be on potential pace here to get the +2. And we saw how close Identity is, right? They still have 45 seconds left on that timer. They're actually on an even faster pace than Miscount, and they don't have those 4 deaths that Miscount has as well. I think there could be an outside shot of it here for Mandatory. Look at that split timer for Swampface for Identity, 21-25. Where is Mandatory's? almost a minute faster.
Okay. Okay, I believe now. Wait, they can do it. I think they can do it.
Yeah, I think
because
it's 100% of the cards.
Yeah, that... Wow, okay, that mandatory... If they manage to 2-chest this and then also do the 22, that would be the one thing that mandatory needs to kind of catch up to the other teams, right? Like that would mean that they are basically saving one dungeon run that all of the other teams don't have to do. Again, granted that the 22 is possible, which we still don't know. But yeah, that would be incredible. As we do now see Liquid did finish off the 20 and is immediately going back into the streets, immediately attempting that 22. One thing to note about the 22 streets is we've actually seen teams struggle a lot in the streets at the very start. We've seen teams wipe on the trash before the first boss. We've seen many teams wipe on the first boss itself as well. And now we see anti-clockwise also about to finish off Soasmi here, also getting the 2 chests. Not as fast as Liquid was, but still fine on the timer as well.
That was a very scary moment during the Shuri double technique combo there for anti-clockwise, but they're able to find the correct solution, finish off Soasmi, and get that 2 chest. It was a lot closer for them than it was for Liquid, but they're still able to access the 22 afterwards. We're seeing a lot of completions now across the board in the Floodgate as well. Identity timing their key, missed count timing their key. Holy Method have the boss at 40%. Was a little bit of a more interesting start to the key for them. A few mistakes here and there, but they're still going to get the +1 on the board. The big question mark to end the day, does Mandatory have the time, the speed, the DPS to execute and get this +2 here? Giesel Gigazap going to be pulled with about 3:20-25 left in the key. They still have to do this meld skip perfectly at the last moment here. Roar from mode to give the team a little bit of extra movement speed. Trash pulled here from Skylark. The rest of the team going to run by with that movement speed buff, stay out of combat. Skylark's going to leap ahead, use that Shadow Meld potion, get out of combat, and we're good to go. Team recuperating a little bit, make sure they're topped off on HP before we get into the first AoE damage phase of the fight. But here we go, 3 minutes, 20 seconds on the boss. Now, they don't have the Bloodlust. They used this on the previous Trash pull, but this is about the amount of time that you need to kill this boss. This could be the first major breakthrough for any of our teams today.
Yeah, I think this is possible. It's going to be incredibly close. We're going to have to see some perfect usage of cooldowns here. And of course, they use the Bloodlust just now in the trash, so they won't have that extra damage boost throughout this fight. We've seen all of the cooldowns being popped here at the start. We will see... Oh, there we go. Holy Method also finishing the boss now as the penultimate team that is going to be getting this boss done from the teams that went into Floodgate first. Of course, Mandatory, because they've reset the key once, they're a little bit later, but it might not matter because they might potentially get this +2 here. 2 minutes 30 left. Boss is down to 74%. It's going to be so close. I'm not sure. I don't think we get another Ascendance. Actually, well, we might actually, because Stove had it at the very start and they pulled it at like 3:30, right? So I think Stove might actually get another Ascendance at the very end still.
Yeah, the cooldown timing was almost perfect. I think the only thing they'll miss out on is like the tail end of the third breath from Maystein. They're going to get 2 Ascendances. They're going to get 4 Call of the Wilds. Now, all of this is assuming they don't have a death on this boss. I think 1 death would spell the end for the potential chance of the 2 chest here.
Yeah.
Either way, so far, it's been perfect execution for Mandatory, and I think they're on pace. We've seen Giesel Gigazap... Wow, that's a hard thing to say. Giesel Gigazap. say that 3 times fast. It's ridiculous to say. We've seen this boss be killed off in about 3:20, 3:25 from all of our other teams. So Mandatory's on pace. They can potentially do it. They just have to hit those buttons, get those procs. We want to see black arrows like crazy from Soda here on the Hunter.
Just press your damage buttons, guys. 1 minute 30 left. The boss is down to 52%. It does mean that they took like 2 minutes or so to get the boss down to 50%. And they don't have another 2 minutes from here on out, which means they have to do more damage now than they did at the start, somehow. Maybe some damage potions are getting ready again for them with the second set of cooldowns. Maybe another potion for a Stove, whatever. His Ascendance is coming back up. But yeah, it's going to be incredibly close. Now we're down to 1 minute, and the boss is slowly but surely dropping to 35% here. I don't know, Sarah. I think we might not have this. Oh, I don't know.
I don't know if we're just getting historically bad RNG on the BM Hunter, or maybe Soda has the pet bug where it's not showing up. in the details damage meter, but we've seen BM Hunters do close to 8 million DPS on bosses before, and you can see Soda's only managing to pull out about 6 million here. This is within, like, the realm of possibility for BM if you just get no resets during your cooldowns. If that's going to be the difference maker for them two-chesting this key, that's really unfortunate for them if the 22 is possible like we think it is. We're going to get one last push of damage here, though, in the last 20 seconds. All of the cooldowns going to be coming up across the board. Stove, one last Ascendant. Soda, one final Call of the Wild. We need procs like crazy, but like you said, Nakura, I just don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, the Ascendance is now popped, and they're gonna gather up here for one more AoE, but with 2 seconds left on the +2 chest timer, it's just not gonna be quite enough for Mandatory. This would have been incredible for them if they would have managed to get the +2 in, and look how fast the boss is dying. They're only a couple of seconds over. Like, it really was just 6 seconds that they were too slow. Unfortunate for Mandatory here.
Still, you know, that was an incredibly fast timed key. Yeah, they had to reset to get it. But still, that's got to feel good to put that run on the board to be that much faster than the other teams. Now, of course, if you're expecting to get the 2 chest, maybe you're a little sad about that. But still, that's a good first completed run to start the day for Mandatory. And the speed will catch them up a little bit to the teams that didn't have to reset their keys. They'll probably head right back into the 21, and they should have plenty of time to time that key. Lots of wiggle room there with how fast they were in that run. All of our teams now completing their first runs of the day, and it looks like all of our teams heading right back into the same key now, Nagura.
Yeah, it does look like this. I do think that anti-clockwise did have to reset their 22 streets, unfortunately. So they're gonna have to reattempt that in just a moment. And actually, no. So, there's a replay. All right, let's see what happens to anti-clockwise here. Yonta does go down here. This is a difficult thing for the tank to do, right? You have the boss, you continue to pull in overseers and trash. So yeah, that's definitely one way to wipe on this pull. But I did want to mention that, yes, all teams did go back into the key that they've done before, except Holy Method. Holy Method actually decided to go to the streets instead of continuing the floodgate. Interesting. This is not something that is usual for Holy Method. Like, usually they push the key as high as they can and then they move on, right? That's kind of what Holy Method does. It's interesting to see that they only play the dungeon once and then move on.
Maybe the vibes are just off in the floodgate. I mean, we saw they had a few, random chance deaths at the start of the key. Maybe they just weren't feeling it. Maybe it's something they want to ease their way back into, get back in there later in the day once they're, more warmed up. That would make sense for them. I mean, the team has been playing well enough to know, for long enough to know what they need to do to win the competition. So I don't really want to question any of the choices that they make in regards to their dungeon routing throughout the weekend. I think they're going to be capable of getting every key done as long as they play their best. But still, it's interesting to see that they're our only team that has made that choice to swap dungeons here. And you can see, part of the difficulty of Streets, it's different from our other 4 keys in the dungeon pool, right? The other 4 keys, we've talked about this a little bit over the past couple of days here now. They really don't let up in difficulty for the first 15 minutes of the key. Whereas Streets, a lot of the difficulty in this dungeon is just jam-packed into the first 4 minutes of the key. And the reason is the teams are trying to do these ridiculous pulls of trash on top of Zofex, the first boss there, so that they can give themselves enough time to complete the key afterwards. Another chance death there in the first couple pulls of Floodgate there, or Mandatory. To be expected. But yeah, if you're able to get through the first 5-6 minutes of this Streets of Wonder, the dungeon really opens up afterwards. You feel a lot less pressure, so maybe that's why we're seeing Holy Method go for this dungeon swap, just to ease into the day. Another reset there for Mandatory, though. A little unfortunate.
Not ideal. Thankfully, it's again at the very start of the dungeon, but again, not something you like to see as Mandatory, having to catch up to the top team still with that one run that they're behind on. And that's the thing, right? Like, yeah, they're only 1 point behind to, like, the top teams, the top 3. But, like, it's one of those, like, really high key levels. They're not easy to do. Like, it's not like, it's just one dungeon run. It could potentially take them, like, an hour or more to be able to do that dungeon that is missing compared to their teams. So, yeah, Mandatory definitely has to do some catching up today and does not like to have these resets early on in the day at all on the lower key levels that we have. Either way, we do see anti-clockwise that also had to reset their 22 key back on Sofax. They did have Yonta go down on one of these pulls as they are pulling the Overseers. and all of this trash, the security guards, into Sophax, which can be incredibly dangerous. All these proxy strikes coming through. And on top of that, of course, we do have the rest of the team that is trying to survive the weapons that are coming out and the containment cells. They're trying to avoid as many as possible by just having them go on to the mages usually. But they actually don't have a lot of Shadow Melts. They, of course, do have the Shadow Melt on Robin. Everyone else is playing those Dwarf racials.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a really clean comp in order for dealing with the containment cells, right? Like, the perfect way to deal with it is just to make sure everything goes onto your DK or your Hunter. Or your Mage. Like, all of them have ways of dealing with it, so they don't have to worry about that mechanic. The thing that they have to worry about is their tank dying to the trash. This is the second time in a row that this has happened for them. And, again, we're talking about it. This is to be expected to a certain extent, right? You're dealing with these pulls at the start of the dungeon to give yourself time for the rest of the key to be easier. But if this continues to happen, it might be a problem for them.
Yeah, and I think it was like Yonte died. Like, I saw that he had pressed shield well, and he died basically immediately afterwards. So yeah, not sure. It was like maybe shield wall came a bit too late, or maybe some of these the mobs should have been like CC'd, or some other utility was missing. But whatever is happening for them there, they do need to make sure they're fixing it. Again, not losing. But now, let's take a look at Liquid. Of course, Liquid is still fighting the boss here, but I really want to make sure that we are focusing on Liquid as soon as this boss is dead, because I want to see what they're doing with the mail room and with the general trash that they still need. Somehow, Liquid is doing an insanely big pull somewhere, and potentially maybe doing the same thing as Identity did in the Chinese weekend. So definitely want to make sure we are looking at that. In the meantime, though, miscount back into that 21 key. On the 20, they had 4 deaths, but still managed to finish the key and get the +1. This time around in the 21, it looks quite a bit cleaner for them.
Yeah, it's interesting to see also as well here with miscount on the big screen that they're doing different pull routing than they did in their 20 here, whereas on the 20, they went pretty much straight to Big Mama. On the 21, they're opting to go for the Kelp pull first, let Hearthjax press his Ascendance there on cooldown, and then they're likely going to go straight to the Demolitionist pull afterwards, let the cooldowns come back off cooldown, and then they'll go up to Big Mama. This is more the routing we're expecting to see in this key on the higher levels, just to let your cooldowns come back off cooldown. See Kara hop up there to instantly get the next pull gathered. And yeah, going into this massive Demolitionist pull, big crux pull of the key, have to make sure you don't let these Demolitionists reload, otherwise they'll spam your team with this RPGG circles that you have to dodge, which are annoying to deal with at the same time as the frontals from these inspectors. And again, you're doing this big pull without the main cooldown from the Ellie Shaman, but you'd much rather have that cooldown for the massive pull you're about to amass onto Big Mama.
One thing that I just saw Miscount do, which is actually very cool to see, is that they had the petal spawn, like the RPGG, as we just talked about, and because they had it spawn, they had to dodge it, of course, and all of the ranged players, AJ, Yargi, and Hearthjax, they moved together, which makes a lot of sense, right? Especially on the higher key levels, to just always do that. Like, whenever you have to move and you have to dodge, just moving together as a group makes so much sense. And this is something that generally people don't do, like on live service, right? If there's like a lot of paddles you have to dodge, you just kind of dodge wherever, right? Especially if there's no immediate danger of incoming damage, which this pool does not have, right? I mean, yes, there's snipes going on, but we do see a surprise inspector death here. Okay, so these are just like avoidable mechanics, right? And of course we have the cast going through as well from the trick shots and whatnot. But if you avoid all of the damage and you interrupt everything, there is no like real danger of dying. So you don't necessarily have to move together for any kind of like advantage in healing. But to just do that as like a default thing makes a lot of sense, because then you just get used to it, and eventually when you do a trash pack where you have to move where there is incoming damage, then it makes a lot of sense to move together as a group. Very cool to see.
So let's see what Liquid is planning on doing. Now, Tettles has given us a little bit of an explanation of it already in our chat, but you obviously don't have access to our chat at home. So looks like what Liquid is doing is they're just pulling Commander Zophar and just dragging him around, like pretending he's not even a real mob in the instance. They're just going to cleave him down with some of the RP trash, which is interesting to see, because this is a mob that a lot of teams on live give, a lot of... They treat this very scarily, but they don't seem to care. They just pull it in with everything.
Wow.
This is kind of crazy.
That's interesting. All right, so we have to be
no respect whatsoever
with the mailroom. Okay, that's Crazy. All right. So we have the Bloodlust being used here as well. And they're just pulling that mini boss into the middle. That makes sense. Yeah, why not? Why wouldn't you do that on a plus 22, Cyro?
I don't know. I mean, oh, that's cool as well. Okay, they're using the turtle from the hunter as well to clear these orbs on the ground so they don't have to worry about accidentally running into them too. That is sick. Okay, this is some great tech from Liquid here. This could be the key for them. That goes for a +1 over anyone else. I think this is their key. I think this is the key Yips was talking about.
It could be. Like, they just keep on pulling him forward. Like, they just pretend, as tells that, they pretend that this mini boss is just not a real mob. They're like, it's just some melee mob. Like, this, it doesn't do anything. So they continue here towards the Mythic Oasis kind of RP here. And they're making sure they're getting all of those overseers out while still fighting that mini boss. This is incredible. All right, this is of course so efficient because you get all this trash that you have to do anyway. You're basically saving one whole pool in the dungeon. Like, this is actually really cool.
This tether is silly, man. Is Boomy trying to drag Wolf Disco into the orb? What was he doing there? He was like purposefully running to the side. They're probably in comms just like laughing at each other while doing this. This is just how these guys comm. If you ever watched the Race to World First, you're probably intimately aware of how like the Liquid players kind of joke around even in the craziest of moments when you have to be locked in. They tend to just kind of joke around, and I could see Boomy being the kind of guy to do that. Very impressive stuff there from Liquid. If they're able to scale that up, I could definitely see a 24 Streets on the horizon for them if they can keep it clean in that key. That is good stuff from them. Swapping back over to the Floodgates, though, Identity, you know, they're keeping very close pace with Mist Count here. Mist Count actually only about 10% ahead on the boss, in 15 seconds ahead of the key. Yeah, Identity is just neck and neck with Mist Count right now, Nagura.
Yeah, Identity is actually doing really well in this Floodgate. I think they can also get that 22 done as well. Like, because that's another thing, right? We've talked about the 21 or the 22 being potentially possible for the teams, but we haven't seen it yet. So the 21, not only does it matter how fast can these teams do the 21, but it also like matters how fast can they generally do the 21, because then we can determine if the 22 is possible for the teams. Because just because you can do the 21, if you only have 30 seconds left with like 0 deaths, that kind of means, you know what, you probably can't do the 22 with this strategy. So yeah, we're gonna have to keep a close eye on how fast these teams can clear the 21 Floodgate here.
Super impressive stuff. I love coming into the weekend thinking this is the kind of thing we'll see, and then still being impressed by the teams, showing off cool strategies that we weren't even thinking of. That's the allure of the global finals to me. It's just not really knowing what they have in store and still being impressed by the cool strategies they pull out.
Alright, so it looks like Miscount is able to finish off Big Mama, or at least attempting to, while they're also dealing with some trash they pulled on top. But yeah, Miscount just looking very solid again after some of the issues. Well, I say issues, but they just had a couple of deaths and still managed to finish the 20, which is still incredible. Sometimes seeing those teams recover some deaths, like we saw earlier, for example, Holy Method having their tank go down on one of the like first big pulls and somehow managed to recover on a +20 key. That is very impressive to see. Yeah, Miscount definitely doing a little bit better in this 21 compared to the 20 earlier.
You know, sometimes it just takes you a little bit to get into it, and I think Mist Count, they've been playing so exceptionally well across all weekends that even if you have a little setback, I've got to say, I'm just going to give it to them because it's been top tier from them, so hopefully they can just keep ramping up today. But we will be switching things on the desk, so Nagura's Ironic, thanks for starting the day with us.
Bye.
Later. Bye. And we're getting Tettles and Dratnus in as we continue on past the initial runs. Now, Tettles, we've seen some of the unique routing and streets that the CN region showcased in their groups with that run with Identity. We also just saw Liquid pull Zofar into the mailroom to condense pulls in the dungeon. So I was just wondering, can you give us a bit of a summary of some of the differences that we're seeing in approaches to streets today?
Yeah, so streets tends to be one of the dungeons that routing isn't super unique because the mobs that you pull are consistent from the teams. Now, the differentiator in Streets, though, is the sequencing and how you're actually pulling those mobs, whether or not you're pulling a bunch of mobs into Grand Menagerie, what you're snapping into Miser's Oasis. Those are kind of important differentiators. For the Chinese region, they prioritize having a really good Bloodlust timing as their second Bloodlust of the dungeon. And then they like open up a portal network, which is very rarely used. We're going to see this later on with Identity. But for Liquid, I mean, that Bloodlust timing in the mailroom, I'm interested in your thoughts on it, Dratnos. With that double mail elemental, that felt like the most efficient Bloodlust you could actually get.
Yeah, I mean, that seemed like the ultimate evolution of this dungeon.
Look at it clockwise. They have so far here. What is this?
So this looks like the same concept as Liquid, but in the other direction, right? You take Zophar immediately, and then you're fighting it. The thing that I like about Liquid strategy is they're fighting Zophar with some really hard and high count, and then bosses as well, right? Like, they're accomplishing a lot there. This is really difficult, but I'm not sure. Like, we're not in boss combat. We're fighting a bunch of peacekeepers, which aren't great enemies typically, right? The core theory of the route is to fight as few of these as possible. So, anti-clockwise here, this is nice in that we're getting all of the... This is like eating our vegetables, right? Like, we're fighting the mini-boss and these peacekeepers all at once here at the start. But I'm not sure this is going to be faster than what Liquid did. I'm such a huge believer in Liquids. As mandatory, having a wipe here 13 minutes into this Floodgate 21... Ooh, that's the team that started the day a little bit behind, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they started the day a little bit behind. It seems like maybe nerves are getting to them or something because they just haven't been as consistently good throughout the course of this entire season. I don't know if maybe they've been having struggles during practice. This season is actually very, I would say, individually challenging just because of the nature of like one-shots and like insane survivability checks that are going on in all of these dungeons and just how polarizing offensive CDs are. I wonder if that's actually caused Mandatory to have some problems this season, but it's, you know, over the course of the season, it's kind of felt like they haven't been playing like themselves. And whenever you see them in the capstone level dungeons, the highest level keys, it makes a lot of sense. And I actually like where Stove is standing on those pillars up top to be able to avoid having to move from the RPGG. But then, you know, the Sephorium charge from the diver, I like the aggressiveness. It makes a lot of sense. And then the micro play, the individual movement of your character, whenever that comes back to bite you, you kind of question, was that too aggressive?
Yeah, I think the thing to remember about Mandatory is that in their group weekend, they were looking sketchy, they were looking tough, and then they clutched out the 24 Gambit to win the weekend, right?
Yep, exactly.
So we can't count them out just yet at all. This has been another tough start to the weekend for them, like it was in their group weekend, but remember, they did win that. I'm curious, though, to go back to that Streets to hear your analysis of the anti-clockwise and Liquid strategies in there a little bit more.
So, anti-clockwise, the bigger question for me is, where is their Bloodlust going to be used? Because I don't hate that they pulled Zophar in front of the Menagerie. The reason that I like the Liquid route just is that the most efficient second Bloodlust of the dungeon is what Liquid did. It's Zophar, it's a bunch of mailroom trash, and then it's a long chain into that Overseer, and you're kind of pretending that Zophar is not a real mob. And that makes sense, right? Like, to me, intuitively, that's kind of what makes sense. For anti-clockwise, it's where is that second Bloodlust go? Most teams, even though this is a 35-minute dungeon, don't press that Bloodlust on cooldown. They don't, because you don't really get good value out of on the Menagerie encounter. Bloodlust tends to be better used on bosses, but the Menagerie is just kind of a weird encounter, and it's like, pressing Lust here doesn't really feel that great. Ooh, anti-clockwise in the bottom right there, having a couple deaths. They do end up getting a Desire battle res, but I mean, just having a couple mistakes, they should still be fine to time this. I think the Liquid route's going to be faster, but that's just an intuitive hunch, and it's going to kind of come down to, where's anti-clockwise press this Lust? How much value are they able to get out of it? Because what would be the biggest value? Triple pulling the mailroom? Is that even that good, though?
Yeah, I mean, that does sound good. The important thing about the Lusts as well is you're not just thinking about when you're getting a good second and third Lust, right? But it's when pressing the Lust now, what does this imply about when it comes off cooldown, right? Like, am I griefing the third Lust by putting a second Lust here, which is always one of the concerns with these different routes. And I think especially when the key level was a little bit lower, when we're in the group weekends, this key was stopping at a level where teams were expecting to time it by a couple of minutes, which if you're timing this key by a couple of minutes, it's like almost impossible to have like all of your potential lusts be good. But if the teams are now thinking about bringing this key up to 24, then all of a sudden you are going to get every single possible lust if you plan for it. And I think that might inform why we are seeing the strategies diverge a bit from what we saw in the group play weekends.
So Ask Me on pole tends to be the final lust of the dungeon. And it normally happens, what would we say, probably around the 30-minute marker. So, the bloodlust timing is just kind of weird in this dungeon, all things considered. And that's why it's like, I don't really understand what Anti-Clockwise is going to do. There is a world where they do triple Mises Oasis RP trash at the exact same time, very similar to what we saw from Identity during the China finals, and that's their Bloodlust. That felt pretty good. It was double Overseer, Bloodlust. Okay, you know what? I could see the Bloodlust getting good value there.
Yeah, the thing that I like about Identity's route is, which we haven't seen yet today, but they end up being able to start the last boss RP while they are fighting trash beforehand, right?
Yes.
And that is a strength of theirs that the other routes here that are doing so far earlier aren't going to have. I do think that just sort of by the gut test, the Liquid one does feel the best to me.
It's flashier, for sure.
It is flashier, yeah. And I have I award a lot of points for style, but I am very curious to actually see, does it cap out a level higher than the Anti-Clockwise, than the Identity routes? What are the other teams going to do as well? What's Holy Method going to do in this dungeon?
Is this going to be the lust for Anti-Clockwise? That's kind of the question that we're seeing here. I saw Divine. He looked like he was going and grabbing one of those Overseers off to the side. If this is, this is like a standard pull that you would normally do without the lust. So if they slammed it here, I would be a little bit surprised. But now it's kind of burning a hole in our pocket, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. Is if that lust is just off cooldown and you're thinking about using it, but
it needs to get pressed by like
27,
28 minutes, something like that, or 17 to 18 minutes.
17, yeah. So if you press it by 17, 18, then it comes up at 27, 28. Which is around when you want to pull Soasmi, right? So
yeah,
because like you said, 30-ish minutes. That's probably, if you're pulling Soasmi later than 30 minutes and it's a 23 or 24 key, you're probably depleting that key, right?
Yeah. It's a short fight, but a short fight's like 4:15. Right?
Exactly. Yeah. At this keystone level. So, all right, we are going to see Liquid here making their way towards the last boss. A Shine hanging out at the bottom here.
This is that 20-second time loss that you're kind of talking about, right? Where you have to wait around for that boss RP, and that's kind of one of those differentiators. I wonder what Shine is actually doing downstairs.
Yeah,
for the vibes, maybe.
What is he up to? Maybe they're going to have him snap something upstairs.
They're
at full count, so that wouldn't make sense.
He
was just getting food buff, I guess, because he died, but he didn't die earlier.
They have hearty food. He doesn't need to re-food.
Huh. He was eating down there, but
he might be resetting his 1 hour hearty food buff for the vibes.
Maybe, yeah. Hey, that's efficient, right? You need to eat at some point.
Yeah.
It takes 10 seconds to do it.
I guess right now would be the great time. Yeah.
Yeah, even if it took you a couple extra seconds to start a key because you were getting your food buff, that would be inefficient. So that's the level of optimization that these players are at.
Yeah. Look at Holy Method top right here. They're going to be slamming down the 2 chest here in the Streets of Wonder. I think that's going to be pretty common today. I think any team that misses out on the 2 chest in the Streets 20, that's more of a cause for concern than it is because I think it should be the expectation that you're 2 chesting this on the 20.
Yeah, exactly. So of the teams we've seen so far, the 20 Streets has been 2-chested by both Liquid and Anti-Clockwise. Holy Method on pace to do it as well, with a couple of minutes to spare. The Floodgate is the big question mark for me, because we know that it is just barely not been 2-chested by Mandatory. Liquid and Anti-Clockwise still have yet to go in there, so that could be a huge opportunity for Liquid to open up a lead. Is when they do go to Floodgate, can they be the team to 2-chest it where everybody else failed? That would be, I think, a real show of force for them.
I feel like Floodgate's actually been causing basically every single team some minor level of problems every single time they zone into this dungeon. I think it just kind of proves, kind of similar to Priory of the Sacred Flame, how difficult and how volatile this dungeon is. It is a dungeon that we do have returning from last season, so you would kind of expect teams to be very accustomed to what's going on. As it turns out, this dungeon, the mobs just hit really hard. There's a lot of deaths that can happen to throw dynamite from those specialists, and the timer is probably the most tight across all of our cast of dungeons from this season.
I feel like Floodgate, the texture has changed from last season, and it's kind of hard to describe why, but it seems like the routes from last season, a lot of them, like the ones that you do where you'd teleport back to the front at the end, it seems like those have just fallen out of favor. And,
yeah.
I wonder how much of it is to do with the removal of bubbles and the changing to how the skip happens there, but
I mean,
what do you think?
The mobs that you pulled last season are basically the exact same mobs that you pulled this season. I don't think that you're doing anything different. I do think it might just be one of those things that Elemental Shaman does weird things to your dungeon.
Could be.
And needing to route around the Ele Shaman is like a huge part of like what's actually happening in this place, to the point where we see that kelp pull. I mean, I think that kelp pull was not something that was super popular last season. You know, teams did end up innovating a little bit and started doing it for Kazan, but it wasn't for like, you know, making sure that we had our 3-minute cooldowns at the absolute right time.
All right, so we did see Holy Method putting that two-chested 20 on the board. Liquid in the 22.
Horrible RNG on this.
Yeah, they're chasing Soasmi all around the world here. Finally able to get back right at the end of this double technique cast. And actually, they didn't do the first kick early, so they had to land both of their kicks there in a pretty small window, but easily handled.
Yeah, I mean, that's when you saw Shine and Yips go early. Yips just ended up tanking that circle, and then Shine just AMS all the way through it. I think that like, whenever you have 3 or 4 point movements on the double technique, that's where you can actually start to get into trouble if you have a bad Shuri at the same time. We did see Miscount there, downing that Floodgate, kind of like you were also discussing. Where does Miscount go next? Are they going 22 Floodgate, or are they going to go into Streets? I think the most likely situation is they go to Streets to get that pushed up before starting to chase potential +1s. What's your kind of read on this?
I would be heading to the Streets as well if I was them, but Floodgate could be an option as well. We didn't mention it.
No way! They just died to the bomb explosion? How many did they have up? What happened?
Okay, I'm sure we're going to get a replay, but I'd like to pre-guess that they committed to the boss early, thinking that they didn't need to do the bombs and they would kill before. And then the bombs exploded at like 3% on the boss, because it looked like those bosses were extremely low health. And what you might do, okay, look at this. 5% and 4% on these two. And they're just tunneling boss. Oh, the kinetic explosive gel killed off Stove. And that might be what caused them. And then the Onk into the quick shot.
God.
And then that means that the bombs explode.
So,
oh no.
Quick shot is... A quick shot and throw dynamite are probably some of the most deadly mechanics in this dungeon. And even though you have an elemental shaman who is wielding a shield, anytime you get targeted by quick shot and kinetic explosive gel at the exact same time, your healer needs to be like on their A game, instantly frame 1 iron barking you, maybe even slamming down the Lumithar's living silk on top of it, because that combo is one that you can kill players even as low as like 18 or 19. It is.
I've seen it even kill Death Knights before, which.
Very rare, but it could kill a Death Knight.
It has happened. It has happened in the history of WoW, which is not a lot of abilities can have that claim. Okay. But Identity about to put this 21 on the board as well. It's going to be a little bit slower than Missed Count. Notably, Missed Count's 21 was actually a world record tag as well there. That 29.01, fastest ever 21 Floodgate for Missed Count. My suspicion is that world record tag will be contested later today. But yeah, Identity going to put that on the board. I expect they'll head over to the Streets of Wonder as well, and we'll get to see their route and how it stacks up compared to Liquid and Holy Method. But that green dot, do my eyes deceive me? Are Liquid running back the Streets and preparing the 23 Keystone in this dungeon?
Oh, they are?
Yes, they are. All right, 23 Streets of Wonder coming out from Liquid rather than going over to the Floodgate. Okay.
I feel like them and Missed Count have been probably the most consistent teams over the course of this weekend. Just in terms of, not really making any large mistakes. There are some 2 chests that I think were missed by both of those teams in some of the lower level dungeons. But I think that in terms of being able to time every single dungeon, both Liquid and Miscount have been incredibly impressive. Holy Method, they were ahead a little bit at the end of day yesterday, but that actually came off the back of being able to 2 chest some dungeons that some of the other teams ended up missing out on by having 1 or 2 spot deaths.
Yeah, exactly. So it's... I think, all 3 of those teams ended at the same point threshold yesterday, so by that metric, they all had an equally good yesterday.
Nerves, I think, is probably going to be playing a key factor for all 3 of those teams. So, this is the most steep competition I've ever seen for Global Finals, and it's not even particularly close, to the point where I think we have 4 or 5 teams that could win this MDI, and it would not be the most surprising thing ever.
Yeah, I think the discussion of which teams are favorites and which are underdogs here. We have some pretty clear underdogs, right? We have anti-clockwise especially, and Identity to a lesser extent. Identity, I would say, more of a question mark than an underdog coming into today.
Identity, we wouldn't think that they're underdogs if they actually timed that 23 HOA yesterday, but they spent an hour to not get that converted, which it feels really bad. They would have been on the same point threshold as mandatory, though, if they were able to convert that. So
exactly, yeah.
We can maybe give them the benefit of the doubt for a little bit. They have enough time to be able to push up those 23 HOA, 23 RR card, 22 priority today, but they have to get into gear quickly.
Exactly, yeah. There's very little further time for error here because, we're talking about 6 world-class teams here. Even if you want to call Anti-Clockwise a bit of an underdog, they are still very clearly world-class. And only 4 of these teams are going to survive till tomorrow. So it's not only a huge thing, because of course it affects, you can't win if you don't make it to tomorrow, but your prize pool doubles just by surviving to tomorrow. So it doubled surviving to today, and it doubles again surviving to tomorrow.
Pre-end prediction, I think we have 3 teams that have unique world record tags by the end of the tournament. I think that it's not going to be one team just like full sweeping.
Yeah, I expect you might be right there, because right now we currently have 3 teams holding world record tags. That Floodgate, of course, just being added by miscount, joining their Halls of Atonement. Arakara currently the lead 2 seconds in favor of Holy Method over Liquid. And then Priory, 30 seconds in favor of Liquid over miscount. Yeah. So, yeah, it really goes to show we have those 3 teams extremely close to each other. And Mandatory's timers in the Halls of Atonement is not far behind the world record tag either.
These key levels are interesting that were selected for the global finals, because to me, I think that the only way that the teams actually start to rerun for time tiebreakers today is if a team actually has a perfect day and doesn't make a mistake. Which, while possible, incredibly unlikely considering that Floodgate is an offering for today.
Yeah, I feel like going for +1s is going to be the overwhelming majority of time today, because I think what might happen is you might get teams at a point where they feel like they have, they've done the keys that they think they could do, but then they're gonna look at the leaderboard and they're gonna see that another team has a +1 in a key, right? And they're gonna be like, okay, well, clearly that's possible, and we're going to go and have to try and do it, right?
Yeah.
And I think that the interesting thing is it's going to be different dungeons for different teams that meet that criteria.
Look at this. We got the liquid splits from the streets during group play. The 609 first boss split, kind of what we're looking for, and they're pacing to be pretty good. I mean, we typically budget, 6 to 6:30 as acceptable first boss split times. So, Liquid here, on this first boss, we know that streets, the first area of streets, is by far the hardest. If Liquid are able to get through this first boss, they are in great position to actually put up a time in this dungeon.
Yeah, this is the...
Ooh, this is bad.
Ooh, it is indeed the scariest part of the dungeon by
Does
far
he just
here.
sack?
And,
interesting.
Okay. I like this, actually. I like this a lot. So, they're fighting this trash with the boss. If they tried to do the containment cell the way that it's intended there, of, running far away, killing it off, they would be losing so much AoE damage. Boomy, of course, the ideal thing would be to turtle it, right? But turtle already on CD. I think the decision to run in and sacrifice is really smart out of Liquid. If it happens again and they don't have a B-res, they'll probably just have to run back the dungeon. But this, I think, will give them a really good attempt at this dungeon run and not cost them a whole lot. I suspect if they're doing this dungeon on 24... Oh my goodness, Boomy targeted again here. That is just tragic. And a Shine ends up actually going down to an auto from Zofex. Huh.
So that's what happens if you meld the boss. So the tank, melding the boss, it can happen where your melee DPS gets meleeed to death by the boss. The tank is, in theory, supposed to maybe be taunting the boss at the pixel perfect time. More often than not, what happens, though, especially whenever you're fighting that much trash, is your tank just kind of hopes that doesn't happen, and that's just kind of the cost of doing business.
Yeah, I think, if your hunter gets targeted 3 times in a row, it's not a big deal if you're going to reset that key every time, right? It's not like you're looking for the top 10% of RNG here. You're just looking to avoid the bottom 10% of RNG, and that, I think, is where Liquid are at, right? That's what sacrificing the hunter when they're targeted a second time in a row facilitates for you, right? Is that you are resilient to medium bad RNG. You probably still can't handle full bad RNG.
You said 3 in a row. I think that might have been 6 in a row on him. Because he was feign deathing a bunch, but he also had his turtle on CD. So I'm pretty sure those were all just on him the entire time.
Yeah, exactly. So it might even be a case that you don't need to avoid the 10% worse RNG, but maybe even just the 1%, right? You are very resilient to most sequences of people being targeted. It's just once it is that many times in a row. And it's interesting because a lot of bosses and enemies in this expansion have tech where they won't target the same person back to back. Not the case for Zofex the Sentinel. That boss will happily target the same person back to back to back to back, as we just saw there. So it is some RNG that can befall you, but it's something where it's early enough in the dungeon that it does not cost you very much to reattempt until you get some slightly better RNG.
I mean, cost of doing business. We'll start talking about it being problematic if Liquid end up having to reset the dungeon 4 or 5 times.
Exactly.
If they two-shot the dungeon and their only wipe was to, bottom 2% RNG on the first boss, all right, we'll take that. That's fine.
Yeah, all is forgiven.
Yeah. Not at all a problem. It's kind of like wiping to the first couple of pulls in Floodgate as well, where you're just like, that's it just happens sometimes. Or you get quick shot at the same time kinetic gel happens. Your healer wasn't fast enough to be able to get you ironbarked in time. One thing leads to another, and then it's just like, all right, wiping. It's a lot more possible, especially at the Keystone cap, and also the -1 levels. I feel like have been especially dangerous this season. I feel like in past MDIs, the -1 levels have been fairly automatic from some of our top teams, but this season is just not that way.
Yeah, sometimes the key feels pretty similar as the level goes up, right? It's not one of those. It is one of those seasons where it just feels like it gets very, very, very hard, and then it continues getting harder. But already everything is one-shotting you if you mess it up at even level 20.
Ecodome 21, Ecodome 22, Ecodome 23, no diff. The only difference is you end up fighting that Sentinel for like 30 seconds longer, but you can still wipe to it even on the 21.
All right, Mandatory back at the scene of the crime here, fighting against the Demolition duo. This time for sure. They're already pre-moving towards that last bomb. Where's our kinetic explosive shell? Oh no, Tettles, we AMS'd it.
We AMS'd it? Oh, okay. So fortunately enough, this doesn't really do that much damage. The bomb exploding doesn't do that much damage. The problem is if you also get quick shot while that dot is on you, you can actually get 100 to 0. Particularly Mode is probably the most susceptible of dying here. Now we are getting that next kinetic explosive gel. You probably just kill off Kiesel quick use and then focus down Bront as he's doing his barreling charge. Just shoot him into the wall. Don't worry about these bombs.
Yeah,
really.
Ideally we just take this right into the wall. Oh, disengages. And okay, I guess it's fine because it was low enough health. Okay. So down
it doesn't
goes.
matter. Like, it really doesn't matter that we messed up that bomb. But like projecting, this is kind of Mentors felt shaky the entire time. And like, is this just another symptom of them being shaky? Maybe nerves getting them. It's hard to really say, but it's just like uncanny mistakes that we don't really expect out of them, because we kind of expect them to be that team that won the MDI and won the TGP in Season 1 of the War Within, that were within 20 seconds of winning the MDI last season. So we kind of expect more out of them, and uncharacteristic mistakes like that feel a little bit weird.
Yeah, exactly. So hopefully that will stop soon for Mandatory. They can't afford for it to continue too much longer, but at least it was a low-cost incident there this time around, hoping to avoid the third wipe in a row in the Floodgate. In the meantime, anti-clockwise, we're able to put up the 22 in the streets. It looks like they are setting up to run back that dungeon in the 23. And Liquid fighting Zofex once more here. So we're going to see 2 23 streets underway right now.
I just noticed something. Boomy's Twitch stream title is 137. He's out here predicting their score. What's going on?
Okay, so
their score from
137 tomorrow. No, you think that's tomorrow? Okay, yeah. You think they think the ending point total is going to be 137?
137 is what's his title, which it has to be their point total. Off a prediction of tomorrow.
Yeah. So. For reference, teams came in today at 67, right?
Yeah.
And then we gave them 2 new dungeons that start at 20. So if we assume those 20s get timed, our top teams would then be at 107. And then there's another 1 or 2 in Floodgate. 1 would be the, as you see, the world record tag already for missed count. So that brings them up to 108.
Yeah.
Then Streets, if it goes from 20 up to 23, that's another 3, so that would bring them to 111. And then if they pick up that 1 point they're missing in the first 3 dungeons today, that would bring the teams up to 112. So 112 is the point threshold ending today if you had a world record tag in every dungeon, but no new +1s beyond what we've already seen. If you can get a +1 in a Floodgate or in a Streets, so that would be Floodgate 22, or Streets 24, then that would, of course, bring you to either 113 if you get one of those, or 114 if you get both.
So that means a 24 in either Ecodome or Gambit, right?
Yeah, so then, depending on what we add tomorrow, that could get you to 137 if you got either a 24 in tomorrow's dungeon, and then one of those points, or say 2 of the points in the other dungeons and a 23 in whatever the tomorrow dungeon is. So interesting. I mean, 137 seems like a feasible prediction for a perfect weekend for a team, but my goodness, that's going to require some insanely high keystones. Of course, all of that math is not something we really have to worry about. The nice thing about this format as well is as we get to the end of the day, we can look at the level between the teams and we can start mathing out what teams need which keys. But at this point, still 4 hours left in the day. That is a long time for things to happen. We could just watch the keys and then figure out the implications on the numbers later.
Did we catch where Holy Method pulled Zofar? I was kind of interested in seeing it because they hadn't pressed their Bloodlust yet. I don't know where they're going to press it. They ended up grabbing that Overseer into that double elemental pull, which is very standard. You don't lust this, but normally you are pressing that Bloodlust around the 15-minute marker. I'm questioning. The reason I'm asking is I wonder if they actually skipped Zofar in some capacity.
I don't think we've pulled Zofar yet.
Look at their Menagerie split. It's 1328. So where does Zofar go? And where does our Bloodlust go?
Probably still alive here.
Yes, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, as they're in combat with this Overseer. I bet we'll get a good answer after this Overseer dies. We'll be able to see whether they decide to run behind them, grab Zofar, and take it into the mailroom. That would be sort of comparable to the Liquid strat. It looks like we're going to be walking forward towards the Mises Oasis RP section. Now, this looks a lot more like... This is similar to what Identity do in this dungeon, where we're going to take these 2 male elementals forward as we now do the RP in this area. Yeah, okay, so they might have just imported the Identity route.
This is similar to the Identity route. Yeah, I think this might actually be the exact same thing as the Identity route. Now, what Identity did that was a little bit slightly different is they actually played they played 2 Overseers in this Bloodlust pool. But what I think is about to happen
we're seeing both teams basically in the same spot here, doing basically the same route. Very cool.
What Holy Method's probably about to do here is whenever they get triple RP trash, is they're going to slam down their Bloodlust and then focus down that big Overseer. And so you see now, he's basically soloing that RP event. I think I saw Clicks even grabbing a Wise Guy in a Muscle Pack. And so this is likely to be their Bloodlust, and you see right here. Basically, your tank is in a lot of peril, though, because this is a lot of strong arms.
Yeah, the exact same pull actually going on for both Identity and Holy Method here. 1 Bizarre Overseer, 1 Bloodlust, and infinity other enemies, including a bunch of those strong arms. A lot of danger for both tanks. And you can see pretty much all of the defensive resources of the tanks have been expended to make this pull possible, but it has worked out for Identity. Actually worked out a little bit quicker for them, although they started their key. Yeah, I mean, their timer is looking great, but they are on a lower key level than Method.
I actually like that Liquid... Boomy on that Hunter for Liquid is actually playing Human for Everyman. So you can actually break out of that stun, where all the other Hunters are playing Dwarf. I actually think I prefer the Human racial, just for that low, the RNG prevention. At the same time, you can reset the dungeon every single time. Maybe it makes more sense to be Dwarf. I don't know. What are you
dwarfing? Is it for Postmaster?
Cat bleeds.
The cat. Okay.
Yeah. Cat bleeds probably the big thing. I don't know if there's anything else that's like super dwarfable.
Yeah, I mean, ever since Diplomacy got removed as a human racial with the rework to how reputations work, we haven't seen a lot of it in MDI, but Boomy blazing the trail there. All right, Mandatory here. Now working on Big Mama. And this is, I would say, typically this is the scariest boss in here. So it's a little bit alarming that Mandatory wiped twice to this dungeon before even getting to this point.
Yeah.
But it looks like at least the Big Mama strategy is being cleanly executed by them. You can see the place that they are fighting this. It's really nice for getting all of these drones to do very short charges. And this way they just keep being AoE'd down, staying inside the group here.
So historically, some meta compositions, particularly ones that involve a Shadow Priest and an Augmentation Invoker, don't really care if your mobs are stacked or not. This composition where it's like Elemental, Shaman, Beast Mastery, Hunter, Frost, Death Knight, cares a lot more about the pack being stacked, to the point where if those Mecha Drones just like fly out, it is a huge damage loss for all of the DPS, because you have ground effects like Earthquake, you have Beast Mastery, Hunter, Pets, just cleaving with Beast Cleave, and then you have like Chain Lightning bounces, and the Frosty K obviously is just a melee DPS, so he's not going to be happy if the mobs are leaving melee.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely an optimization for how you can fight that particular enemy. In the meantime, though, we've got Liquid now working on the Grand Menagerie. This one, they're taking a Peacekeeper and a Spark Caster into.
What do you think about their split? So this split, what we're seeing on the left-hand side right here, is from Group C weekend. Liquid ended up, I think, having like a 6-0-9 first boss split. Are you concerned at all that they had a red split there, even without a death?
No, I'm not too concerned here at the 23 Keystone level. I think that, they timed that dungeon with enough time to spare that we can afford a slightly red split and it is okay. The thing that would concern me about is the feasibility of this dungeon going up to a 24, which we know that Liquid have a dungeon they think goes higher for them than for everybody else, right? And we know that their Streets route looks innovative and cool. Does that combine to mean that they can do it on 24? Or were they talking about another dungeon? That is the question.
I do think they're going to have a super big green split for Oasis and
right, because that's where their route diverges from what they showed us last weekend.
Yeah, exactly.
Or that Cup weekend.
I think, again, their route, very flashy. I tend to think it's a little bit faster than pressing the Bloodlust on the triple RP trash. Although at the same point, Identity, they do have that world record tag for the 23 Streets as is, with that, triple RP trash pull that we saw from Holy Method and Identity earlier.
Yeah, exactly. So keep a close watch on this one.
Holy moly, that's a lot of
anti-clockwise. Yeah, they are in a little bit of a minefield of these spinning weapons. Yant trying valiantly to keep the boss in a space where it can be DPS down.
I love that it's a bunch of these spinning weapons and then we just have these beams.
Yeah.
As if it couldn't get worse, we now have 4 beams out. Dude, their melee are going through it right now.
Yeah, this mage has had to blink a lot as well, but luckily is targeted once more. Does have another charge of that blink available. But
look at the split. I mean, this is going to be way faster than the Liquid split, no?
This is, it's looking good. Yeah, this is looking fast out of anti-clockwise. So they have those Overseers still in combat, though, once the boss dies. So are we just going to take those forward, or do we have to wait and kill these off?
I think we're just moving with these. They're going to proxy strike our tank, and we can just get this
so we're doing like a slow walk forward with these mobs.
They had the
so even though their boss split is fast, they are going to take a little bit longer to actually get in combat with the next mini boss because they did still have that trash to kill off after that boss.
Yeah, I think they had the fastest first boss split by about 15 seconds, but I think that it's going to take them more than 15 seconds to kill this mob. So it really just kind of depends on.
I think it all evens out as Boomy has to waddle under the robot puddle there, which does do a tick of damage, but the reward is getting to instantly collect all the way up to 20 of those stacks of the damage buff here on Vesna. And this is nice as well because it does overlap with Boomy's cooldowns there, that Call of the Wild. So really min-maxing this with how Liquid are bouncing around that buff.
I think you tend to want to just pass it between the Beast Mastery Hunter and that Frost Death Knight. Obviously, if your mage is going to be slamming down an Arcane Surge, they can pick up the debuff. But I think that, just in terms of consistent damage and getting that buff every single time, putting it on the Hunter or the DK every time is nice. Although Yips actually goes and grabs the buff for himself. Is it? I wonder if during Execute it would be a bigger damage gain on that Protection Warrior. It's kind of a weird thing to think about, but that could be the play, although it could have also not been intended. Both are options.
Yeah, we saw Boomy also running on top there, so it looked like both Boomy and Yips were trying to get that consume to jump on them. Of course, it does jump to the closest player when it expires off of somebody. You're right, though, the execute could be a consideration. The other consideration could be that maybe it was about to be a dangerous part of the fight, and Yips was like, okay, look, I can stand in stuff and collect orbs, right? I can go stand under the robot, I can stand in the Whirling Annihilation and be safe while nobody else can, so it might make sense for me to hold this.
Oh my god, the Holy Method snapped Zofar into Oasis.
All right, so we have a fourth different way to handle Zofar. Every single team with a different way of managing that mini-boss. But yeah, Holy Method have snapped it in to Miza's Oasis. Incredible. So I have no idea
They've also killed
which
off
is
Mail.
faster.
They've killed off Mailroom. I didn't even notice that they had killed off Mailroom yet. Look at... a very interesting strategy by Holy Method.
So they're going to be finishing off Miza's Oasis here. They're going to be getting in boss combat very soon. We'll probably be done with Miza's Oasis around, what, that 27-minute mark?
This is probably, what, 3 minutes?
Yeah, so 26:45 maybe best case for maybe faster for Zogron. I mean, Zogron is a very fast boss. A lot of the timer is the previous RP events of that mini boss area. So yeah, and then they'll be on Soasmi. And it's gonna be very fast. We do have a death for Liquid. Junk Mail taking out Boomy there.
Yeah, so this is actually the scary part of the strategy by Liquid. They press Bloodlust and they press all their offensive CDs. What's actually going on here is Ashine and Yips are 100% responsible for these mail elementals, making sure that the targets don't get double hit with that junk mail. So it's going to be Death Grips, it's going to be Storm Bolts that are looking to actually stop those. Then you're just going to be pressing miscellaneous CC, such as the Typhoon with the Ursul's Vortex down, the Supernova from the Mage, also completely acceptable. Very unfortunate death for Liquid there, a huge damage loss.
Yeah, exactly. Not a great turn of events for them, but probably still a timeable Keystone. I mean, yeah, so it's a little bit hard to tell this far in advance, and there are some red splits on their board, but even with that, right, the splits we're comparing them to, 33:58 was their end time on that run, which means there is 1 minute and 2 seconds to give.
I would worry more about timing the key first and foremost, and if there's time at the end of this weekend, we can rerun this for time tiebreak.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the timer tiebreak so much. I'm worried about if the time, if the key is timeable here.
Their timer should be fine, I think. Like, they're playing pretty aggro, just generally speaking, so I'm not overly worried. 23 Streets tends to be a bit more lenient on the timer than maybe some of the other 23s, especially whenever you make mistakes. Like, if you make a mistake and you go down Aldani, it's like it's wiping your entire group, whereas if you make an individual mistake in Streets, it's just like that one-off death.
Yeah, absolutely. So hopefully all is still okay for them.
So how fast are Holy Method going to be in this 22? Or in the 22 is kind of my question. What timer did we have for Liquid in the 22?
So some comparison numbers for the Tazavesh Streets of Wonder. Liquid in the 22 were 30-42 at end of dungeon, and they killed Mises Oasis at 21-41, but they did Mailroom Mayhem afterwards, whereas Holy Method did this in the other order. So Liquid did Mailroom Mayhem at 26 flat, which is basically exactly when Holy Method do it. Yeah, they were a minute faster than I was estimating there. So both teams were at the same pace when they killed their fourth boss. Although you have to remember that Mailroom Mayhem is closer geographically to Soasmi, so Liquid had a shorter run afterwards.
Holy Method, there's no way for them to have started RP, right? Because they had just... I mean, actually, there is a possibility that they haven't started RP already. Okay, but they haven't. You see in the top right, the boss.
I don't think they can, no, because they're snapping the mini-boss onto Mises Oasis, so... Unless somebody from the team was like waiting by the gates to start the RP, which I guess is possible, but I don't think they could play it without a healer there, because it would be your healer you'd send to do that.
This is the same pull that Holy Method and Identity did, except we just don't have Lust for it. This is...
Right.
I mean, Liquid are just going absolutely ham in this dungeon.
This is kind of diabolical, yeah. This was a new pull with Lust for Identity in the Chinese weekend.
I actually like how Yips leapt out to reset his strong arm debuff stacks. He looks like he's actually in a lot of trouble with how he's kiting this pack. It makes me think that he's in danger of dying here to these strong arms if they connect on him.
I think that's why Lust was such a important part of this pull, is not only does it kill the pull faster, which means your Prot Warrior gets defensive uptime increase, right? Like if the pull dies faster, you have defensives rolling for a higher percentage of it. But also, Lust is a potent defensive cooldown just for how many ignore pains you're going to be getting as that Prot Warrior, right? The speed with which you cycle through Rage scales tremendously with Haste, so being able to survive that without Lust is a huge deal.
Yeah, I mean, I think that even though it was a slower pull, okay, if you could actually keep that pack stacked, it would have died way faster, particularly those strong arms. At the same time, the Overseer is the limiting mob for you to actually be able to continue to progress the dungeon. Although all the mobs do have to die, the Overseer does have about 25% more HP than any of the strong arms. And so I think that the way that Liquid were dealing with that is going to be a lot faster. I think that their route, they have the best route in here so far from what we've seen from all the teams.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I do think that Liquid look phenomenal in this dungeon. It's been really fun to watch them. It reminds me of watching Missed Count in some of the dungeons yesterday and in their group weekend, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, they've just come up with and are executing cleanly an incredible strategy that is so confident what they're doing in here.
Yeah. Look at here, Holy Method going to be slamming down this 22 pretty far under the timer. I feel very confident in their ability to be able to time this dungeon on a 23.
Yeah, I like their chances there as well. The 22, it's going to be 5 minutes under when they stop the clock here.
Yeah, I mean, this is... Okay, this is a bit premature. Is it possible to do this dungeon on 24?
That's the question. That is the huge question, because I think the timer is there for it if with many of these different time-saving Zofex strategies. The cool thing is that our teams have come up with so many different ways to save time with Zofex, and I'm just curious which the best one is, because I think it has to not just be a time save, it has to be a pretty big time save to make the 24 possible, but it also has to be a strategy that scales up in difficulty enough that you could actually survive it on the 24 too.
I mean, so speculatively, again, pretty long dungeon, but I think that... Identity's fastest run, this is a little bit more projection. Looked like it was going to be like a 32-30 in the 23, which does that translate to a key level higher in a 35-minute dungeon? I mean, the answer is maybe, right? You're 2.5 minutes under. That's kind of what we're like, the historical average for what we think you need to be able to do a key level higher.
Yeah, I do think before we see those attempts coming out of Liquid, and potentially anti-clockwise as well, is they'll probably head to Floodgate first. But Holy Method have already gone to Floodgate, but they've only taken it up to 20, so they might also want to head back over there before attempting something too crazy in the streets. Either way, though, we are going to see some keys reaching their conclusion now. We are going to have Holy Method putting this 22 on the board. We just saw Identity put the 22 chested streets on the board. And Mandatory are also about to put up a key as well. After resetting twice, they are on pace to finally time this 21 Floodgate and potentially get out of here. Now, the world record in the Floodgate was achieved 30 minutes ago by missed count at a 29:01. Mandatory have about 20 seconds to make that happen as well. It looks like they're going to be slightly on the slow side of that, but it's still going to be a very quick plus 21 Floodgate when all is said and done here.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we think that Mandatory can actually contend for the MDI title, because whenever they're able to put up these dungeons, it's like they're so unbelievably quick, but it's like the process of what it takes for them to even be able to put up a run just feels shaky sometimes. And I mean, like you said, 29:01 was that missed count time. Mandatory are going to be about 10 seconds slower than that. I mean, as long like if they can actually find a +1 compared to the rest of the field, similar to what we saw from their Theater of Pain and their Cinderbrew Meadery last season, they could actually be in hot contention. They had a really shaky day one. They need to be able to capitalize for the next 3.5 hours of today, though.
Absolutely. So we are going to start seeing some of our breaks as well. We have Holy Method taking a break for 109 minutes, according to what Gingy typed, although there's a possibility that that was a typo. But we'll have to see, because of course they only have to take 20 total minutes of break, but it's possible that that's going to be a display of dominance coming out from Holy Method. We're also seeing a 10-minute break begun by Mandatory as well, so we're entering the part of the day where the teams are taking those first breaks.
Holy Method are able to take 109 minutes worth of break in 10 minutes. That's, that's the Gingy diff.
I hear they can cook instant ramen in 58 seconds rather than a full minute as well.
It would not surprise me at this point.
All right, Liquid nearly done with Zogron here in the Mises Oasis area. Yeah, a little bit slower again. So their split here is a green split, but you got to remember they're on a different route than they were on the splits that we're comparing them to.
How bad was that Boomy death? Like, how many? Okay, obviously we have the 15 seconds lost to the death timer. How many seconds was lost due to Nether Prism on a Bloodlust pull and his 4-set stacks? Do we think it was another 15 seconds on top of it? Maybe
I think
more?
It might have been, 15 or 20. At least he didn't lose Call of the Wild, but everything else, I mean, Zyro always likes to talk about it, right? But it's a huge damage loss for Beast Mastery Hunters to lose those stacks.
Yeah.
I can hear Zyro in the distance, like, no! Like, just, calling out dramatically. And, you two are on a roll. We hate to interrupt it, but Tettles, you can go hang out. Like, you can have a little break if you want.
All right, I'll be back later. GG.
Maybe 109 minutes.
So you can take 109 minutes of break if you feel like it. Nagura, welcome in. Good to have you back on the desk. And, obviously we are watching the keys go higher and we're scheming about the potential of a streets to reach +24. Chat has this on their minds too, so I'll leave you with a question from chat as we get into it. But Dolphy asks, what are you calling the max cap for all 8 dungeons at?
Well, that's a lot of like numbers to go through, but I do think focusing on the dungeons we have right now, I do think that I'm gonna say 23 Arakara, 23 Halls, 22 Priory. I don't think that goes higher. For Floodgate, it has to be a 22 as well, and I think for Streets, I am with the 24 now. I'm a 24 Streets believer, and I guess.
Okay.
For Gambit, I think 24 is the max. We talked about maybe like at 25, but 25, like, that's like an insane key level. Like, that's just not a thing, right? What do you think, Dreadnought?
Yeah, unless. Yeah, but unless. I don't know. I mean, I feel like coming into this weekend, I think every single key is going to go 1 key level higher than what we saw, except for maybe that Gambit, if that is our tomorrow dungeon. Of course, we don't yet know what that tomorrow dungeon would be. Yeah, it could be the Dome. So the Dome went to 23 in groups.
Yeah.
Can it go to 24?
I'm not sure.
I think... the problem is, like, the timer is tight in the 23. It's tight enough that would be really hard. But also just the 23 was such an inconsistent dungeon already. We saw some of the best teams in the world take 3 hours to put the 23 Dome on the board. So even if teams manage to have almost all 5 hours tomorrow, if it is our tomorrow dungeon, I'm not sure it would be possible or even efficient, right? Even if it was possible to put that 24 Dome on the board, if it's our tomorrow dungeon, would that be better than maybe getting 2 other dungeons plus 1, which you could probably do with the same amount of time?
Yeah, I do think that Ecodome is, I don't know, a bit right. It could also be the dungeon that Liquid talked about, Maybe Liquid is like, 24 Ecodome, no problem for us. Or 25 Gambit, who knows? But yeah, I personally think that Gambit and Ecodome are probably the hardest dungeons, or the dungeons that seem the most impossible to me to be done or to be one-upped from the group stage. All the other dungeons I can totally see go 1 higher, and we've already seen 3 of the dungeons go 1 higher from the group stage, and the Streets definitely looks to be one of those dungeons as well. We're seeing Miscount in here right now, as they did, of course, get that world record in a 21 Floodgate, being incredibly quick as per usual. And now we're going to see if Miscount can keep up with the speed that we've seen Liquid put up here. Liquid just incredibly fast now dealing with the Postmaster, so done all of the trash already, of course. So now they only have the Postmaster and Soasmi left, and they have 7 minutes on the board, which, to be fair, knowing how fast Liquid is, that kind of makes me believe the 24 is not a thing.
Yeah, I mean, their run has had some time losses. Even their first boss split a little bit slower, which should have been the same strat as what they were running before. But also they had a Hunter death at a pretty inopportune moment. So does that add up for enough to make the 24 possible? Maybe not. Maybe. We'll have to see. I mean, I think the one thing that is sure is that even if the 24 is possible, Liquid are going to head to that Floodgate first. So we'll have a little bit of time before we find out if the 24 is possible. The other thing we know is that for Team Liquid, the 23 Halls of Atonement is also going to be a priority target dungeon. That would probably come before a 24 Streets as well, would be my guess.
Yeah, I do think so. So I think that 24 Streets would be something you do at the very end if you still have time. Maybe even like an overtime key kind of attempt. One more thing that I think is going to be interesting, right? I think at the end of the day, if we reach like a point where the teams kind of have done all the things they wanted to do or can do, I think kind of faking out the other teams might actually be something that is worth it to do for them, where they can say, hey, at the very end, if you can zone into one more dungeon, we're just going to zone into a 24 Streets, even though we can't do it, just so the other teams think that you can do it. And then they're gonna sit there for a long time until Sunday and thinking, oh my god, they can do 24 Streets, how can we do this as well?
Yeah, I got the mind game equity going on when actually your plan all along was 23 Priory.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's possible. It's a strat. I'm not sure it's a good strat, but it's definitely a strat that the teams could do if they wanted to.
I think it's great. I'm gonna message them right now.
Yeah, let them know. Let them know. In the meantime, one thing we've got to let you know about as well is Identity did also choose to take a break. So 3 of our teams have gone on that break. Identity are actually nearly done with that, but Mandatory and Holy Method also are on that break. But yeah, Liquid already on Soasmi now with still 5 minutes on the clock. The Wolf Disco does end up throwing the ice cold there. That wasn't even a Shuri hit, right? That was just
a bleed. Yeah, it's just
a bleed. Oh my goodness.
It does so much damage. Yeah, okay. So the 23, of course, we have seen it time before. But yeah, that's just like a crazy key level on the streets, and everything just does so much damage all of a sudden. So we're gonna see if Liquid manage to finish off this boss. They do have enough time for sure. It's just gonna be a matter of execution for them.
Yeah, in the meantime, Miscount working on the Grand Menagerie. This team already has that world record tag in the Floodgate. That dungeon, it might be possible to do at level 22. I think that's one of the more realistic +1s that has yet to be achieved. But I think Streets is going to be a priority to get at least up to 23 first. And Miscount might also look at the 23 Arakara before they would return to that Floodgate as well. So a lot of different options, a lot of different keys for the teams to do. We have 3.5 hours left in our day before we reach overtime, so that is a lot of time, but these keys are really high level, which means there's always a really high chance of depleting them. Pretty soon we're going to get to a point where these keys are going to take a couple of hours to get a good attempt actually going in them.
Yeah, definitely. And it's interesting to see the different approaches from the teams as well. Like some teams, you know, running a dungeon once or twice, even though they can do it even higher than that, and then they move on to the other key. Well, Liquid, for example, is a team, they've been in Streets this whole time. Like, they know, okay, we're gonna play up this key before we go into Floodgate, which I guess the question is, are they doing this because they just, you know, it's fresh in their minds and they just want to go up as long as they can? Or do they want to hide, or do they have something like a special strategy or something in Floodgate that they want to keep a secret in? I don't know. I'm so fixated on what Yip said. I was just like, what can they do?
Yeah, now, you were talking about doing a mind game of entering a dungeon at the end of the day. Doing a mind game of saying in your interview that you've got a key level higher as well, that would be even lower cost than starting your overtime dungeon, right? That you wouldn't even be giving up any time, and you'd be getting some big mind game value.
Oh, I like
Although
it.
that would only work if the other teams pay attention to the interviews,
True.
which is probably less likely than them paying attention to which keys you zone into. So you've got to weigh that.
Unlocking the
of
casters is also like high value, I think. So
yeah, and Yips, he's you know he can be serious, he can be focused, he can be extremely focused, but he does have a bit of a whimsical, playful trolling streak in him as well. So you can never put anything past him.
We're gonna have to see if there's something to this. But either way, Liquid about to finish off Soasmi here, down to 7%. There's 1 minute 50 left, and Dreadnought did mention there's a bunch of things they did in this key that cost him some time. So I guess technically there is still the potential that we might see a 24, but for now they have the 23 on the board, and we're seeing a town portal. Will Liquid try and continue in this key and try to do the 24, or will they just go and do the Floodgate first? I think it's much more likely for them to go to the Floodgate first, even if they can do the 24, because that will be something they'll do later on. But yeah, we're gonna have to see.
All right. In the meantime, we are going to have Liquid going on that break, taking their 10-minute break here. So most of our teams now have either begun or finished their first break of the day. The rule is that teams need to take 20 total minutes of break time in the middle 3 hours of the day, but you can split it up into multiple breaks. Typically, our teams like to do 10 and 10, but we have seen 5 and 15, 20 and 0. Even 7 and 13 has been how some of our teams have decided to split those breaks up. So we'll see whether there's any further creative break timing. In the meantime, though, we can focus a little bit more on this miscount run. We are seeing the Overseer pulled into the here. This is just the patrolling Overseer, not the one spawned by the end of the RP in the Mises Oasis area. And this one, Heartjax and Yargi actually lining around this pillar rather than using the door itself, which a couple of the teams have used to set up this line of sight here.
Yeah, nice to see that POV. Now the casters are lining this ability here. Very nicely done. In the meantime, Identity also came back from their 10-minute break, and they did walk back into that streets. They're now attempting this 22 as well. Already have 1 death on the board, so any further deaths would mean that they have to reset here because they wouldn't be able to get them back up during this boss fight. And they had a containment cell go through. They had to switch to, which is also not something you like to see in a plus 22 key level.
Yeah, not ideal. Something that we even saw Liquid sacrificing a player rather than doing that. But Identity already on that one death, already having lost that battle res. So we'll see whether they decide to keep this one going if they get some further bad RNG on that. Of course, we have a lot of dwarves in the group as well. The Hunter for Identity playing dwarf rather than that human that we saw out of Boomy for Liquid, which gave them one further stun removal. This time around, it looks like we had a DK targeted using Icebound Fortitude, I believe, to avoid that containment cell. It's nicely handled by Identity.
Yeah, really nicely done. And we also see at the bottom right of the screen, Holy Method now as well. Back from their break, and they are now in that 23. We'll see if they're going to be able to one-shot this key, basically, after doing pretty well throughout the day. Holy Method, yesterday struggled a little bit at the start of the day, but today not so much. Playing really consistently here. As, of course, Gingy again on the mage in this in the streets, which all teams have been playing the mage here, right? I think that's just like... It just makes sense to play the mage, especially for the first boss here for Sophex.
Yeah, it's so good on the first boss, and the first boss is by far the hardest part of the dungeon. Making it more consistent is really important for these teams. Although, if we're thinking about this dungeon working on 24, if you thought that, say, the Ellie Shaman was better for the rest of the dungeon, I wonder if you'd ever be like, look, it's going to take us an hour to get the RNG where our Shaman never gets targeted by Containment Cell. But once that does happen, we think we can time the key. I wonder if a team would ever make that swap in the plus 24. You'd have to also believe that the Ellie Shaman was a time save in the rest of the dungeon. And the thing that makes this dungeon so great is the Arcane Mage is good at some of the other pulls as well. But maybe you'd make that decision depending on your route in the remainder of the dungeon.
Yeah, I think we saw one team play a Shaman instead of the mage, but I forgot who it was. It was a...
I think it was 07.
Yeah, true. Could have been, yeah.
For them, I think it was maybe suboptimal, but a concession to the spec variety rule, which of course no longer exists here in the global finals.
Good point, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to imagine for it to be worth it considering how long the boss is going to take on that 24 and how many opportunities there are for the Shaman to get targeted. But,
exactly, yeah. You're having to dodge like 10 targets on the Shaman. The first one could be answered with Ankh if you wanted to, but of course, Shaman's not able to be played by humans, which do have that stun-removing will to survive racial, so yeah, I'm expecting we'll mostly see the mages here. It's just a thought, or you could even play something other than the Shaman too, depending on what you wanted in this dungeon. This was historically in the Shadowlands a rogue dungeon, and there is potential for the rogue setting up some of those snaps with the tricks of the trade, grabbing enemies in different places. That being said, I think that is enough of a transformative strategy that if teams were going to do it, they'd probably already be doing it in the 23, and the Hunter does a lot of the same things with Misdirect anyways.
Yeah, that is true. We do see anti-clockwise now getting past the halfway mark of this boss. This boss, even though usually it's a fast boss on a 23, of course, even this boss is going to take quite a while. They are delaying the interrupt here, but thankfully still getting through. We have a replay here for Holy Method. It looks like they might have... Oh,
look at the footwork for Gingy here that we're watching as he dodges between those two rotating lasers. The interrogation going out over on the left there on clicks. That one's going to be famed, it looks like. And Gingy, again, able to jump. So that's actually a little known fact. You can jump over these rotating beams. Yeah. It is scary to do, but it does work if you want to dodge those without having to run super far away. And then, of course, at the end of this sequence, we do have the death from that cast, that hyperlight bolt going uninterrupted there. But yeah, anti-clockwise nearly done now with the boss here, the divide now in all 4 quadrants for Soasmi. So there is a potential for a lot of time loss here. Every time the boss does teleport or place one of those Shuris, you can get good or bad RNG, depending. This is pretty good here.
Oh, Robin actually got hit by the Shuri.
That part's not pretty good.
They will have to res him back up, but they're probably going to be able to recover this, as thankfully the body was not behind the wall, so they just managed to use the battle res right here where everyone else is, which can also be a big problem on this boss. Sometimes you have a lot of battle reses left, but somebody dies on the other side, and you somehow have to get through these portals to get the rest out, which in the meantime could cause somebody else to die, right? So That's definitely one of the issues on this fight. But the boss is now dropping not a world record. The world record is actually still with Identity from the Chinese weekend, where they had the 23 and 43-11. Ooh, the commit.
They're getting dragged into the corner. Oh! The boss was a couple of seconds away from teleporting for another double technique there, but they are going to put this on the board. Yeah, Tianzu down for Identity.
And they did have a Belarus, thankfully, that just came up too. So that was pretty lucky that they managed to get this one. Hopefully they can recover here, as they still have those Peacekeepers up as well. But yeah, speaking of Identity, yeah, they're still the ones that hold that world record. Not in the globals. They still have it from their group, basically. So we'll see if any of the other teams is going to be able to finish this 23 streets faster than them. Or potentially do the 24, like we talked about. That might or might not be something we'll see. Probably at the end of the day, if it is possible. Yeah, Identity looking pretty good again now.
Anti-clockwise heading to their break after putting that key on the board, meaning that all of our teams, except for maybe one, will have taken their first break. I'm not sure if...
Miscount, maybe not?
Yeah, Miscount I haven't seen break yet, so they might still owe us all 20 of their minutes, but every other team has either begun or finished their first 10 minutes of break timer. In the meantime, you can see just up there in the top right, we do have our leaderboard showcasing the current state of competition. Now, don't be alarmed by the gap between 3rd and 4th, as the teams in 4th, 5th, and 6th right now haven't finished the second dungeon there, so that's 20 free points for those teams. Once Liquid put those 20 points on the board, they will actually jump into 1st place if they can do it before Holy Method put another point on their board, as they'll be able to move up to 110 points. But here's a quick look at our streets splits, as we now do have all of these 23s. So these 23s aren't all from today, is the thing. Some of these 23s, you can see the ones, so over at the right-hand side, you can see the blue bar next to Liquid, Anti-Clockwise, and Method, Holy Method, all indicating that those runs were this event, whereas the Identity, Miscount, and Mandatory timers are from their group weekends. But you can see just how close all the teams are in the 23. And then Holy Method, the only team yet to put up that 23, really curious what their splits end up looking like in there.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting, because Holy Method did the 22 earlier, and we talked about how fast Liquid is. But I looked at the Liquid's 22, where they did not have the same mistakes that they had in the 23, and Holy Method was like 20 or 30 seconds faster than Liquid was in the 22, even though Holy Method did have a death, while Liquid had 0 deaths in their 22, and as we talked about, like, no issues. So, there's something that Holy Method does that is definitely very fast. I do think they are doing something different. I'm not sure if you guys saw it or talked about it, but I do think Holy Method is... Okay, can you break that down for me again?
Of course. You and I both know what it is, but I'll break it down just because for the audience.
Exactly.
So they are snapping Zofex into the Mises Oasis trash section right before the boss spawns. It's a really cool snap. I didn't see how they set it up entirely, but I did see the Zofex at the end of Zofex's life, inside the Mises Oasis trash area. So we'll have to watch Holy Method very carefully after they kill off the mailroom and start heading towards that area. They also sequence mailroom before Mises Oasis, which a lot of the other teams are doing that in the reverse order. So we will keep very close there. It's Zofar, sorry, not Zofex. Zofex, of course, being the first boss, and Zofar being the mini boss there.
Very interesting. We're definitely gonna have to keep an eye on that, as Holy Method, of course, still on that menagerie, and then we're gonna check in on them afterwards. In the meantime, Liquid is back from doing their 23 and taking their 10-minute break, and they are showing us their floodgate strategy for the first time. The plus 20 hasn't been too chested by any team, but we know it is kind of possible, because we saw Mandatory get really close to that +2. I think they were like 6 seconds off. So we do know that there is a possibility for a +2 in this 20 floodgate.
Yeah, I wonder if Liquid or Anti-Clockwise will be able to make it happen in there. Liquid have been looking really strong. On the other hand, if you're a team that thinks you have the 2 chest in the floodgate, I think you'd be more likely to go there first before the streets, but maybe if Liquid just think they're great at both dungeons, then they'd go to the streets first. But yeah, that is something that, typically teams often head to. They usually like to go to strongest and then weakest dungeons. Just typically, that's the order that people naturally want to do. So I'm going to be very curious to watch the end of that floodgate out of Team Liquid. In the meantime, though, we have missed count almost on 2 chess pace in this 22 streets. It's alarmingly close there. Their splits are incredible here. Sub 25 minutes when they finish off Mize's Oasis, and we're ready to head to the last boss here. And yeah, it's not going to be a 2 chess, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, that's actually incredibly fast. I'm going to take a look to see how fast their 22 is in comparison to the other 22s. Because so far, I think the fastest 22, as I talked about earlier, was Holy Methods. So there it is.
The leaderboard. So yeah, we could see missed count from their group weekend. We're able to put up a 30-14 in here, which was already the fastest 22 compared to the other teams, not just in their group weekends, but in the finals. And this time around, missed count are on a faster Mize's Oasis split than they were in that one. So yeah, this is going to be incredibly fast. Slightly unfortunate RNG there with where Soazmi decided to jump for that double technique. You saw Yargi actually committing the turtle to be able to survive the Shuri and stay in the same half of the room as Soazmi. A lot of the other group was just sitting there waiting behind one of those portals until the Shuri wave passed over the exit point. So hopefully they can avoid any further bad RNG on these Soazmi jumps, because that will affect their end timer in this dungeon by a couple of seconds.
And even if they're less ready still, I do think this is going to be the fastest 22 that we see, at least from the globals. As the fastest, as I said, is Holy Method, and they have a 30-24 time, which...
Yeah, this is going to be a minute faster.
That's definitely going to be faster. So Miscount has an incredible route as well here.
Oh, AJ took, it was not just the phase slash, it was also the Shuri dot there. So ends up going down, getting B-res. Luckily, they were able to land the res before they had to run over for this double technique. And that's only going to cost them the 1 B-res. It is going to cost them 15 seconds as well. They are still on a very, very fast run. But that did cost them their perfect run with that first death on the last boss here.
Yeah, unfortunate death, but still gotta be faster just because they're so insanely fast in this run here. I do want to take a look at Holy Method though, because I think they're gonna be past the Menagerie now. And there it is. They are pulling the mailroom trash.
Yeah, so this part is not where it gets too crazy just yet. What we saw out of them last time is they fight this mailroom trash. They did pull in that Overseer that lives in the RP area before Mize's Oasis, and that is a pretty scary pull. But the Zophar skip will be after, or not skip, but snap rather, will be after they finish Mailroom Mayhem, which they do before proceeding over to Mize's Oasis. Miscount also sequence it this way. A lot of our other teams actually do Mize's Oasis and then backtrack and take care of Mailroom Mayhem as the 4th boss. One of my favorite parts of this dungeon is that you can do those 3 middle bosses in whichever order you prefer, although all of our teams do choose to do Grand Menagerie second. Just makes a lot of sense with the routing in here. We are going to see the clock stop for Miscount, though. It's going to be sub 30 minutes. A 29:35 for Missed Count on that Streets. That's going to move them into first place right now. It's not a world record tag because, of course, Streets has been done on 23. The fastest actually in the world was by Identity in the Chinese regional finals. But it is the fastest 22, I believe, ever by Missed Count in there.
Yeah, it is. That is an incredible speed again. I mean, nothing new, right? Miscount, definitely a team that we're not surprised by if they have the fastest run, because they just have been so incredibly quick in their groups weekend, in Group B, and then also yesterday they just had really fast dungeons. So yeah, not surprising, but we'll see if they can also do this in a 23, and if they can keep up with the other teams. Holy Method now moving towards that Mize's Oasis area. You can see Clicks doing the RP and also misdirecting some mobs. Actually walking back here a little bit, just getting everything kind of gathered. The rest of the trash is still neat here, and I'm just really curious to see that snap afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. So this part of the route is a pretty common part for both Holy Method and Identity. Did something similar in this area, and Liquid actually do this as well. Liquid do it without Lust, Holy Method are doing this with Lust, which is what Identity do as well. So we've got the Overseer in here with all of this. Now, this is very scary for now. He is in a huge amount of danger. The Lust is going to help a lot, but you can see that Shield Wall charge already being spent here, overlapping now with the Last Stand as Shield Wall falls. And what's going to be really scary here is, Battlescarred Veteran has already procced. We were hoping for that to survive until after this Last Stand fell, because what's going to happen now is that now is going to be without any defensive once this Last Stand expires. So he's already starting to backpedal here because these Cartel Strong Arms are appropriately named. They have a very strong arm, even against that Prot Warrior, and now is forced to backpedal away slowly here. This is going to affect the group's AoE DPS here. Without an Elemental Shaman, it's a little bit less dangerous to be moving this much because there aren't those Earthquakes that you're griefing by doing it, but you are still going to be hurting everybody's damage a little bit, and you can see Kush is really trying to facilitate this with the Chains of Ice on most of these enemies, letting now Kite without having to run as fast away from them.
Wow, okay, yeah, that's incredible to see that they're executing this so well too. You can see them trying to have now survive, and at the same time trying to maximize their DPS, and everyone's of course helping out now as well by using their utility. And in the meantime, they are also moving towards like the next area they have to be in, which is very cool.
So this is going to be, they're going to fight Mailroom Mayhem now, and then they're going to be setting up their skip after this. So this part is going to look normal. Mailroom Mayhem, it's just going to get pulled in. They still have one Wise Guy, and then they'll be setting up that massive skip. But yeah, that's going to be really fun. I really want to make sure we watch that, but of course they do have the boss to take care of first. So we do have a little bit of a reprieve here before that really exciting new strategy out of them is going to show up.
All right, we'll be waiting in anticipation. I'm really curious to see if we can figure out exactly what they're doing with it. I just had a quick question. I can toss over to you, Nagura. So Holy Method, obviously they are used to being very dominant in the MDI space, but Missed Count has kind of said that in the past, nerves really get to them, particularly in the global finals. And from what we've seen of their play today, how they're kind of comparing with Holy Method, do you think that this is that same Missed Count that gets tripped up by nerves, or do you think that they have overcome that thus far this weekend?
It's interesting, right? Because I thought about their group stage, trying to think, okay, obviously in the group stage they performed so well, I doubt nerfs affected them at all, right? But of course the group stage is a bit different than the global final, right? Because in the group stage they're already kind of the favorite going into the week, and the pressure, there's pressure on them, but maybe not as much, right? Because the competition in the group stage is obviously not as tough as the global finals. So in the group stage it definitely did not affect them. And now I'm thinking about what we've seen from them so far, and honestly I don't think it has affected them. Now, of course, it is possible that they would have been able to play even better without any kind of nerves affecting them. But as an outsider, like as a viewer, it definitely is not noticeable at all that they will be affected by nerfs. I do think that they have managed to overcome that so far, and I do also think that they're pretty confident too, coming in, which is very cool to see.
Yeah, thinking about which teams are affected by nerves, it's a really important thing because historically it was Missed Count, right? That they are always this team that looks so good, and then things have not gone as well for them in the global finals before. There have been previously teams like Perplexed used to have that sort of characteristic as well, right? Where they were time trials demons, and then they would end up disappointing in the global finals. But yeah, I always think of Holy Method as being completely implacable, right? Like their mental is ironclad. They are just so always on, always performing. You know, their worst days look like other teams' best days often in terms of how they are, how they're able to bounce back from mistakes.
Yeah, one interesting thing about Holy Method is that, I think one interesting thing about the viewer base is that Holy Method has won so many times, obviously previously Echo, they've won so many times that people kind of are like, they don't want them to win anymore in a sense, because you don't have viewers are it's like, oh, it's boring if the same team wins all the time, right? Which is true. So a lot of people are kind of happy if they don't win because it's like a mix-up, it's something different, right? And I do think that kind of helps their mental a little bit, which I'm sure initially it wasn't great to have people just kind of root against you. But when it comes to their mental strength, I'm sure that's something that is gonna like it's gonna teach you that you have to keep up and stay like on top, even if people kind of want you to lose, which is probably something that eventually has helped them with their mental fortitude.
Yeah, they're used to it, right? They're used to that pressure, but we are about to see Postmaster go down, which means we can focus back in a little bit on this specific run for Holy Method, because we saw the result, but we haven't yet seen, at least I haven't yet seen, the process by which they set up the Zophar snap that they at least ran in the 22. I assume they're going to run it in the 23 as well. Last few percent do need to go down on Postmaster, but you can see they've left those unstable goods on the floor, so they are committing to killing this boss before those timers detonate, and they're already starting to move towards the exit. This is just always good tech. Any dungeon that you can, move towards the exit first. All right, Gingy and Clicks heading off to the side. Gingy going to throw a polymorph there. Whippy running ahead to start the RP in the Mises Oasis area, and then it looks like it's now that is going to go and tag that boss, that mini boss in. So he's run up there, and he's grabbed Zophar, and he's staying mounted, but I think he is in combat with Zophar. It's probably chasing after him right now. Yeah, you can see Commander Zophar. We saw the nameplate just barely there. It is chasing after now, and now it's just running ahead. And this is not going to be one of those snaps that you set up by misdirecting somebody far away. He's just going to run fast enough that eventually he's going to reach the distance threshold where the mob's like, you're a little far away there, buddy. Time for me to teleport over, speed things up. And yeah, so Zophar is going to teleport. Now, the way that snaps work in this game is that when the mob does this, it will evade for a little while. So you can see those arcane barrages were just missing, right? Because they were being evaded by Zophar. Now that period has passed, and they are going to just be getting the full ability to damage Zophar while they do this section of the dungeon. Of course, now does get kicked away by that tank kick. And the other thing they're going to have to look out for here is these shock mines. Shock mines are incredibly lethal if they overlap with the mechanics of the boss or mini boss in this area. But what you're going to see is they stack up to bait all of them in a line there, and they made sure that nobody was playing over in this area of the room where they now move to. And what they're going to do as well is they can immune and soak some. Although, if you look, Clicks has actually already been forced to turtle here, which means they are not going to be able to turtle the next set. They could use Anti-Magic Shell to clear a particularly dangerous one, but I think they're mostly just going to be planning to stack, bait, and then move from these next shock mines. And you can see that's exactly what they're doing, baiting all of them in the corner and then moving towards the middle of the room. And that's going to be the last set of shock mines they have to deal with, because during this time, they've just been doing huge damage to Commander Zophar, and down it goes. Beautifully handled by Holy Method, and that is where their route accelerates.
Very nicely done here. It's very cool to see that they're pulling this mini boss. In the meantime, we had a death here on mode for mandatory, and it took them a while to get him back up because Basine had to go through a portal to get the rest out. But it looks like they have recovered now. But yeah, it's interesting because at the very start of the day, I think it was Makes that talked to about this. I was saying that there's only one team that we have seen snap the mini boss to Mises Oasis, and it was a group stage, and we think it wasn't even intentional. We think it was kind of a mistake, and we were just kind of joking how, I'm sure that was, there's so many Shuris that Identity just got hit by. It looks like we have 2 deaths here, one of the Dresser, one of the Mage. They only have 1 battle rest left, and Soasmi is still on 64% on this 22. They are getting their healer back up, and they will have another rest in 2 minutes. They have so much time left. I think they could still do it, but now we see another death come through. At this point, I'm not sure anymore. Do you think they should reset and go again, or they don't have enough time to do that, I don't think.
So, yeah, they can have their tank and DK die, and then their druid can meld mass res, and I think they could maybe still time the key. They would be pulling the boss again with about 430 if they did that right away, but it looks like instead their plan is going to be, okay, we're down 2 DPS, but in 2 minutes, we can pick up another one. So then, once we have 2 of our 3 DPS alive, we're going to be doing about 70% of our group's damage, right? Maybe 75% with our warrior still alive as well. So with all of that in consideration, 75% of your group's damage, maybe 45% of the boss's health, and 3.5 minutes when all that does come together, that does still line up into the boss being killable. It's going to be very close, though. They can't afford any further deaths here.
Yeah, this is going to be very rough. Who do you get up here? I guess the BM Hunter would make more sense.
Yeah, the Hunter is probably the choice, although if you pick up the Mage right when this res does come off cooldown, they are still going to be getting 3 Arcane Surges, actually all of which will be followed by an Execute Soul, so maybe that's going to be better. Maybe with the boss being this low, because Arcane Mage really benefits from Execute in the Arcane Soul, which comes after the Arcane Surge, so I think that does... I think it's probably comparable. You could probably pick up either one and they'll be doing similar damage. My guess is the Mage is slightly more on paper.
Now we're going to have to see who they pick up here. Rest is going to come up in 3 seconds. They have to make sure they play pretty perfectly from here on out, because it's going to take them a long time with only 1 DPS alive for so long, and now getting their second one up in just a moment. But still, missing... Playing a 22 boss with 3 people and 4 in just a moment is no easy task at all, as it looks like it's taking them quite a while to get the rest through. There it is. Now the rest did come out, and it's the Hunter that they chose. Potentially because it took them a while to get the rest through, and now the number of Arcane Surges did diminish.
Yeah, I think the Hunter is also going to be a little bit easier to pilot in this section as well. And it's a little bit easier to make sure that you're getting the kicks that you need too. Plus, you have a turtle that lets you get through. Although, mages are great at getting through the Shuri, so I don't know. I think either choice would be fine. They can probably still time this key either way. The thing they can't afford is probably another death here. Another death, and I think they would start not having the damage to get over the finish line.
In the meantime, Holy Method did manage to get to Suasmi as well. They looking like they have enough time. Yes, so the boss is going to be attackable in just a moment. They're going to have around 6 minutes for this boss, which is for sure enough. They also have Bloodlust available too. But, yeah, we're going to have to see, as Identity is still 4-manning this boss, and Mandatory is now attempting their 22 key. So lots of action across the board here.
Yeah, indeed. We are nearing the end of this dungeon run for Identity. They are still on pace. Yeah, they're still on pace to time this with maybe a minute to spare. So even with those deaths, heads up play by them. I think there are some teams that would just hearth out maybe after a couple players were dead, but good instincts by Identity to make sure to double check and be like, oh, actually, you know what? We can still time this. And that's what they earned by being so fast through the rest of the dungeon, right? A 25-18 split on Mailroom Mayhem is crazy fast in here, but they won't be able to afford this many deaths in the 23. That's something that they can't withstand. But yeah, remember, this is the team with the world record currently in the 23. This is the team with the fastest 23 streets from that Chinese regional weekend that they played before. So a well-deserved strong point for them means that they can afford for a very scuffed final boss and still time this key.
There it is. The boss is going down, and they're going to be able to attempt this 23 if they choose to do so. In the meantime, I do want to take a quick look at Liquid, because Liquid is in that flat gate in the plus 20, and we talked about the 2 chest potential here that none of the other teams managed to actually realize, but it was like 6 seconds off or something like that for Mandatory, so we know it technically is possible. But Liquid on Swamp Face now with the 40% left and only like 6 minutes on the board, I think it's not going to be working out for them either.
Yeah, so Mandatory had a 20-27 Swamp Face split. Liquid are going to be slower than that. I mean, they have 2 deaths on the board as well. I think Liquid are not going to come particularly close to that 2 chest timer. I think Mandatory are probably going to be the team that came the closest to it across this entire weekend.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think no 2 chests here for Liquid either. But I guess that doesn't necessarily mean anything, because we still don't know if the 22 is even possible in the flat gate, as no one even attempted it just yet. We'd have to see that a little bit later. In the meantime, Holy Method now down to 40% on their 23. Is there a potential for a world record here for Holy Method? The fastest 23 we have seen is still from Identity from their regional finals, and it's 33:11. So they look like they're going to be faster, potentially.
It could be, yeah. They have a minute and a half to do that. That's also a pretty similar timer. Liquid had a 33:19, so 8 seconds slower than that world record earlier today. Holy Method, a little bit over a minute to still make that happen and claim the world record tag here. So it's going to probably require a good jump on the final double technique here, which should be coming out fairly soon. Looks like Holy Method are standing by this triangle portal, and they're going to actually have to take it late here. Ooh, this is a little bit ugly. triangle late, and then they have to take triangle back, and then they have to take square and land their kicks here. So that is going to cost them some time. They were kind of trying to wait for that double technique and hope for good RNG on Soasmi, ideally only jumping one quadrant over to the right. At least she didn't jump to the fourth quadrant there, which would be that quadrant behind and to the left of our camera right now, which would have required even one more jump.
Yeah, it could have been even worse. I always have to look at the positive side.
Always could be worse.
But they might still be able to beat that world record. So 33:11 is what we're trying to beat here. And it looks like the boss is dropping quite fast here. So I think they might be able to have it. It's going to be a bit close. But potentially Holy Method putting up another world record. They already have that one in the Arakara. And now they might be getting another one.
They're going to commit here, too. So, no, they're not. They're going to take the last portal. Okay. And the boss is going to jump back over for the double technique, but it's a close jump. And that should be enough for them to be able to get to it. 33:11. 33:11.5. All right, we have to go down to milliseconds here. Holy Method, it looks like, might have it here by a handful of milliseconds.
Yeah, I think they are 0.3 seconds faster, if I'm seeing this correctly in our board here. We still have to confirm it, I guess, by production, but I think they literally might have gotten the world record by 0.3.
Yes, I am looking at the timers as well, and I believe you are correct. Holy Method, 33:11.57, whereas Identity in the Chinese group finals had a 33:11.83. So
wow.
It's actually less than 0.3. It's 0.24 seconds faster, or hold on, 0.25 seconds faster than Identity were in the group weekends. But you know what? That was Identity's timer in the group weekend. Identity have just started up the 23 here in the global finals, so they will have a chance to reclaim the world record tag in this dungeon. They only have to be half a second faster than they were in the group weekend.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. And I mean, they did have some issues in the 22 now, but maybe that's what they needed to do, like just get those issues out of the way, and now they can fully lock in on the 23. As Liquid, unfortunately, wipes at the end. Okay, they don't. This is a failed skip. They can still do this, right? It's the 20. We talked about this earlier. They are not close to the +2, but the 20, just to do it in time, they have a lot of leeway, right? So failing the skip here and having those 4 deaths, actually not the end of the world, because they will still have enough time to do this. This is sketchy though, yeah. Like this can definitely not happen on a higher key level.
Is it a failed skip? They started behind those mobs. They ended in front of those mobs. Yes, 4 deaths were involved, but they did skip the mobs. So I don't want to say a failed skip. I want to say a suspicious skip, but a skip nonetheless. A successful skip. a Pyrrhic victory, even, to bust out a vocab word. But yeah, well played by Liquid, ? Hopefully something that they aren't going to have happen to them. But we've seen those jump starters be so nasty to skip. Liquid are by no means the only team to have deaths on that skip. 4 is a lot of deaths, but those mobs are so lethal. And if you don't get the skip done as quickly as possible, you get those extra ticks, and it's very easy to accidentally get combat. Really important for Liquid, though, that their healer was the one that was safe and was able to get through and land the mass res. So they were able to stabilize that. We are going to look in at Identity working on the first boss here of the streets, though. So for some split information on the first boss, Holy Method killed the first boss after 6:32 in their 23. Identity were able to do it in 6:25 in the group weekend. So the question is, which of those timers are they going to be closer to here? Are they going to be fast, or are they going to be slow? 45% still to chew through on this boss, and they have about a minute and a half to be on pace with those previous world record runs. A death does come out for their DK, so that's going to hurt their timer. Maybe they can still time this key, though, even with the death.
Yeah, it's very possible they can still time the 23, as Holy Method also had a death on their 23 run just now. I did notice something interesting, though. So Holy Method is now on their second break of the day. And we're not like that far in. Like usually the way teams take their breaks is they take one a little bit at the start and then they'll play. And then at the end of when they're allowed to take their break, they'll take that second one, right? To discuss what they're going to do for the end of the day, kind of look at what the other teams are doing and so on, right? But Holy Method, one thing that is interesting about this break is they still have a pretty easy key left to do, and that's the 21 floodgate. I don't want to say that the 21 floodgate is necessarily like super easy, right? But that's not a key that we haven't seen yet. That's not a key where they would have to show any kind of like strategies, at least as far as we know. And it's also kind of strange that they did the 20 first and then did not do the 21. We do have a full wipe here, unfortunately, for Identity at the end of Sophex here. And miscount! Oh no! Miscount actually also having a full wipe coming through 13 minutes in their run here in the 23. So a little bit of a bigger time loss here for Miscount compared to what we see for Identity. Identity just wiped in the first boss, but yeah, Miscount unfortunately wiping on Grand Menagerie.
You know, I feel like it's kind of unusual that we cut to Miscount and it's like, oh, there's a full wipe. I've just gotten so used to them just flawlessly excelling at so many dungeons this season. But it happens to everybody. You just reset, you figure out what you can do, right? And we are going to reset on the desk as well. Dratnos, you are excused. You may be excused.
All right, see you guys later.
We'll see ya. And Makes is going to be joining us for the first time today. We are very excited to hear your thoughts on how day 2 has been panning out. So, how is it treating you so far? Are things kind of playing out the way you imagined that they might, Makes?
Okay, listen, here is my hope that I had going into today. With 5 dungeons in our tournament and 6 teams in our tournament, there is mathematically no way that we'll have one world record on each team, but we are getting pretty close to having one across the board. So all 5 dungeons spread out. Now, some teams are currently hogging some of the records. You know, Holy Method sitting on 2, Miscount sitting on 2. I think we can share. I think they can give one up to Identity, Mandatory, and Anti. And honestly, I think that's like the best iteration of the MDI we have ever seen. It's been an absolute treat to see how our teams have been doing so well. And I was kind of fangirling earlier because I was hoping the Straits would be a final dungeon, because I still feel, even though we had it so many times, the strats are not all solved in there yet. And I mean, the teams agree. So many cool things have been happening with so far, which is notably a mob people usually don't like. But today, I'm full of love for so far.
Yeah, and it's so cool as well, because during the group stage, we talked about Streets being a dungeon that in the past, like when it was the first iteration of Streets, we saw so many like cool strategies from the teams where we saw the healer go off to do the RP while everyone else went to the menagerie and like pulled trash over there, and it was all kind of like all over the place. And then they changed the dungeon this time around, and none of that was really possible anymore. And they also changed the enemy forces that you need in a dungeon to such an extent that we kind of thought that there's not too much innovation you can really come up with in Streets. But usually the dungeons that are the most like, that seem the most like fixed are the dungeons where the teams come up with the craziest strategy to find like a small little advantage here and there. So that's really cool to see that is coming out from in the global finals here and seeing all of these different strategies.
So let me ask you this, Caro. Do you think there's a world where at the end of today we'll see our world records be spread out even more than now? Or do you think it's the opposite, where one team will have like 4 of them?
I do think it's going to be spread out. I don't quite think that we're going to see a world record everywhere. I do think there's going to be some teams that will be hogging more than one. But it is very cool to see all of those world records. Like, that is amazing.
It's incredible. And I mean, we're going to add one more for tomorrow, but of course, not all of our teams are going to make it there. And like Rook was mentioning, you know, I have a little bit of a later shift today. We are actually quite close to the final moments already. Of course, there's still a little bit in the day, but it's starting to get to a point where you're looking at teams like Anti, who obviously are working on their flood right now, so they're currently kind of fake behind on the overall score with like, you're looking at them, you're like 88 score, everybody else has like 108. What have they been doing? No, they just haven't been in the floodgate yet. Don't worry, they'll go up to 108 right after this dungeon finishes here for them as well. Unfortunately, also not going to be a dungeon where they'll be able to unlock that 20 plus 2. You know, it's very elusive. We've been talking about whether or not it would be possible. It looked like Mandatory could have done it over by just a couple of seconds, but with that, that'll be our last team to put that 20 on the board, and no one will have that 20 plus 2.
It's actually so crazy to see as well that no one is going to put up the +2 because of how close the teams are. Like, even Anti, if you look at them, they have 5 deaths, and they still have a minute left, and the boss is on 70%. Like, if they didn't have the deaths, they also would have been able to get the +2. So, like, all the teams were close, but didn't quite manage to get it done, which we still don't even know if this is relevant because none of the teams tried to do the 22 yet. So we don't really know if that's even a thing or if it's even relevant.
Well, I'm going to determine that it will be relevant. I'm just going to say it, you know?
All right.
We'll see these teams. I don't know if it's doable, but I promise you we're going to see teams in a 22 floodgate. That's what I'm going to say. They'll try, even if they think that that's not something they've done in practice before, or even if it's like a really bad conversion percentage, or it's like, oh, you know, we've done this dungeon once before, but it was like 1 of 10 tries. I think we're going to reach that point eventually in this tournament where teams will feel forced to go for any point that they can possibly find for themselves, which I love. I think there's nothing better than that. I think it's so cool when we see the actual progress keys come out of our teams.
I do have a question though. Like, what do you think of Holy Method's second break? Like, do you think it means anything? Do you think, like...
You mean the 109-minute break?
No, because they took one 10-minute break earlier, right? And now they took their second 10 minutes, which seems to be very early in the day. And, you know, why don't they do the 21 floodgate first and then take the break? Like, what? It feels a bit of a strange timing.
They're unhappy that they're not spacing their breaks out further. I understand.
Yeah, because usually you would like strategic breaks at the end to see what the other teams are doing and to kind of consider your options, right? Like, it seems a bit early. Not sure why.
So it's probably because Gingy's hitting the gym again. Like, yeah, you know, he probably did like 3 sets and then he took a break, which is like he played a little bit of MDI. Oh, death for Auntie. And now he has to do his next round of sets, man. It's just, you know, you gotta keep the pump going in game and IRL. Stay healthy, gamers. You know,
has to do those bench presses. You know, it's who else is gonna do that, right? Makes sense.
But genuinely, it is a little bit surprising to take those breaks that early, but it could literally be anything, right? It could be that somebody is just like, oh, guys, I forgot to grab a snack in our last break. Like, can we break a little earlier or whatever? Like, I don't know. I'm just making stuff up as we go. It could be possible.
I also want to say something, like, I don't know why I didn't really, like, see this before, and I'm not sure if like, Stratos talked about it earlier or not, but Anti-Clockwise playing the Demon Hunter in here in this floodgate, right? We've seen the Demon Hunter play before, but I don't think any of the other teams is playing Demon Hunter in floodgate. I think everyone is playing the Shaman. So that is an interesting choice here by Anti, actually. And they're also really fast. Like, yes, they had the 6 deaths on the board, but they are still incredibly fast. So they might even have the fastest floodgate. So maybe the Demon Hunter is like the special tech that Anti is putting up here.
So Nezro actually used to raid in Aversion, which I don't know how many people remember Aversion. The German viewers might. They used to be a guild that also pushed for that world first. Not necessarily first place, second place, but they were often like in that upper echelon of like top 10, top 12 guilds. And he played a lot of DK Demon Hunter. Now, I don't know what he plays these days, if just a Demon Hunter is his comfort pick, if he likes to play it as much. It could be possible, right? There's always a situation where you're like, you know, I am actually that one person that plays Demon Hunter better than most people, and I know if I play it, I'll be on par with some of the other classes like that Shaman. Or it could just be that they looked at these bosses, and arguably, Floodgate is a dungeon where you often have, like, similar to Halls or Aura, a big HP target that you can surround by lots of small targets, like you're seeing in the bottom right corner here as well. And so that is where that Demon Hunter is going to shine with beautiful funnel damage. So I definitely see it as a class that could do well here in the Floodgates, and I mean, I think Anti are showing it.
Yeah, very cool to see some variation here in comms between the teams, even in the global final on the second day here. So we'll see how Anti is going to be competing in this 21. This is also a dungeon where there is the potential to get a world record in, right? So we might be getting closer to those world records being spread out across the teams if Anti gets this 21 done, and potentially also maybe, like, I think their strategy is really fast. We've just seen it in a 20. So if they manage to do a 21 now without the deaths that they had in a 20, I do think there's a potential for them to grab that world first.
They definitely have sped up since the last time we saw them in the floodgate. So I'm hopeful. With Antti, you know, I was so happy yesterday when we started our tournament day and they came into the Arakawa and they had the fastest 22 Arakawa and they just looked so good. But it all came at the cost of not going into the 23, which by now we of course know a lot of our teams were able to convert. So I think Antti probably focused in their practice a lot on having fast keys, which is always good. But maybe they didn't push boundaries as much as some of the other teams when it comes to converting that mystical +1 world record key that hasn't been seen before. And I think they can, based on their timers, right? I think they're definitely a team that has the potential, but it might just be that they prioritize a little bit different. Maybe we're like, oh, there's no way somebody's going to do that key +1. And then, you know, you're going to see like Liquid, Miscount, Mandatory, Holy Method zone into those dungeons. You're like, what the hell? Like, nobody told us?
Potentially. We do see.
I'm making this up, of course. I need to say for the record, I have not spoken to these players. This is just theory crafting, but I could see it.
I see the fakes as secret sources. All right.
Not gonna reveal anything.
All right, well, let's take a look at Miscount here, as this was actually the point where Miscount had a full wipe in their first attempt of this 23 here. So hopefully this is not going to happen to them again. I do believe it was like a combo of getting the pull in with the circles at the same time, and maybe getting pulled into a circle, getting pulled into orbs. Lots of things can happen in this boss, but this time around they are looking a little bit more solid. And Liquid also in that 21 Floodgate, the same as Antti. So both Liquid and Antti actually having a pretty similar approach to the day. Both of them going to streets first, getting the 20+2, doing the 22, and then doing the 23 afterwards, and then moving into the Floodgate. So now both of them are kind of working as 21. We'll see if either or both of the teams even manage to one-shot the 21 Floodgate. That would, honestly, even for Antti, I think that's something that they really need. It's not just something that would be good. I think they really kind of need to be able to one-shot this, because they're a team that has to catch up quite a bit from yesterday, right? To the top teams if they want to get eliminated today. Because it's not, like, unfortunately for Antti, even though they have been playing well today, they really did, the other teams did too. Because they don't have the same score coming into today, that is not good for them. They have to play really well and even better than the other teams to be able to not get eliminated today.
So I don't know if you can hear that, but like faintly in the distance, I hear Dratnos yelling something about campers and bears. So unfortunately, Antti is looking like maybe they're not our fastest camper, unfortunately. So they will need to find a way, right? That is their task for today. But at the same time, there's two more teams who find themselves in a similar position. So after Antti just timed this 20, there are two teams that are sitting pretty much at the same spot. One is Identity, also on 108 points. They're currently working on getting that Streets pushed up, 108 points. They're currently working on getting that Streets pushed up. Now, we know, of course, from the CN region that Identity were the first that kind of showed that so far attack with the triple Oasis trash into Lust. So their route in the Streets is good, and we know that they can do the 23, which is great. Mandatory, however, are sitting on 107 points as of right now, but Antti are having some trouble here. Several deaths, 6 minutes lost for them, as they're going to need to restart this 21.
Yeah, we talked about the Demon Hunter being a potentially like secret kind of choice for them here, but then Nestra going down twice in a row, not having a second battle rest to get him back up.
That has nothing to do with the spec, though.
It might be.
Just an oopsie.
Like, no, but it might be because you're a melee, right? Like, that's always something to... But, we do see another death here for Identity on their 23. I want to say another, like, from what we've just seen, but this is their first death for this run. So Identity is still looking very strong here, as they have a Battle Rush available, of course. But yeah, maybe like sometimes having that melee player can be problematic. Of course, DK is also melee, but DK, has a lot of tools to be able to survive some of these things that being in melee range throws at you. But Identity having some trouble as they're getting hit by a bunch of orbs here, dropping incredibly low.
Well, there are a lot of orbs everywhere, which, you often drag Acolyte to one of the corners. The corner Identity has chosen is not the best 90-degree angle. So there's a lot of orbs that are currently being sent into the room that usually... Well, it's probably like a 145 angle, which probably... Mathematically, I had to ask Dratnos on this.
We're like an edge to the corner.
It counts as a corner, yeah. So they're definitely getting a lot more orbs due to this, but it's probably the spot that they practice in, so hopefully that shouldn't give them some issues. For Anti, like you're mentioning, of course, any restart at this point is not good, right? They're already on one of our lower points here. We're eliminating 2 teams. They cannot afford to have many do-overs, but thankfully, it was only a 6-minute loss for them here, so I don't think that's as bad. Sometimes there are just scenarios where maybe you're losing a brain global, maybe something is happening that has never happened before, and unfortunately that just means you go down. Or Anti, this time it was their Demon Hunter that had a little bit of an oopsie there, but I wouldn't count too much on that and say like melee, but unless you're of course saying melee is way harder than ranged, then I would agree.
No comment. Moving on. So I did want to mention that we're on like this midway kind of point, right? We are 2.5 hours into the tournament. There's 2.5 hours left of the day, and when you came in and you talked about the fact that we're gonna have 2 teams eliminated, and we just kind of focus on that, and I was like, wow, wait, you're right. Like, it's crazy to me. There's some teams. Oh, we do see Yonsei go down for Anti as well. Okay, this is again like early in the key, but still, like it's crazy to me to think about the fact that 2 of these teams are gonna get eliminated. Like, because all of the teams that we are seeing on the screen, they're playing so incredibly well. All of these teams are gonna be putting up key levels that we have not even seen in the group stage, or we have seen in the group stage, but not as fast. So that's just crazy that we're gonna see 2 teams having to like leave the competition today.
Hold on, I'm seeing something that is making me suspicious. Identity is in fight with Commander so far. Now, this is not the route we saw in the CN group weekend from them.
It's just the Overseer, right?
Okay, hold on. It's just the Overseer.
Okay.
Yeah, I only saw the mini model and I was like, huh?
Yeah,
that's not their
model.
strat. He's maybe like an inch shorter. I'm adapting to the US audience since we're both European casters.
What is an inch? I don't know.
Like 3 centimeters.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ironically, that's also like the height difference between you and I in real life, right? So it's like...
That's true. Yeah, you're very short. Identity is now on their way to grab all of this trash, and this is where the lust comes in. So we've been talking about this esteemed Identity tech the entire time. Now you're actually going to get to see it. So they're getting everything together here. They just finished a Postmaster trash. And keep in mind, they haven't done so far yet. That was the one thing I didn't like about their strat, because they end up doing so far and, 1 death. And one of the Peacekeepers at the very end right before So Asmi. So that is what I didn't like about their route, but this pull in itself is super cool. They kite so much of the trash from the mailroom over here. They finish up this entire event super, super quickly. And I mean, they were really fast in their 23 in the CN Cup.
Yeah, they were incredibly fast, so they might potentially get back that world record that was snuck from them from, it was Holy Method, right? That took the 23, yes. So we're gonna have to see if Identity is gonna be able to get that back in just a moment. But yeah, there it is. There's that trash pack that has been done. Now we're gonna see their tank walk back and to gather some more trash that they're pulling into that Oasis room in just a moment. There it is. Not Liquid actually having a death there on their 21 Floodgate Big Mama pool, but thankfully we're able to get their shaman back up. Boomy dying to that sonic boom. And anti-clockwise having to reset their dungeon again. Oh, this is just not good for Anti. Oh no.
Okay, we're starting to get in a position where those resets are not okay anymore, right? I was saying like, it's only 6 minutes, it's only 1 minute. Those are starting to add up. That's how math works. And so that's not good for Anti. They need to get this run on the board, and they need to get it on the board soon. They have a lot in front of them for the rest of the day, and it's only going to be an uphill battle from here on out. Stuff like that 23 Arakara that we were talking about, that 23 Halls of Atonement that we were talking about. Those dungeons are incredibly difficult, and they will need a couple of do-overs to get those done, especially if that was not something they practiced too much coming into this tournament. So, Anti, I'm looking. I know you got it, but you got to get this dungeon on the board. Hopefully from here on out, they're going to be fine. But looking at our big screen, Mandatory working away on getting this 22 on the board. And this is another team that I don't know how to feel about. You know, I watched their cup. They didn't look like they normally look in their cup. I had a couple of talks with them. They said, nah, we think we figured it out. We think we solved the issues that we had in the cup. But right now, they are not playing on the same caliber as some of our other teams here. They don't have a single world record key, for instance. So either they're waiting to just go back to back into those very high keys, or it is starting to get dicey for Mandatory. They need to put them on the board.
Yeah, it's insane to say this, but I do think that there is a chance that Mandatory even would be a team that gets eliminated today. They did now get the 22 done, which means that they're now up to 109 points, which puts them above Identity for a moment here. But Identity is working away in this 23 key right now, and once they time this 23 key, Identity is going to be moving up, and I think they might be moving ahead of Mandatory because of the tiebreaker. So if Identity times this, that means that Anti and Mandatory are the bottom two teams, at least for that moment.
Yeah. Now, of course, like you mentioned, it's halfway in the tournament day. So there's still some more hours for teams to get those dungeons done. At the same time, we are reaching a point where any dungeon that you haven't done yet is one of the dungeons that currently are holding world record tags, right? So those are not easy dungeons, like I said before. Those are dungeons that will probably need a couple of do-overs to get that super clean run. Those are dungeons where you can't afford a death, where you can't afford to have anything go wrong, and like you're pulling sequence, unfortunate patrols in some of them. So it's a lot that maybe is susceptible to a little bit of randomness, and hopefully it all goes well for our teams. And if you think about it, 2.5 hours are essentially like 5 dungeon runs, right? So that's 5 dungeons you need to do for our teams here if they want to get another point here. I do think the max cap for today is going to sit at like one... what do I think it's going to sit at? Okay, hold on. Let's take a look. So we, of course, know that the 23s have been done in the Arakara and in the Halls of Atonement. So those are, I think they're locked. Do you think they go any higher?
I don't think so. At least not today.
Okay, so I'm gonna do some math. They didn't allow me to, but we're gonna do it regardless. Now we know that 22 is possible in the Priory. We know that 23 is possible in the Streets. And we know that 21 is possible in the Floodgate. Now that puts you on 112 if you do all of those dungeons. The big question is, can that Streets and that Floodgate go one higher? That would put you at a maximum of 115 points, which I think is already very unlikely looking at... Oh yeah, see, this is why you're here.
It's fine.
This is already one of the things where I'm like, I'm not sure. Is it possible? Is it 24 Streets even possible?
I don't know.
I would think our teams are going to be sitting on like 112 at least. Like the upper teams, probably 113. I don't know if 114 is possible.
So I think 112 is kind of a score you actually have to look for to be able to not get eliminated, which is crazy to say, but I think it's true. I think the top 4 teams are going to be at least 112. And I think 113 is definitely something that is doable. But I do think it's not easy. Like, it requires, as you said, either a 22 floodgate, which we haven't seen before. We don't really know if it's possible or not, but it seems to be likely. And then it's a 24 streets that might or might not be possible. But honestly, to me, the 24 streets seems a lot more unlikely than a 22 floodgate, just because of the timers we've seen so far in the 23 are close. Like, it definitely does not seem like there's enough time left for if you just do the math between the 23 and the 24, right? Because obviously you can't math it out perfectly, but you have the extra amount of HP that the mobs have in the 24. Just, it needs some extra time that you need to have left on the 23 for it to even be doable at all from a time perspective. Not to mention the fact that on the 24, everything does an insane amount of damage to you as well, and you somehow have to survive it too.
Yeah, it's crazy. So you do have 2.5 hours for our teams. Hold on, I gotta look at this again. So our lowest teams are sitting at 108 points. If we think 114 is the max, then if we include an overtime run, it's still possible, just in terms of time calculation for them to get there. However, that hinges on the fact that they're doing 2 world record keys we haven't seen yet in a one-tap try. Just highly unlikely. Expert analysis. Let me level with you here, chat. Highly unlikely. But it would be cool. I'd be down to see it.
Oh, me too. I do want to take a look at missed count, though, for a second. Because missed count is approaching, like, the end of their 23. And they've been looking pretty strong after having to reset this key once after, like, 14, 15 minutes. So it was a decent amount of time lost for them here. But now they're looking pretty good. They are now fighting as Sogron, and they've done Mailroom Mayhem first, which is something we've also seen Holy Method do, which means that the splits can actually be compared pretty nicely here for them, because so far Holy Method, of course, holding that world record for the 23, and Holy Method split for Mailroom Mayhem was 22:49, which was 8 seconds slower than Miscount, and for Mises Oasis it's 27:42, which it definitely looks like Miscount is a lot under, not just a little bit. They might even be more than a minute faster than Holy Method here.
You think?
I think so, yeah. A
minute? Okay.
For the Mises
I think
Oasis.
like half a minute, probably.
It's 27:42 is
yeah.
And so
a minute
down
would
to
mean
33%.
they kill this boss in the next 30 seconds, you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right,
Search is
all right.
running. RSJX is pumping.
Yeah, just press your buttons. What do you mean?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why you're doubting them.
Okay. I'm not. Maybe you're right. Listen, the boss is melting. You actually might be. Okay, maybe I'm just not a believer.
They still have to get the trash, though, right?
I got influenced by Tuttle's hate-watching crystals, I think.
So Holy Method did have 100% enemy force here and did just immediately move up to Suasmi. And Miscount has to do something here. So that might be the difference that like, close to a minute that they are faster here in Mises Oasis.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on them and see how they move on from here. But a team that has already moved on from the Postmaster, or is doing that right now, is Identity. So they're getting close to the pull that I don't like in their route. I love their route other than this, but we're going to be doing so far with one single mob next. And it's cool because it allows you to already start DRP. That's awesome. What's not cool about it is you're fighting so far in one mob and it just takes some time, but checking in with Mandatory, emote going down to a beam in this replay, and then it all goes wrong. They're restarting this key. You can actually see Mandatory IRL on the right-hand side there, but let's have a look.
Oh, no. That's a
they're really far in the run, but that's a skip. It's just a failed skip. Maybe they can recover. No, we don't know.
Okay, so their healer's alive, so Sevi's alive. Okay, they have to be fast, I think. We get the full res up here for Liquid, as we have the replay come through. So Wolf Disco goes down to the damage from the skip here, and it looks like the other members are just like slowly fall. Oh no, this wasn't even a skip. So Wolf Disco dies on the previous pull, They have the rest. Oh, they're skipping this whole area. All right, now I
This
understand.
is a skip. Yeah.
They're
They
doing
have
the triple
trash,
jump
so they're
starter
skipping
skip.
everything.
All right, so they have Wolf Disco go down early, which was part of their skip. They somehow managed to recover the skip still by having Yips run through, and Savvy was already there in the room. Okay, that's actually really cool. If they can still time this, that would be incredible. Because
I think they can.
Being able
they have
to...
like 5 minutes.
I don't think they
You
have
don't
5
think that's
minutes.
good enough?
I don't think
when
they had
they rest, they were on like 4:50. So maybe 4:30 if we're being generous. I think that should still possibly be enough.
I'm not sure.
We'll see. Oh, so now who's not believing now, huh?
I'm checking. All right, so I think our Diesel Gigasep splits that we have are a little bit off because it all says like 6 minutes 27, which I don't think that's the proper split or the proper amount of time it took them to kill a boss.
So they are one of the teams that use Lust on Giesel Gigazap, which is why they already have melted this boss down to 68% within 1 minute 15. And now they still have 3.5 minutes to go. And I think they're going to be on the good end of this. But at the same time, with those 6 deaths and only 1 Batterus available, they need to be very careful from here on out. Every single death could be the determining factor between timing this key and not timing it. It's by no means an easy time.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be doing a lot of damage here. 3 minutes left, the boss is down to 57. I do also think it is possible for them, but yeah, definitely can't have any mistakes, and they'd have to be pumping those damage numbers, so we're gonna keep an eye on them. As unfortunately, Anti has another death on one of their Calpuls here. Jettison just taking out Robin, having to release actually, so they're gonna have to play without their healer here for just a moment until Robin is back. And they're trying to recover. They're up to 2 deaths now, so I do think they can still do this 21 floodgate, but definitely can't have too much happen anymore for them. And Miscount, now at the end of their run. 40% Soasmi. The timer to beat for the world record is, let me double check.
33:11. Now, don't ask me about the milliseconds. I don't know milliseconds. I only know 33:11. Both of our teams, yeah.
True, good point. So they're gonna be beating this, right? I think so. Like they're looking really good.
So they're gonna get another port for sure. That will take some time. So Asmi is one of these bosses where you look at it and you think like, yeah, this boss is pretty low. And then suddenly Asmi goes on an adventure and takes you with her, and you're like, oh!
I thought we got hit by Ashuri here, but it was just
it
a
looked
dot
like
that
it,
took
yeah.
them so low, yeah.
Okay, we're getting a little bit here, but it's fine. Back with the group, get some heals now. So this is our port. Double technique
Surge
is now coming in.
Killer
I think you're
and
right.
breath.
I think they're going to be faster.
Yeah, they're gonna melt the boss
They have,
now.
like,
They had a
2 minutes
lot of
from
cooldowns
here.
that they're pressing here.
Whoa.
Even Yargi's cooldowns are coming up here. So like triple CDs for all of the damage dealers coming out here, and they have some time before the boss ports again. So they might be able to finish this as another Shuricast is coming out here. Boss is for sure melting. And again, 33:11 is what they have to beat. And the boss is already down to 4%. They're committing even. They're moving the boss to the side and full on committing to this.
Okay, I love this. It's greedy, it's scary,
Wow.
it's dangerous, but it's worth it.
Oh my
Miscount
God.
getting a world record in this 23. Does it hold though? Another team is in this dungeon. However, they're already at 32 minutes and they still have a little bit to get through. So I think it does hold for Miscount.
It definitely holds. They already passed the timer that Miscount has.
Yep.
31:51. That's absolutely insane, actually. That's 1 minute and 20 seconds faster than what the previous world record was from both Holy Method and Identity. So absolutely incredible speed here by Miscount. This is interesting now, because if the 23 is the highest key level we see in the streets, which I think is pretty likely, then that would be so good for Miscount when it comes to a time tiebreaker, which I believe time tiebreakers actually are not completely unlikely to happen for even the winner, right? Like it's very possible that tomorrow at the end of the day, we have a bunch of teams in first, second, third place with the same score. Because we're starting such high key levels, it's very possible that we see multiple teams with the same high key levels. And having a minute faster run in one of those highest key levels that are on the board, that is super strong for Miscount. Like that might mean that they can be slower in the other dungeons by like a couple of seconds here and there, And that is like 1 minute, 10 seconds. Like, that's just absolutely crazy. I think this is gonna be incredible for them.
I think so too, but let me sell you on another dream, as Miscount has claimed their third world record tag here. With how fast they are, technically.
No, I don't think
the 24 might be possible. Come on, Agora.
No, I don't think it's enough time.
At least let me sell it. Hello. That's just crazy.
I really
they
don't
had a
think so.
death, you know? I think in a perfect run, Miscount could do it. I think they can.
Well,
But
I would love to
be
see
the
them
only
attempt
team
it.
to do it.
I would love to see them attempt it for sure. But that would definitely be something
Crazy.
that, if they attempt it, I think it would be something they try tomorrow, right? Because we can see them right now in that 23 Arakara, they still have to do. Have to. But we've seen 2 out of the other teams do the 23, and Miscount didn't do it just yet. So we'll see if they can get it done. That would be another world record they could snack from the other teams, right? That would be a possibility. We're gonna have to see how fast their route is here in this era, though.
So, I'm going to ask the people who know everything, which is of course not the casters or production. I'm going to ask chat. Chat, based on this Miscount run that we just saw there, do you think the 24 will be done this weekend? Maybe not today, but this weekend. Do you think we're going to see it? I say yes. Nagura, the doubt there, she says no. But surely chat knows best, right? I'm going to rely on them.
I do think, of course, chat knows best, but we do see Holy Method here about to finish off that 21 floodgate. Let's see what the world record is here to beat. Of course, 21 is still the highest key we have seen in this floodgate, which means another world record to potentially get. Miscount is the fastest team so far with 29.01, which means Holy Method is not faster than Miscount here, but still very strong showing here for Holy Method, being able to one-shot this 21, right? I think they did not wipe here once, which is incredible.
Well, speaking of wiping, here's a wipe for you. It doesn't happen very often, but every now and then, gods can bleed. Miscount having a little bit of a reset here at the beginning of a very heavy key, that 23 Arakara, and votes are in, Nagura. Chat says yes, possible, 100%. Yes, well, Crystal say yes.
There it is.
You heard it here first.
Well, I guess we'll see it then. Yeah.
I'll remind you of it once we get there, but checking in with a team that also needs to put those runs on the board, mandatory. So we've already seen from a bunch of our other teams that they have put that 23 on the board. It is only mandatory that haven't done so yet, and I'm actually quite curious how their pathing through the dungeon is going to look like in this 23, if they're going to do anything differently. I really, really love the way we saw Holy Method and Miscount go through it, just because I think it's very valuable to A, be able to start the So Ask Me RP, and B, put so far into a big trash pull. I just love that. I think it's very, very efficient and dangerously scary, but entertaining. So hopefully we'll see something like that from mandatory.
Yeah, hopefully we do. We do see another reset coming through here for Miscount, but not too surprising at all to see 23 Arakara resets at the start. That is very normal, so nothing to worry about there, at least not too much, until it starts happening for an hour. Then we're going to be worried about that. Looks like Holy Method also decided where to go next, which is not surprising. They haven't done that 22 Priory that we have seen both Liquid and Miscount do yesterday. So now Holy Method is trying to replicate what those two teams did and time this key, which would put them up to 112, which would be one of those scores that we said is almost required to be able to not get eliminated today. And Miscount as well, working on their 23 Arakara that Holy Method in return has done yesterday, which also would put them up to 112. So both Holy Method and Miscount looking incredibly strong today.
Yeah, it's interesting because all of our top 3 teams that are currently holding those world record tags still need one of those dungeons. So, like you're mentioning, Holy Method needs the 22 Priory, Miscount needs the 23 Arakara, and Liquid needs the 23 Halls of Atonement. The dungeons I just called out were always done by the other 2 teams in that trio, and not by many other teams in the list down below. So, for example, only Mandatory was able to do that 23 Halls of Atonement, but they have neither the 23 Arakara nor the 22 Priory. So, lots of work for them yet to come. And speaking of lots of work, we're checking back in with Antti. They had a couple of resets in this dungeon. One 6 minutes in, a couple at the start here as well. We're really hoping for them to be able to slam this dungeon just so that in terms of overall time management, they have enough time in the day to maybe catch back up to that upper echelon of our competition. And we're going to be seeing if they can do it this time around. Robin, taking a little bit of a detour here, but it's all good. We found our way back.
Yeah, Antti definitely has to get this done now. Antti currently the lowest scored team at 108, right? And then we have two teams that are only 1 point above, though. So Mandatory and Identity, both of them are at 109. So I do still think there's quite a big chance for Antti to still make it out of this elimination range. But I do think at this point, I think it requires Antti to play really well from here on out. And I think in addition, it also requires Mandatory or Identity to not really get one of those keys done that they're trying to work on right now. Obviously, that is difficult because both Identity and Mandatory are really good teams, but it's for sure possible. We've seen all of these teams that are competing today wipe in certain dungeons for like hours. Holy Method, for example, they're now up to 111 score and they're looking really strong, but yesterday, they wiped quite a lot on this 21 Priory, which means that they could also just spend the rest of the day in this 22 Priory and not time it. That is definitely very possible. Same goes for the other teams, right? We've seen Liquid struggle in some keys. We've seen, I want to say we've seen Miscount struggle, but we kind of haven't. So I'm not going to make things up. Miscount just has been really consistent.
That's true. They have been. And we are getting an interesting point there that I'm sure, especially Mathnos wants to talk about later on, but I'll just quickly mention it as we are on the conversation of who needs what. Liquid actually needs to be a little bit faster than what we've been seeing from them, as we do get a reset from Holy Method in the upper right corner. So right now, their timer is a little bit inflated because they haven't done their 23, as we were calling out. But they are for sure faster slower on the overall timers in these dungeons than Holy Method and Miscount both. So they might need to rerun some dungeons for faster timer, as Mandatory does have a death here. But they do have a rest as well, so it should all be fine.
Yeah, we haven't fully focused on how fast these teams are in the highest key levels, right? We've been so surprised by the sheer amount of key levels they can do, going +1 on all of these dungeons has been amazing, and seeing all of these world records. But we haven't focused too much about on the timer that they get these dungeons done with, right? Just doing a 23 halls or a 23 Arakara or 22 Priory, that might not be good enough. You might have to do those key levels and do them quickly as well, which if we get to this stage, if the tiebreakers do matter, then maybe potentially Liquid will have a little bit of an issue, because yeah, I think Liquid has been incredibly consistent, and they're one of those teams that surprised me a lot. And yesterday they were just blasting through these keys, kind of flying under the radar, as I said in the pre-show, just kind of doing all of these key levels without wiping too much, but also not doing anything super fast or super flashy, right? And that might actually come back to bite them maybe tomorrow or also later today if we talk about those tiebreakers.
Yeah, exactly. We will need to keep an eye on that. In the meantime, Holy Method is back in their run, and Mandatory are currently using their Lust. Now, is that so far? Because it does look like so far, and it looks like they're just playing so far with a Peacekeeper here, and that is where their Lust is going. Now, I don't know how to feel about this. I'm not
just
feeling
gonna
pretty
say I
great
don't like
about it. Yeah, I don't think I like it either. I was really hoping they would have a good cook, so far into Mailroom Lust, or Mailroom into Oasis Lust, or something like those things we've seen, or so far Snap, but this is a little bit underwhelming. We'll see if the timer proves them right and proves us wrong, or if Mandatory are going to be a little bit tighter on that timer than some of the other teams.
We will be keeping an eye on it. It's wild seeing these runs as we're starting to actually see things settle a bit today, and where those teams can try to make up that time, set themselves up for good positions tomorrow, just like you were both talking about. But for right now, Nagura, we're going to let you off the desk for a bit, and we will see you tomorrow for the finals.
Yeah, I'm excited. Have a nice rest of the day. Have fun.
Bye. And we're getting Zyro in. Zyro, welcome back to the desk. So teams are having to determine right now what their final keys will be, how much they can accomplish in the next 2 hours before we hit those overtime runs. But where do you think that our teams need to focus their attention to make the most of the rest of today?
So we kind of have the remainder of the teams, the 6 teams, kind of broken up into 2 groups of 3, right? Looking at the scoreboard, we have Holy Method, Miscount, and Liquid on the top 3 who look like they're safe from elimination for the day. Each of them have 1 key left from yesterday that they can do that the other teams have already done before they have to decide to go for something that nobody's done before, right? Holy Method has to do the 22 Priory, Miscount has to do the 23 Arakara, Liquid has to do the 23 Halls of Atonement. In the bottom 3, we have Mandatory, Identity, and Anti-Clockwise. I've only just now realized I've been pronouncing that wrong the entire season, but I will try to atone for my sins now. And the scary thing for those 3 teams is 2 of them are likely going home today in the last 2 hours. Now, they have a lot of work left to do. Identity and Mandatory are in the better of the situation right now. Mandatory only has to do the 23 streets to be ahead of the competition. Identity have to go back and do 23 Halls of Atonement or just one of the other 3 keys that we saw the top 3 teams pull off yesterday. Whereas Anti-Clockwise, just a little bit far behind right now. They really need to clean it up and just have consistent gameplay to not be eliminated today. So we're kind of in 2 different competitions right now. Now, to be fair, there is a world where Mandatory, Identity, and Anti-Clockwise completely lock in for the last 2 hours of the day, and a Liquid or Miscount just doesn't time anything for the rest of the day, and this will get eliminated. But I think that's pretty unlikely right now.
I think so too. I do want to ask you about what you think of Mandatory's routing in the 23, because of course we first saw that 23 in the CN Cup, and then we kind of saw it here today. Miscount locked in a timer that was incredibly fast, as we keep saying for this entire weekend, it feels like. Mandatory does come in here, and they are pulling so far with a single Peacekeeper, and that's where their lust is situated. Now, we are seeing them move on from here on out into that Overseer, and we are also seeing a little bit of a reset on this 23 Halls of Atonement for Identity. But I just, you vibe check, vibe crafting, eye test. It doesn't feel like this is the fastest way to route through that dungeon.
Yeah, it could be one of 2 things, right? It could be, Anti-Clockwise, oh no, 25 minutes in! Wiping on the jump starter pole, they have another res.
We do have a res.
We can get desired up. We can potentially salvage this pull, but Divine Field going down is going to be all she wrote for this run, and this is something they really can't afford here.
Robin,
we were just talking about how this team is already behind the rest of the teams, but it is going to be a slow, agonizing wipe for Anti-Clockwise. Now, we did see Desired running back with the Wraithwalk. Do they think they can still potentially salvage this with 6 minutes left on the key? They already used the Bloodlust. They already used all the battle reses. No, it's going to be a reset, so more time gone for them. Just absolutely brutal. But back to your question, Mix, about the 23 streets for Mandatory. I think it could be one of 2 things, right? It could be that in practice they identified that they thought that 23 streets was going to be the cap for this key, and they decided they didn't need to do anything extra or special in this key. Or they don't think they need to go for a potential 24 today, and they want to try to save some super special strategy for tomorrow.
Ooh. Now, I would love that. I would think that is so cool. I don't think Mandatory is in a position where they can afford that. Now, I might eat my words. If they go into the keys that they're still missing, like that 23 Arakara, that 22 Priory, and they just knock them in, I would take it back. Then I think they can afford it. But as they're sitting right now, their overall point score does not necessarily inspire confidence.
Yeah, it's not the greatest of positions for Mandatory that we've seen them in throughout the years, right? This is a team that has been extremely strong most of the time, but we have seen them have mistakes early on in competitions and bow out early, right? So the good news is, of the bottom 3 teams, they're in the safest, knock on wood position. They have a 2-minute time advantage over Identity, so if they're able to time at least the same amount of keys as Identity, they'll make it through without being eliminated. But they definitely need to lock in. Saving strats when you're on the verge of elimination, I agree with you. It's a feisty way to play the game for sure.
Well, sometimes gutsy ways to play the game play off, but here for Identity, that's not going to be the case. They're jumping off. They're going to go again in this 23 Halls of Atonement. I also feel like, I know you weren't here for the CN Cup, but I saw you watching a little bit in chat. Mm-hmm. I feel like Identity hasn't played the same way we saw them in the Cup. I didn't see any crazy gutsy move from them. They've been playing well, but I think they have more potential than they're currently showing. And I really, really hope they can tap into that and channel it for the remaining couple of hours, as we do get closer. Only a little under 2 hours left into the day until we have to say bye to 2 of our teams, which feels so crazy to say out loud, looking at how well all of our teams are doing.
Yeah, even though there's definitely a gap starting to widen between the top teams and the bottom teams, it's only 3 points right now. All of these teams have been so impressive the entire weekend, even the teams that got eliminated yesterday. One more timed key could have prevented them from being eliminated. So it's been incredibly close, and it's going to be the smallest of margins that decides who is going to be going home today. I agree with you, though. Identity has been impressive to watch, but it hasn't been flashy, right? They've just been doing consistent things. What's up?
So, can we bring Liquid back on the screen, production? We've been talking about a lot of things. There are 6 dungeons that are being run right now. There's a lot happening, but I would really like to see Liquid on our screen once more. If I wasn't mistaken, yep, there it is. We're seeing a 22 Floodgate, actually.
All right. 22 Floodgate. Here we go. This would be a world record key. The timer seemed like it was there for it. But the funny thing is, looking at the times 21 Floodgates that we have across the board, Liquid was the slowest by far of any of the teams. So the statement piece for them to go for this key before the other teams instead of going back and doing that 23 Halls of Atonement that we saw a couple teams do yesterday. So let's take a look at this key and see what really makes it so difficult, right? It's a lot of what we've already been talking about with the Floodgate, right? These first 15 minutes of the dungeon are just absolutely brutal. There are so many things that can go wrong. Tettle's identified a couple of things, Throw Dynamite being one of them, overlapping with any of the other trash abilities will one-shot a player 100 to 0. This boss in particular, the debuff, in addition to the quick shot from Keys of Quick Fuse, that can instantly one-shot a player as well. So look at Ashine here, instantly dispelling that gel, just to make sure he doesn't instantly get one-tapped by the follow-up quick shot. That's something Sevi's going to have to keep an eye on the entire time. In addition to that, all of the time, having to make sure you're dealing with every single set of bombs. We already saw a couple of wipes to bombs going off, and then players getting picked off by the quick shot one by one after the fact. There's a lot that can go wrong on this particular pull, but it's just the difficulty of the pulls, right? You have to pull so big around your cooldowns in order to make a key of this level work. The fact that Liquid are this far into their first attempt at the key is pretty impressive.
So, we, of course, top of show, in case you missed it, make sure you don't miss tomorrow's. We heard from Yips in an interview, and he was saying they have a dungeon that they think no other team is able to do +1, essentially. Do you think it's this 22 Floodgate, or is there another super cool +1 dungeon that maybe no other team is able to do? What says you, Saro?
I don't know. So, the thing about that interview, right, it's all of those interviews are recorded pre-competition. Obviously, we're not going to ask the players questions in the middle of the competition. So we don't really know what it could be. Obviously, the 21 Floodgate was looking like a pretty formidable key, so I could see this potentially being the +1 that they could do over every other team, and thinking that they had that over other teams before the weekend of competition. Looking at the leaderboard right now, talking about the fact that every other team except for Anti-Clockwise has timed the 21 and done it 2 or 3 minutes faster than what we saw from Liquid, I would err on the side of this not being the key that they think they have +1 over other teams. What do you think?
However,
this is the one?
They're the first team that goes into this dungeon. Nobody else has gone into this 22. Now it might be to come back to what you were saying. Might be that they're hiding. Might be that they're saying, oh, if we don't show it today, we can wait until tomorrow for the final day of the grand finals. But it could also be that this dungeon is just very scary for the reason that you lined out. So I'm quite curious on where Liquid is gonna land. We'll keep watching on this attempt at another world record key here on our screens. At the same time, though, we'll need to keep a little bit of an eye on the other runs that are happening. So, Holy Method's still at the beginning of their Priory. So is Mist Count. They had a couple of redos in this 23 Arakara, actually, so not looking too solid. Same as Identity in their 23 Halls of Atonement. The only other team that we need to keep a little bit of an eye on is Mandatory, because they're on their way towards... Ooh, now it does go down.
Now.
Towards the end of this straight ski, and I'm really curious on where their timer is going to be sitting, because of course, we are comparing teams on score, on timer, and Mandatories are out. It just looked a little bit sus.
Yeah, it still does look a little sus, but the time does look like it's going to work out in their favor. They have the Bloodlust ready for whenever they think it's going to be the most useful for them, likely going to be on Pull of Soasmi. But the timer looks good. We're at 7.5 minutes left in the key. Soasmi on 23 is probably about a 4-minute boss. Give them about 1.5 minutes to deal with Postmaster here. They have their count. As sus as it might have looked, if they get the key timed, I think I'm okay with it. Now, the real question mark for me is if not working on this strategy is going to bite them later on down the road, right? Because if you look at the time for miscount, it looks like they have headroom for a 24 in that key, which would be pretty crazy.
I was talking to Nagura about this. We even had to consult chat because she wasn't agreeing with me, and obviously I made chat force her. So I'm saying with miscount's timer, the 24 straights could be possible. If it's livable, they for sure have the time. Do you agree?
I think they do. Now, there's a couple things I want to talk about in regards to Liquid as well here that we haven't really covered, right? Yes, their Floodgate was the slowest, but they also wiped in it. Number 2, are you noticing what's on the screen right now? For Liquid, go back to Liquid.
A lot of danger. Yeah, we have a bunch of snipers.
Look at the timer. Why are there depleted splits on their timer? Where did that information come from?
I don't see any splits. I don't know what you're talking about. Nope, no. I'm not seeing them. Nope. You can't make me talk about those splits. I'm not going to acknowledge them.
Okay, all right. Never mind then, sorry.
Zyra trying to trick me into leaking something. I would never. Those splits don't exist, chat. They're fake. Okay. They're a diversion tactic.
I just wonder if they're real, and if that means they're actually about 1 minute behind. I don't know. That's really cool to see if it is real, if it's something from our observers. Who knows? But either way, Liquid looking strong in this 22 Floodgate so far. 0 deaths through some of the most difficult pulls in the key already. Hopping back on with Mandatory in their 23 streets. We thought the strat was sus, but 5.5 minutes left on Soasmi. Lust on the pull. It's looking like it's going to be a timed key for them.
Well, is a timed key enough is the question. Now, for now, yes, it gives you an extra point. That's great. Mandatory does need extra points just to make sure they are bringing more distance between them and the potential elimination that awaits at the end of day. On the other side, if you want to win this tournament, you not only need the score, you need the score and you gotta be fast, okay? So if we're looking at teams like Miscount who potentially could do a 24, we don't know. They're certainly very, very fast in this traits key. So either way the cookie crumbles, Mandatory will need to be faster here or be able to do a +1 on a key. That is already a +1 from what we thought possible. I don't know how to feel about this.
Yeah, it's a weird spot for them to be in. And you would think Mandatory would have learned their lesson from last year, right? Like, not last year, last season, where they missed out on winning the MDI by mere seconds to Wunderbar, right? Now Holy Method, obviously. It was really close, and you would assume that they would have learned, okay, seconds are going to matter, we should learn the fastest strategy in every dungeon. We'll have to see where they actually end up landing on their timer in this key, because it looks like it's still going to be relatively fast. And if they do have the other strategy prepared for the 24, so be it for tomorrow. That would be insane to see. But just the way that they play this dungeon today, little bit sus. Either way, we'll see where they land on the board there, and if they're able to get a good timer there in the long run. Anti-clockwise back from their break. They took it after that most recent heartbreaking wipe to the jump starter pull at the very end of the dungeon, working on their 21 floodgate to tie them up with every other team on these 2 dungeons for the day before they can go back to yesterday's dungeons. It's a really tough spot for them to be in, Makes, because they started off the weekend, right, so well. Just destroying the Arakawa in the first hour and a half of the day, but it was just mistake after mistake yesterday from them afterwards.
Yeah, unfortunately that's true. I'm kind of looking at this timer here for Mandatory. Quick reminder, world record tag from Miscount sits at 31:51, which Mandatory is not going to beat, but it could be that they're at least faster than the other teams we've seen in this 23. So they've been sitting around 33:19, 33:11. I think they could be under that based on where they're standing right now. So they're going to need, I think, one more of the double technique ports to get through, which of course slow you down a bit. But I think they might be under 33 minutes.
It looks like we're on pace for that. Still just now going to be popping that Arcane Surge and Execute, doing a ton of damage. We'll get one more Call of the Wild from Soda in about 10 seconds. Both of those should be enough to deal with the boss. If not, Mace has a set of cooldowns in 10 seconds as well. They should easily be sub 33 minutes, which is definitely not that slow compared to our other teams. They also had 2 deaths as well. So, you know, maybe they decided this is more than good enough. We have a lot of headroom here. We're not going to try to struggle with this strat for the 23. I still am of the copium that they have something prepared for a potential 24. It looks like that's probably going to be one of the factors in deciding who's going to win our competition, either later today or tomorrow. If somebody can pull out the 24 streets, that's so powerful, right? Because not only is it a +1 score over other teams, it's the most important tiebreaker, right? High key being the first tiebreaker is so important. But again, more problems for anti-clockwise. The break was not the magic pill for them. They're going to have to reset and go again. Just, they're running out of time here, Mix.
That's such a heartbreaker. They came so close in that last run, then anything unraveled. Now back to trying to figure everything out, but they just keep wiping in that key, and they need to put it on the board to try and have a chance to maybe attempt any of the +1s that they still haven't transferred into score for them. We're going to be checking in with Holy Method, as they're currently also working on a key that some other teams were able to do, and they want to prove that they can as well. Now, we had a couple of hiccups earlier on. This particular poll really likes to claim lives for them, so let's take a little bit of a closer look at what exactly is going on for Holy Method here.
Yeah, start of the poll was a little wrong for them, right? Like, they had Jinchi go down to a melee from the Priest, which is not something you normally see. And now Kush also going down to aggro from the Knight after it gets misdirected in. He instantly releases. They don't have the battle res. It's going to be a wipe from them. This is just a really disgusting pull. This is actually something that we didn't see yesterday from the World First 22 prior. They had a different pull routing in this key to make the first few pulls a little more consistent. Holy Method sticking to their strategy, and it's causing them issues still today. They weren't able to get the key done yesterday after a few attempts as well, so we'll have to see if that continues to be a sore spot for them as they attempt to finish off the remainder of the keys that have been timed for our teams this weekend. Identity, and as well as Miscount working on the remaining 23s from yesterday as well. Identity, this will be their first 23 if they're able to put it up after the streets. This is a good-looking pull for them so far. They've had so many issues to the first couple of shards of Halkias, but this is one of their best attempts we've seen so far.
Yeah, absolutely right. Of course, this is the first time, like you're mentioning, we'll see them move through the 23. As for the 22 that we saw from them also in the CN Cup, it wasn't the most stable of dungeons, the Halls of Atonement. Now, partially that is due to this dungeon having a lot of one-shot abilities that will just take you out if you misstep, or if sometimes you get bitten in your ankles one too many times, you know. However, it would be really nice if they were able to get it on the board now. This is going to be their, hold on, let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13th attempt in the 23.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of attempts.
But that's... Oh, no, please, res him quickly so
we're going to go to their 14th attempt, maybe.
No, it's not over just yet. You can recover from this. The shard is about to go down. As long as we beat the next Thrash and don't get any more overlaps, we should be okay. Okay.
Yeah,
I think we're fine. All right, we're good. We're alive. As long as our tank stays alive, we can continue with these pulls. Scary moment for Identity, but the quick res able to keep them alive. I want to check back in with Liquid, though, as they have managed to get through some of the most difficult pulls in this dungeon. They've defeated Big Mama at 1942, 20 minutes into the dungeon, and they still have 2 bosses remaining to deal with. This is going to be a ridiculous end to the dungeon. It looks like, even though they're on 0 deaths, the timer is looking extremely sus here, Mix.
It depends on how fast they can accelerate, right? I'm trying to grab our fastest 21. Of course, we only have that to compare to a 22. And to give you an idea of where our other teams were sitting in that 21, Miscount's fastest run was Demolition Duo 8:57 and Big Mama on 16:48. Now, we usually count for like 3 minutes on the higher key levels, which that could work out. I think we're okay here. I think there's enough time in the dungeon for them to still be on the good end of where these splits are sitting. But, of course, any death, and we're already getting in a territory that is pretty scary in something as high as this 22 floodgate.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Each of these bosses, absolute beasts at the highest key level. Every single Thrash from Swamp Phase is going to be doing tons of damage. In the meantime, Miscount on a great attempt at the 23 Arakar that they weren't able to time yesterday. If they're able to get this done, they will also be one of the first teams onto that 112 scoreline for the day, putting themselves in sole possession of the lead. Not having to worry about any tiebreaks for the time being. But still, 920 Avanox, incredibly fast. If we see a sub 20, maybe even a sub 21, a Noob Zect, they're on good pace to time this key. Now, the question for me is the strategy that they go for in the 23. We've seen a couple of different trash count strategies where teams will either go for just one side of trash heading into Kikatol, the Harvest Door, or they go for something a little different, more like what Liquid did, where they'll pull the boss and then maybe do trash after or during on the other side, the opposite side that came down. I want to see what Miscount's solution to the plan is, if they're able to get that far in this attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll stay on them. In the meantime, on restarting their run, Identity, after initial trouble, was able to keep it alive, but MGT does go down here, followed by their DPS as well. The healer falls, and Identity's run crumbles in front of them. This 23 will not be the one that they're able to complete.
Oh,
but,
man.
Maybe try number 14 as the one.
Just brutal. And I mean, the thing is, we've seen from other teams, right, in other runs, it doesn't slow down after Halkias. There are still difficult pulls to go after the fact, dealing with the ankle biters and the triple reavers. You have the bloodlust for it, yes. You have the cooldown saved for it, yes, but it's still one of the most difficult pulls. The pull after Echelon as well, with the double Houndsmaster on top of the Reaver. That's another dangerous pull in the dungeon. Like, it doesn't stop once you get to Halkias. So, although the attempts have looked good for Identity, they still have a lot of work to go before they can get this key timed. But they're going to keep putting in the attempts. They zone right back into the Halls of Atonement. Meanwhile, Holy Method still working away at this 22 Priory of the Sacred Flame. They put in a few attempts yesterday, put in a couple of attempts today, but it's really been these pulls at the beginning of the instance that have been causing most of the issues for them. After dealing with this mini-boss here, the next pull is really kind of the crux of the first 10 minutes of the key for them, right? The double Night pull with Elena Emberlades. This has been something that's been causing the team so many issues this weekend.
Yeah, it's a tough pull by all means. We've even seen players go down to just a molten lava on the ground because it's a lot to dodge while everything else goes on. And we'll keep an eye on Holy Method as they are moving through this, at least for now. This pull, like it should be defeated. The Forge Master slowly but surely going down before that heat wave does go through. Identity having another reset right here, right now, but I think we really need to look at Liquid because they're getting closer to that Swamp Phase boss split, and I want to see where we're standing on that timer. That's going to be relevant.
Wait.
Quick reminder, our fastest 21 was 22:24. Which, if we're sitting on 25, 24-ish, I'd be okay, and that seems to be exactly where we're going to be landing.
So, they ripped the Bloodlust here, which is very telling. They felt like they needed to press it to kill the boss here. Look at Sevi. He is on fumes right now. showing that the healing requirement on this boss is absolutely ridiculous. Look at the healing done meter. Sevi's had to do 9 million HPS to keep his team alive through this encounter on this difficulty. Unbelievable. Now, the problem is the time is running out for them. We have only about 7.5-ish minutes, closer to 8 actually, for them to deal with the last couple of pulls of this key. But the problem that I have with this is that the Lust is usually used for this pull where you're pulling all this trash on top of the jump starter. Either way, Liquid know they have to go for it in order to time this key. Let's see if they're going to be able to pull this off. The problem with this pull, though, makes there's so many electricians that they have to deal with, which means not only arcing Zapcast that they have to get, but also so many debuffs that do so much damage to the group. Looks like they're just going to be tagging down everything but the jumpstart and the electricians for the time being, though.
Yeah, and like you're mentioning, that requires a lot of coordination. First of all, those inspectors, they like to go haywire, or we're getting a little bit of a replace here. I assume that means nothing good for this run. Yup, Gingy does unfortunately go down for Holy Method here, but back to Liquid. They have to interrupt all of that. They have to CC those inspectors to try and make sure they're not actually porting behind them and just sniping players as a Shine does go down. They do have a battle rush, no worries here. But every single time one of your assigned CC interrupters, which at this point everybody in this group does go down, you are starting to maybe be in a situation in a world of pain where a chain reaction could be set off for Liquid. They're able to recover, but the danger is by no means over.
Hold on, so they're pulling these two electricians. Is this count for them? Normally these two electricians are skipped. You normally don't pull these ever, and you end up pulling the jump starter plus double electrician pull that you can see off in the distance here behind Wolf Disco's frame at the top of the screen there. Are they going to go for a double skip here if this pull is count and go straight into Gizo Gigazap afterwards? That would be impressive.
I sure hope so.
They might actually have the time.
I don't think they have the time to do anything
count.
else. I think that's exactly what we need. I think this needs to be count. We need to skip the next pack, and we need to get into this boss. Now, thankfully, Gizel Gigazap is not one of the bosses that takes a very long time, but on a 22, he's still going to take a little bit. And you can see that Liquid are inching closer every single time. Those inspectors are jumping around. We're kind of baiting them in the direction where we need to go to make it to the boss. And yes, you're absolutely right, Zyro. This is count. Here comes that skip. They need to make sure this is clean.
Hex and Frost Trap. They're going to be able to meld pot these off, or potentially just use Feign Death if Wolf Disco was the only one that was even close enough to get in combat with them. And it is Wolf Disco. He's going to be pulling the jump starters. He'll turtle in the corner there. He's got to run by, Feign Death off the aggro of the jump starters while he's far enough away from them so that they reset. Looks like he's done it, and Liquid are through with the double skip. They're out of combat, recuperating just a little bit to top the health bars off before they get into combat with Gizel Gigazap. Do we think 4 minutes, 15 seconds is enough for them to take this encounter down, though? They don't have Bloodlust.
I'm going to say yes. I did the math earlier on the timer differences between the 20 and the 21. 21, you can kill the boss in like 3:25, 3:30 if you're fast-ish. I think 4 minute 20 is going to be good enough for Liquid, but that all hinges on the fact that they need to be clean here. Every single time a death occurs, that's 15 seconds against the timer, and Liquid does not have those 15 seconds to give at all.
Absolutely not. A single death will easily be the end of the run. I'm trying to, extrapolate out what we already saw today. When we were talking about the potential of the +2 chested 20, this boss was taking teams about 3 minutes, 25 seconds. It's about 10% more each time. So you would think, okay, this boss should die in a little over 4 minutes, which is scary because that's about exactly how much time Liquid had left in the key. So they need to pray for good DPS RNG. We need Black Arrow procs during the cooldowns. We need Frost Scythe resets. We need everything. We need DRE procs on the Ellie Shaman because Boomy is really not pulling his weight on the damage meter right now. We need to see him go up in flames right now. Proc.
Well, good news is Ascendance is coming up, so then Boomy will get a time to shine here as well. At the same time, though, this boss isn't any less dangerous on a 22 than it is on the other key levels. You still need to play those mechanics. You do get a little bit of leeway with having that DK in your group. You can AMS some of these just to make sure to maybe clean up some ways to not get an orb, to not stun a puddle. But if that happens, Oh boy, I don't think you're going to be able to lift that. So they need to be so clean. Sevi knows that, gets out ahead of time to make sure that orb goes in the right direction, to not clutter up the space that the melees are having over there. And you see, it's all very limited for Liquid as they are on pace, I would say. So we had 4-minute 20, we're now 2-minute 10, and we're right around that 50% marker. Now, Ascendance is ready. We do need to send our cooldowns into the boss as soon as possible whenever we get a good chance to tunnel through, which should be hopefully soon.
There was a good proc there for Boomy that brought him a little bit closer to the damage of his teammates. He's sitting on the Ascendance cooldown, but this is on purpose. You can see that Storm Melee is going to be up in 10 seconds. He's going to try to stack that Storm Melee buff up for his Lightning Bolt before he pops the Ascendance. We need to get absolute maximum value out of every button we can possibly get in order to kill this boss. Stormkeeper active. Here's the Storm Melee. There's the Ascendance coming in just a moment here. That's the final cooldown for Boomy. Can he make this work for his team? We'll also get one full use, just one, of the Call of the Wild on Wolf Disco and one full set of cooldowns from Ashined. That is going to be it for Liquid. Only 1:20 left on the key. Do they have the juice to take the world first 22 key in this Operation Floodgate?
Well, I think they do. Lock in, chat. We might be writing history here once more at the MDI Grand Finals. Already so many world records on the board. Already so many of our dungeons going up 1 key level more than we initially thought. Liquid coming into this competition a week before we start say we think we can go 1 level higher than any other team. Is it this 22 Floodgate? We're not sure, but what we're sure of is that we're watching history right now.
35 seconds left, but Makes, there are no more cooldowns that will be active before the end of the key. We'll get literally one Black Arrow cast out of the Call of the Wild for Wolf Disco, and that is it. One more pillar, one side cooldown for Ashined. And the problem with this comp, when the cooldowns are down, the damage slows to a halt. They were burning through the remaining HP of the boss with those cooldowns, but now just slowly inching away. So aggravating. See the boss not melt
5%.
at all. 5% left on the boss. Call of the Wild
4,
active. One Black Arrow. Can they get it done? 2 seconds left.
2,
no, it's
1.
not going to be enough. Liquid, the death was the difference.
Oh, so close on that timer here. What a heartbreak.
I'm devastated just looking at it. Like, I think it's gonna change or something. Makes, I keep hoping, like, maybe that second will those seconds will come back.
Yeah, you're kind of hoping for that mystical under 1 second round down roll, but unfortunately it's a 1 second. It's not a 3 second, but this also means that they have it, right? They know they can put this dungeon on the board if there are 0 deaths here. This is where it all went wrong. Unfortunately, that lightning bolt that took down Shine here, but they can do it. That's what you have to hold yourself to and keep in mind, as we saw an absolute phenomenal run out of Liquid here.
Man, but the thing that I want to point out, yes, it's doable for them, but it has to be so perfect for them. Meanwhile, miscount on the 23. Kira's down. Okay, the good news. This boss will not instantly murder your team when he dies. He's kiteable. You can get the battle reses off, but they cannot afford any further mistakes. All of their battle reses are gone. Only 4 minutes left on the timer, but that should be enough to complete the boss here for them. They just have to make sure they have no further deaths. One more death Makes will be the end of the key.
Absolutely. Of course, we were kind of watching a lot of that 22 Floodgate for obvious reasons, but in the meantime, Miscount has moved through this dungeon. We saw the 23 be put on the board by other teams already, but Miscount seemed to have some trouble in this dungeon. Now, I say this with a little bit of an inflection because they've been absolutely lights out in every single other dungeon, and this is the only dungeon where they had a couple of do-overs where they looked maybe a little bit like they could also lose a dungeon run, and now they're here back at Kikatal, able to have a good timer, able to have the full count, and I think this should go in their favor, of course, all hinging on what you just pointed out. They can't afford any deaths.
Absolutely not. But again, the damage has not been very high for them. In the 1 minute 20 seconds since those deaths, they've only managed to do about 15% of the boss's HP, so Damage has slowed to a halt for them. Good news is we have another set of cooldowns coming up in just a moment here, and we'll get a couple more Call of the Wilds, a couple more breaths off before the end of the dungeon. So it looks like it's going to be a timed key for miscount, but I think the important thing to note is if they do time this key, the timer will be extremely slow for them. And as we've been talking about the entire weekend, our last global finals came down to a matter of seconds. So even though they'll have this 23 on the board, it's very likely something they're going to have to revisit if they want to be the winners of the competition.
Yeah, and I mean, just hopping across the board, you're seeing a lot of do-overs. And that just goes to show how well our teams have been doing, right? How insanely fast they pushed up those keys to levels and beyond of what we even really thought was possible. So now we're starting to get real progress keys on our screens here, which is incredible. I love seeing those keys. I love seeing teams kind of struggle and figure stuff out in real time. It's a little bit like the Race to World First in dungeon format, right? It's really, really cool to see them kind of figure out those pain points. At the same time, though, we need to kind of keep an eye on miscount here. You were saying, yeah, their timer could be very tight here. We are going to be getting another set of cooldowns across the board, but that will be the last one for our teams here before that timer ticks away. I think we're going to be on the good side of this, just for the record.
We are. Again, the timer is a concern for them. I guarantee you they will be re-entering the Arakara at some point this weekend to make that timer a little bit faster, and there's not a lot of time left now as we get to the last hour and a half of day 2 here. Liquid unfazed by that attempt, instantly going right back into the 22 floodgate in the top right corner. Their identity is unfortunately going to be another wipe in the Halls of Atonement for them. In the meantime, anti-clockwise been working away at the 21 floodgate. Holy Method been continuing to throw attempts at the 22 priority, but they just really haven't been working out for them, Makes. It's been a comedy of errors here in the start of priority for Holy Method. It's been really unfortunate to see for them. They really just need to get through this first boss and get on a good run. I feel like they're just throwing bodies at the key and hoping that it'll work.
Well, sometimes it can work like that. Sometimes if you just go often enough, it will solve itself. But here's Miscount putting that 23 on the board, like we mentioned. Not the fastest time, but still a little bit of leeway here, despite those 3 deaths, and that is the 23 now also for them. The question is, where do you go from here? Look at their score sheet. We're on 112 points. Nagura and I were doing some math earlier, and we were saying the maximum possibility if the floodgate goes to 22 and the street somehow magically goes to 24 would be 114 points. Now, Miscount is missing those 2 keys exactly, and we don't even know, well, based on Liquid, we are pretty sure that the 22 floodgate is possible. We don't know if the 24 streets is something teams are thinking about at all. Miscount are saying, well, we'll take a break to think about where we're actually going to be going next, as our tournament day is coming closer and closer to its peak point where teams will be locked into their dungeons. And of course, at the end of it, 2 teams will be eliminated. Now, Miscount is not at the risk of being one of those 2 teams, but some others are.
Yeah, hold on. This just in. Miscount has accomplished all they wanted to accomplish today. They will
No.
I'm kidding. There's none of that. None of that this weekend.
I am promising you, not this weekend.
Not this weekend. I'm so excited to see what they have in the plans. Now, fortunately for them, they get to take the remainder of the break timer and think about what they want to do. During the break timer, they could easily check the broadcast, see what other teams are doing, see that Liquid had a really good attempt at the 22 floodgate. The problem with Miscount in past competitions, specifically looking back at the previous MDI, is there were keys that they genuinely just didn't know were potentially timeable, right? In that competition, there were 3 of them. There was the Motherload +1 that they somehow miraculously managed to 3 or 4 shot, even though they didn't know the key was going to be timeable going into the weekend. And there was also the Cinderbrew Meadery and the Theater of Pain that were both timed +1 key level higher than them. They were both keys that Miscount didn't have in their bag. They didn't have them practiced. They didn't know they were timeable, and that was what really cost them that competition. Do we think that they also have the 22 floodgate as a potential opportunity here? Where do we think they're going to go for their next +1?
Well, that's what I'm asking, right? I think if you look at your own timers, you look at that 23 streets, and you look at where you're standing in that leaderboard, I don't think you go into the 24 streets even if you think you can do it. I think you go into the 22 floodgate just because Liquid has already shown that it is possible, and so you're not giving anything away. I do think based on the timer, though, Miscount is fast enough to at least do the 24 streets. Is it livable? That's a question for us all to figure out, and maybe for them to know, but the 22 floodgate at least can be done.
That's the other thing about the spirit of competition as well, right? The adrenaline rush you get from being in competition, it can really just fire up teams and make them play better than they ever would have in practice, right? Practice is just practice. Competition is where the real big hitters come out to play, so maybe you can just pull things off in competition that you didn't think were possible in practice. It's what we saw last MDI, so I guarantee you by the end of this weekend, we will almost certainly see attempts be thrown at the 24, and there's a very good chance we'll see that streets timed on 24. The question for me, like you're saying, is what is better for competition purposes for Miscount at this point, right? Because they're in a luxurious position at the top of the leaderboards where they don't really have to, they actually have choice, right?
That's right.
Maybe the 24 streets is easier for them to time. We don't know. But since teams have already shown that the 22 floodgate is possible with a clean run, maybe that's the better choice for them to go to and save the 24 streets for tomorrow so they don't have to show off anything special that they might have cooked up in that key.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. If I was them, I wouldn't want to let other teams see my hand too much. Right now, every single team that is in this competition is looking at Miscount and playing catch up, right? They're sitting at the top. Everybody else is looking at the dungeons they've done and planning out on how to get there. In the meantime, Miscount can really decide what they want to do. As we mentioned, right now they're on break, so they'll be back in a little bit. And with that, we also have the fortuitous announcement to say that all of our teams have taken their breaks. No break penalties are going to be applied today.
That's good news. None of our teams are going to have to zone out of a dungeon after 25 minutes to make sure that they take their remaining break timer at the end of the day here, and no teams will be getting that -5 point penalty. You know, it's kind of a funny bit that we always talk about. It's never really happened before. We've only had one instance where it was potentially a problem for one team. But still, you know, like Dratnos was saying earlier, you know, you got to eat your vegetables, they got to take your break timers, and all of our teams have managed to do that. So, good to go. But again, Liquid on a good run here in the 22 floodgate. 0 deaths heading up to the demolition duo. The first few pulls of this dungeon, we talked about it already. Nuclear level difficulty. If they're able to get through Big Mama with 0 deaths again, we really need to focus back in on them, because I think it's going to take either an insanely high DPS RNG run with a couple of mistakes, or just a near perfect run in order to time this key on 22 from what we just saw from them.
Absolutely. Well, need to check in with their timers as well as they do come in, of course. So that is something we'll keep an eye on as this run continues. And in the meantime, all of our other teams are basically just resetting their dungeons over and over again. And if you're one of the teams like the Holy Method, you are not too worried about that. If you're Identity, Auntie, or Mandatory, you maybe are a little bit worried about that. So those teams really need to get these runs going just to have enough time left in this tournament day. That is going to be important for them, and hopefully they'll be able to do just that as we are getting closer and closer to the final hour of official competition time. Then of course we're going to be moving into overtime from there on out. That if a team is able to utilize that perfectly, of course you would love to have a full dungeon run that starts right before overtime and then convert that into a point. But with the points that are left on the board right now, I almost feel like it's impossible. All of these dungeons are so tough.
Really have been. It's impressive to see the consistency from Liquid, though. This Demolition Duo split in about 5 seconds faster than their previous run, so they're accelerating in that key just a little bit. They need every second. If they were 5 seconds faster in the previous key, they would have timed it. So that's really important to see from them. Checking back in with Holy Method. This is the furthest we've seen them getting this key all day today, and you can see just how difficult this pull is, even for the tank. And now to stay alive, getting the Iron Bark from Whippy there just to stay alive through the damage here. Clix and Gingy playing on the corner here to make sure they can line aside every Disrupting Shout, every single Impale cast on them as well. Divine Judgment, just AoE, that they'll have to heal through from Whippy on Elena there, but it looks like for the time being they're good to go. Those Knights, though, make still incredibly healthy here.
Yeah, and we've seen those knights throw hands, quite literally. Many Amelis have been taking players out. Hopefully this time around, Holy Method able to get through here. AMZ has run out for them, so from here on out, they will need to utilize a lot of their defensives already on cooldown. So not a lot left. Disrupting Shout gets line of sighted here by everybody that is able to. Of course, that does not apply to your melee DPS. He's, first of all, a DK. And second of all, just chilling, you know? He doesn't care. He's a DK.
Ascendance off cooldown for Clix and instantly pops it alongside his Trinket just to do as much damage as possible here. Finish off this pull so they can deal with it and get to the next pull as quickly as possible. Normally you'd see players on live try to just optimize their cooldowns, and Clix is going to end the pull with a couple seconds of Ascendance left. But without that Ascendance, the pull probably would have taken twice as long for them to get through. So just optimal usage for them to finally get through that pull. And Holy Method, in the past half an hour, 45 minutes or so of attempts, have finally gotten to the first boss of the dungeon here. Meanwhile, Identity on what might be their 15th or 16th attempt at this 23. Again, none of these have really gotten past Halkias. They're really just throwing attempts at this dungeon just to try to make sure something can work, which makes that one shot from missed count yesterday all the more impressive.
It absolutely does. I mean, honestly, impressive play from all of the teams today. Such a struggle, and even with Holy Method there, something like their 8th attempt in that dungeon today, 5 of which were wiped to that pull. So Zyro, it was so good to see them come through that finally and make it out the other side. We'll see how the rest of the dungeon goes for them, but Makes, we are going to let you catch your breath for a little bit, and then we'll see you back for the end of day.
Bye.
Bye. And Tettle's coming on the desk here. I mean, Holy Method and Liquid are currently tied at 111 points, with missed count only 1 point ahead of them. So Tettle's, just how close is it between these three at the moment?
I think that the Floodgate and Priory of the Sacred Flame on 22 are probably the two hardest +1s from the dungeons that we saw during group play, just watching how these dungeons are played out. I mean, for Liquid here, that was a heartbreaking deplete at the very end of that run. It looked like they had pretty good splits, and then they were just on, 3 seconds away from being able to actually go through and time that dungeon. Now, Boomy on his Twitch stream actually does have splits enabled for a timed run of a 22 Floodgate, which is very promising, right? As a viewer, that means that Liquid has gone through and actually timed that dungeon during practice. What does a conversion of that look like? What is your odds of success of being able to convert that kind of dungeon? And for, a team like Holy Method, while they have made it through, they have made it through that night pull that has claimed their lives a bunch of times. I actually think the hardest pull in this Priory of the Sacred Flame is actually the Paladin pull that is after Dale Cry, especially with how aggressive all of the teams have to go to be able to time this dungeon on a 22. That they are not out of the woods yet, and I think for Holy Method, there is a lot of problems still awaiting them in this Priory of the Sacred Flame.
It's not only that, right? Once they get through the Paladin pull, once they deal with Braunpike, they have the second of the Braunpike brothers to deal with after the fact, and that has caused more wipes than any wipes than any other mob in any of these instances over the entire competition. So, yeah, that Priory is just nuclear level difficulty. It's going to be insane to see them attempt this key. If they're able to go from wiping to the double night pull 5 times in the past hour to timing the key, that will be an insane feat for them.
Yeah, miscount coming back from break. We see on the right-hand side of the screen, they're going for the sweep. Dude, they've been playing electric. I mean, it feels like they are almost inevitable here. I mean, they have, 3 world record tags off of that Arakara that we saw earlier. Oh, actually, they got the Halls of Atonement. And I mean, miscount, they have looked lights out. How hard is this 22 Floodgate? So far, the only 2 teams that have even put attempts into it are Liquid and now Miscount. I mean, this might be a dungeon that Liquid thought was going to be their +1 trump card. If Miscount are able to do it, that is a huge deal.
I think if there's any key that Miscount have the potential to match another team in, even if they haven't put the practice in on the key, it's this one. It looks like the margin in this key, specifically damage-wise, are so low. But Miscount, we've been talking about them all season, right? They just seem to have more damage than any other team due to how Kira pulls these packs. If that correlates over into this key, they should have time to complete it. We'll see pretty quickly whether or not they have this practice based off the first few pulls. But again, I want to go back to what you're talking about with Liquid. The fact that Boomy has the splits on his stream. Not only that, they're 17 seconds ahead of their best attempt right now on Big Mama. So, they're looking incredibly good. It's important to mention as well, their Big Mama split last time around was 1942. They look like they might be on pace for a 1950 in this run. They're going incredibly fast here.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking good, and they're through the hardest part of the dungeon. I actually think the Demolition Duo fight and those specialists with their throw dynamite casts, those are probably the most dangerous mobs that are in this dungeon. Obviously, you could wipe anything. We're talking about a 22. This dungeon does an insane amount of damage. At the same time, whenever you talk about like the heat maps of like what are the most likely mobs to wipe you, Liquid have made it through those. Now this boss, Big Mama, the Dark Fuse Mecha Drones, they just have so much HP all the way up on this 22 Keystone level. Look at Zevi. This the boss is just in this kill a block barrier for such an extended period of time. Zevi has to be able to commit a bunch of HPS cooldowns to just keep the group alive through the kill a block barrier. And now we go into the jump start AoE cast. Is Zevi going to be able to heal through this? He does have Tranquility available.
He's got buttons, and the team does have defenses available if they need to pop them here. It looks like he's going to be able to top them up here. Only a couple more ticks at that jumpstart are going to be going through. It looks like he's able to keep the team alive. But the question for me is, while swapping to all of those mobs, are they going to have to go through another jumpstart phase here, Tettles? It looks like they are. 40% on this boss on a 22. That's a lot of HP to chew through. I think they have to go full AoE here again.
This is why you have to have your Ascendants on pull, Zyro. And we, as Elemental Shaman enjoyers, look at this. The Dark Fuse Mecha Drones come out, Boomy slams down his Ascendants, and his job is fairly simple. The DK and the Hunter, they do a lot less damage to these Mecha Drones compared to that Elemental Shaman. Boomy's going to be like hard targeting these Mecha Drones. Of course, the Earthquake's going to be cleaving everything, the Chain Lightning's going to be cleaving everything, but you have to be able to get these killed off in time. And ideally, these Mecha Drones stay stacked, which is why Liquid is tanking this boss kind of in this corner and doing a great job of baiting those Doomstorms out.
Yeah, the important thing to look at here is every time one of those Sonic Boom goes off, you have to make sure that you get back with the group quickly so you get good baits on the Doomstorms. Wolf is going to do a fantastic job of getting right back in the group there so they can get good baits and keep everything nice and stacked for those Earthquakes, for the AoE damage from the other team. And look at this, Kill Block a Barrier is up, but these Mecha Drones are all sub 10%. As long as they continue to get good baits here, they'll be in a good spot. It looks like this phase is going to go a lot more clean than the previous one did.
I'm going to be honest, if we get a 445 Big Mama kill, we are in business. I don't know if the boss necessarily even dies during this jumpstart phase. So this is kind of the problem with just how much HP those Mecha Drones have, is that you kind of need to commit all of your offensive CDs to those Mecha Drones just being able to kill those off. Although, this lines up perfectly. Ashine and Wolf Disco have Call of the Wild and Pillar of Frost to be able to dump damage into the boss at Big Mama at 4%. Wow. What was the split that we had on Big Mama last time for Liquid whenever they barely depleted the key?
A minute slower. It was 1942. 1942. We're looking at sub 19 on the Big Mama split. Liquid unfazed by the 3-second wipe in the previous attempt, going nearly a minute faster this time around. Unbelievable speed. If they can stay clean for the rest of this key, even 1 or 2 deaths, they should be able to get this on the second attempt.
Okay, so a 19-minute Big Mama, for conventional purposes, we would describe that as like a terrible split, right? But this is why Liquid are so good, because they actually play a very different route in this dungeon than the rest of the field. They end up skipping jump starters at the end because those mobs, they're a bit demonic on this level. Where most of the teams, they end up playing at least one of those jump starters, if not, multiple of them. More often than not, especially at this 22 Keystone level, we only see one of them getting played. And now for Liquid, it's kind of a couple of questions. Where is their next Bloodlust going to be pressed? Where's their final Bloodlust going to be pressed? Because it looks like they're only getting one more in the within the 33-minute timer. And then for Missed Count, what do the route discrepancies look like? And who has the better route? Who has a faster route? Or is it maybe just a preference difference? Because I think that there's a chance that it's just a preference difference, and that both of these teams are going to end up running into similar times, in quotation marks, in this dungeon. And then it just kind of comes down to execution. Because the execution of this dungeon, that is by far the hardest part.
Absolutely, man. Now, to answer your question of what they do with the Lust, in their previous attempt, they just slammed it near the end of Swamp Face. It's a ridiculous healing encounter. They just wanted out of that boss. They slammed it at like 25% with a couple of cooldowns. But just to point out how difficult these bosses are to heal through, Big Mama Zevi was sitting at about 6 million HPS the entire time.
Zevi just he did the box, and now he's melding the he's already on the bombs. Look at this. It's going to allow Liquid to start Swamp Face insta.
unbelievable. Just going for maximum speed, giving themselves the most time possible. They do not want to miss out on the timed key on such a clean attempt once again. But the difficulty level will continue to be increased. Pulling divers on top of the boss gives another failed mechanic for the boss. You miss a harpoon cast, someone gets one shot. You walk into a bomb, someone gets one shot. You run too far apart from each other with the tethers, you pull your teammate into a bomb. They have to play this perfectly, and at the same time, this is the highest healing HPS encounter requirement of any boss in the game right now. Tettles on the previous attempt, Zevi was holding steady at 9 million HPS just to keep his team alive.
Yes, this is the boss that made all those poor holy paladins, restoration shamans, disc priests, holy priests, mistweaver monks, reroll to resto druid. This is the boss, this is the heal check of the patch. Swampface just does an insane amount of pulsing AoE due to those vine debuffs that are on all of the players. The elemental shaman and the beast mastery hunter are probably the most susceptible of dying to this fight. Obviously the DK, he's a tank. He'll be totally fine. He can death strike. But Zevi's ability to be able to keep Boomy and Wolf Disco alive is going to be a huge test here.
He was able to do it before. We'll have to see if he's able to do it again. That Bloodlust is not anywhere near for the time being to help with the extra healing. Zevi takes a tick of the wave, but he's going to be the most safe from that. Self-healing, very powerful for them. And they're still getting good interrupts on these divers, so it's looking pretty good for Liquid so far.
Yeah, so you're talking about the interrupts on the Harpoon cast. Something that I did notice as well is Yips and Shine are actually doing a really good job of canceling the Seaphorium bombs casts. Because those bombs, whenever they get planted here, it's actually just so obnoxious. They blow up in a radius that's slightly larger than their circle. You end up having to move a ton every single time they get planted. But if you end up throwing some stops on them, like the Thunderstorm or the Shockwave, or you just end up gripping them, it's actually a pretty big deal. Right here for Liquid, the last 3 divers are going to be going down. We do have to grab the other 3, correct?
I believe so. I think we're going to be pulling those 3, but they have the luxury of waiting to pull those until they get their cooldowns plus Bloodlust up, if they want to. With 50% left on the boss, I think they're going to be okay to wait a little bit on that.
They're through the hardest part of Swampface. I mean, I think that the very beginning, probably the second to third one of those AoE casts, whenever players start to run out of their defensive cooldowns, is where things become a little bit more hectic. For Holy Method here, they are probably running the second, or maybe even potentially the hardest capstone level dungeon that we've seen thus far in this 22 Prior to the Sacred Flame. 2 other teams have timed it, with Liquid and Miscount actually being able to put that down yesterday. Holy Method have wiped in this dungeon about 10 times. They are through that Paladin pull, they are through that double Knight pull that has caused them so many problems, and now they have actually made it through that Purifier, through that light spawn with that purification beam cast, and they actually killed off the priest, and they just have a conjurer trapped off to the side, and things are going well for Holy Method on a flawless run, a 0-death run.
Again, great job at letting the Ellie Shaman be the kicker of the holy spell on the boss there to make sure they have that DR for the AoE pulses. Just making sure they're getting maximum defensive value out of everyone's toolkit. We're looking for what, about a sub-21 split on Baron Braunpike here in order to be okay for the timer for Holy Method?
Yeah, I think a sub-21 is pretty good. Ooh, and for Miscount here, looking at this, a sub-10 on Demolition Duo. Looking absolutely fantastic. We're going to have to see what those route deviations are. I mean, Liquid and Miscount are the only 2 teams that have actually played this dungeon so far. They had a 945 on Demolition Duo, so both of the teams very similar splits on Demolition Duo. Where do those route divergences actually kind of show up? And which one is going to be more effective is an interesting question. Now, we do see that Bloodlust. You called out earlier that they ended up lusting late on Swampface here. These divers and Swampface are going to be going down. In our previous split, in the previous run of the 22 Floodgate for Liquid, they had a 25-37 Swampface, and now I'm no mathematician, but this is a big PB.
Oh yeah, 15 seconds faster on Demolition Duo, almost a minute faster on Big Mama, and we're almost a minute faster still on Swampface, so they have not let off the gas at all. This was the pull where they had their one and only mistake in the previous attempt, though. As they chained this pull together, we had 1 death on a Shine on the DK, but it wasn't a very bad death, right? He didn't lose his cooldowns for it. They were about to come off cooldown, so it wasn't a major fault for them, but it did end up costing them the key. This time around, they just need to keep this clean. And this is demonic difficulty, right? We've got Wolf Disco running to grab extra mobs here. He's not going to grab those electricians. That would be suicide. But still, double electricians in a pull of this size, any one thing goes wrong, you're going to miss a lightning bolt kick and someone's going to go down.
Yeah. I mean, I really like how they've set this up. So basically what is implied here by the way that Liquid is pulling is that those jump starters are do not pull mobs. It kind of the AoE cast that happens from the jump starter on top of the wallop that can happen on your tank. Those are things that can, at least what Liquid is saying with their play here, those are the things that they are the most worried about here, to the point where they would rather double up this trash pack. I actually think that the way that they are playing this is very aggressive, but in a way that is a huge time save. Now, something that happened in Liquid in both the 21 and the 20 is they failed the skip on those jump starter mobs. It looked like Wolf Disco ended up getting melee to death. Maybe there was some, disengage at the wrong angle. Something happened with the turtle potentially. Those things are problems that you're going to have to be worrying about. But like you said, this aggressive chain into this double electrician, they're not out of the thick of it. I mean, Yips is actually in a lot of danger here. He's getting stacks from the soldiers. And at the same time, Zevi has to commit all of his dispels to the electrician dots that get put onto players. Otherwise, they get stunned. That's why you see all the dwarfs are on cooldown for Liquid here, even including Yips's. Like, everybody's pressing their dwarf here to be able to try to keep themselves alive and preserve the dispels.
Meanwhile, there's 4 Dark Fuse Inspectors hopping around trying to slash players with their frontals, but Liquid's making good use of it. They're actually walking together as a team to make sure they get good baits on all of these surprise inspections. This poll's going down incredibly quickly. Last time around, Tettles, they started this skip past the jump starter at almost exactly the 5-minute mark. If they're able to start this poll and get this skip done at like 5:15, they are in the clear. But it's going to be so much faster than that. Oh my god, the pace is insane.
Bubbles has been removed from this dungeon, but I think that this skip is actually harder than the bubble skip in terms of from a technical perspective. They are doing something it should be relatively easy. We did this a little bit last season with Mind Soothe whenever Priest was meta, where you end up walking past these electricians, except this time Wolf Disco's walking forward first. He's going to be able to feign death off the electricians to make sure that jump starter doesn't get pulled. Now he is the player that is pulling these pack to the side. He's sitting inside that turtle, and everybody has to get through as fast as possible. You only want 2 ticks of the jump starter AoE on the group, otherwise people are going to die. Wolf Disco gets a great feign death here, and this is looking phenomenal for Liquid. Dude. 5 minutes for Giesel Gigazap. If they're able to go deathless here, if they're able to play as clean as they have for the first 30 minutes of this dungeon, they should be timing this place. And for mandatory, oh my god, a catastrophe, a full wipe 27 minutes into the Arakara. What happened? We've seen so many tank deaths on this boss across the weekend. Was it another one of those tank deaths?
Hopefully we'll get a replay of it, but that is just another full wipe. In a weekend full of mistakes for mandatory, this team was a juggernaut coming into the competition, but they just aren't playing up to the level we're expecting from them. What happened here? Let's see if we can get a closer look in the replay here. We have 2 Blood Overseers on the boss. Is this going to be a Cosmic Singularity overlap, or is it just going to be a missed kick on a Venom volley? Do you see debuff stacking up on Skylark?
Yeah. It doesn't look like it doesn't look like a tank death.
It's a Venom volley!
Oh my god, we had a Venom volley go off? Of all the things to wipe to, we let a cast go off? That has to be... Oh my gosh, that is so tilting for mandatory.
Oh my god, in just 25 minutes of the competition gone just like that for a team, again, that was supposed to be one of the top 2, top 3 teams coming into the competition. They have their backs against the wall on the verge of elimination this weekend. Down there with Anti-Clockwise and Identity, they could be going home today. Meanwhile, though, looking at the runs that we have here, Liquid, we were talking about this run for them. They had 5 minutes and change to deal with Gigazap. It took them about 4.5 minutes last time around with relatively mid-RNG on the Hunter damage. And looking at Miscount's run as well, they look to be on great pace too.
There's a big difference for Liquid this time here. They have 2 ascendances on this boss. Last time, Boomy was only going to be able to get 1 ascendance. I think that their cooldown timing with the way that they've been playing here affords them the opportunity to be able to kill this boss much quicker, just in terms of overall, relative to the timer. So I think that they're going to be totally fine. For Miscount here, I mean, this is a very long boss. We saw a Big Mama. It ended up being around the 5-minute marker, 4:45, 5-ish minutes. And now we're going to have to start seeing where those route discrepancies are for Miscount. What is their Swamp Face split going to look like? We typically want to budget around 24 some odd minutes coming out of Swamp Face with a very standard route, which is kind of what Miscount has been playing so far. Kind of assuming that you're going to be playing that jump start or that Liquid skip. Whereas, you see Liquid here coming off Big Mama at like 19 minutes, and you're like, well, there's some weird stuff going on with their route.
It's a great route, though. It's working out for them great. Looking in, I want to check back with that Identity, because this is the best run we've seen them on. in that Halls of Atonement, they've wiped so many times to every single one of the Shard of Halkias so far, and this might be the first time we've ever seen them kill Halkias, so they might finally be on a kill run here, but there's still so many difficult pulls remaining in the dungeon for them, Tettles.
I mean, if they're able to time this and go all the way up to 110 points, they're going to be tied with Mandatory there, who we saw very narrowly deplete at the end of Arakara. So for Identity here, they need to be able to get these +1s. They were struggling a lot with this boss, with this dungeon, with this entire series of events. It was just it was brutal for them, and it felt like they just didn't get any reprieve. They weren't able to clutch up like we saw from some of the other top teams. But if they're able to finally time this dungeon, they're putting themselves in a position where they're going to be potentially going to time tiebreakers against Mandatory, which would be a huge deal. Now, there is still 55 minutes remaining in the rest of the day. But, for Identity, if they're able to time this and then go, say, throw some attempts at the Arakara, they could put themselves in a good position to be able to qualify to the final day.
This pull is the pull that is one of the most difficult keys
in
the key, and we instantly see Tien die to the ankle bite right away. Swap back. Yes, we do see Liquid. We'll swap back to them in just a moment here. But Tien going down is horrible for Identity. He has to struggle to pop the team. Instantly barks himself on the res, using the tranquility to try to keep his team alive, but he dies again to the ankle bites as they pull in more ankle biters. He gets the battle res again, but he's just so far behind right now.
Behind. I mean, I don't know if he's going to be able to catch back up. I mean, you saw he lost the lust. He tried to iron bark himself and then trank the entire group back to full. The problem is that you start to fall behind on hots on the rest of the group, and you lose all those pre-existing hots on yourself because of how the Restoration Druid heals. They have to be very, they have to have a lot of forethought in terms of how they're able to heal that. I mean, if Identity are able to get through that pull without wiping, that is a huge deal. But also, an equally big deal, actually even a bigger deal, Liquid with the 22 Floodgate, 35 seconds under. They are going to be taking that second world record in both the Priority of Sacred Flame and now that Operation Floodgate. Where do they go next? It's probably that Halls of Atonement.
Unbelievable poise from Liquid after a heartbreaking wipe in the first long attempt, able to instantly go back in one-shot it on the next attempt. A 0-death run being only 30 seconds under. There is no headroom in that key. And swapping back to Identity, the very next pull. Cherry, unfortunately, going down to the damage of the Reavers there. It's just Tien being so far behind after those deaths and having literally nothing left for the team there. It's so unfortunate to see. But Identity, I mean, they've been making progress on that key for a long time now, and it's good to see them finally getting past Halkias.
I mean, for Identity, I think it just... If you watched yesterday, all the teams that were in that Halls of Atonement, many of them did very aggressive chains with those Reavers into bosses, which we were, it was very eyebrow-raising. We were like, oh my gosh, that is an incredibly, it's an insane pull that you're even going for. And I think it just kind of proves how difficult that pull can absolutely be. For Holy Method here, they got 2 minutes and 47 seconds to be able to down Prioress Merprey. This ending, little bit of Prioress Merprey tends to be around the 2-minute to 2:15 marker. So for Holy Method here, I don't think they're going to be able to claim that world record tag, but they're finally going to be able to go all the way up to that 112th point, which is a big deal.
Yeah, it's like all of our teams were waiting for each other at the top there to get their final port, and in short succession, we see Mist Count time the 23 Arakara, Liquid go for the 22 Floodgate, and Holy Method following it up with finally potentially getting the Priory down. The timer is there, but it's not quite over just yet. They do have this mage on top of the boss. One kick goes off, could take out a player and cause some issues. The Blinding Lights is still very dangerous, especially with the pulsing damage from the boss on this key level, but they have all the time in the world to deal with the remainder of this boss, and they have 2 battle reses in the back pocket. This is incredibly impressive from Holy Method. This team, again, they spent several attempts yesterday wiping in this key. 8 attempts today, none of which even got to the first boss. The first time they get past that double knight pull, they get all the way to the final boss and look like they're poised to put that 112th point back on the board.
I mean, people start to count them out. People start to doubt. But something that is always true with them, they are inevitable. I mean, going to be able to put up that 112th point, and now we are going to have 3 teams running for that 113th point in different dungeons, where Holy Method and Mist Count are going to be that Floodgate, and Liquid have to move to that Halls of Atonement to be able to claim that 113th point. And there's a chance that we have all 3 teams at 113 points at the end of the day, Zyro. A number that, if you asked me at the beginning of the day if we would see it, I would have answered most certainly no.
I would have answered absolutely not. But, again, That's the spirit of competition. These teams doing things nobody expected of them and making it look good too. Holy Method, with 3% left on the boss, are going to be claiming the 22 Priory of the Sacred Flame. It's not going to be a world record. Liquid still is going to hold on to that.
Scoreboard.
But either way, Holy Method have passed them up on the scoreboard, and they are all tied on 112. Meanwhile, that's not the only part of the competition that we need to worry about. We do need to talk about the other side of the competition. We did have a death from Miscount there, but it was on the Shaman. He's able to onk and get back. And also the nice thing, okay, no, he onked right before the tethers went out, so he instantly got the tether. AJ will still be able to run around. The bottom of our competition is the important part of the day here, Tettles, because remember, at the end of the competition today, we're sending 2 of these 6 teams homes, and one of those teams that's on the verge of elimination right now is Anti-Clockwise, who have been working on this 21 Floodgate for a long while now, but it looks like they will finally be putting this +1 on the board.
And I mean, for them, it's felt like they more or less started to been like they were big underdogs coming in today, and they fell behind a lot with the depletion of the 21 Floodgate. They had some problems like pretty early on in Streets as well, and we do have 50 minutes left. They're going to need a perfect end of day if they're going to be looking to qualify. I think that their biggest competition for making it to that final day is between Mandatory and Identity. It feels like those are kind of the bottom 3 teams, the most likely candidates to not make it to that final day.
If you told me heading into day 3 Mandatory would be one of the teams on the verge of elimination, I would have called you crazy, but it's looking like that's the case right now. They do have a 1-point advantage over both Identity and Anti-Clockwise right now, but Anti-Clockwise has a couple of keys from yesterday they can head back to and get a relatively easy +1 in, and they have a good timer in Arakara. Remember, they had the world record in that key before we saw Liquid and then Holy Method rip that world record away, so we know the 23 is possible for them. It's just a matter of whether or not they have enough time left in the day to do it.
Yeah, it's probably between Halls of Atonement and Arakar, whichever you feel more comfortable with. You do see the loading screen for that Halls of Atonement there for Anti-Clockwise, and so that is going to be a big deal for them. I also think that they tend to favor the Havoc Demon Hunter, and so both of those dungeons are ones that are a bit more in their wheelhouse. It seems like Nezro tends to want to play that Havoc a bit more than the Elemental Shaman, probably just a bit of a comfort thing. Now, as we see on screen here, Miscount, they are going to try to rebuttal against Liquid's 22 Operation Floodgate. Whenever we saw Liquid earlier in the Operation Floodgate, they timed that dungeon by, 30 seconds, Zyro? We see that Miscount here, while Liquid was deathless and timed it by 30 seconds, have had 2 deaths. Are we at all concerned about their timer?
I am very concerned about the timer. Now, for a couple of different reasons. Number one, the difference in routing here at the end of the dungeon is going to be incredibly important. We're seeing Miscount hold on to that Bloodlust. They have to do this because their route includes the jump starter pull, and they need the Bloodlust to live through that mob. So the split on Swamp Face is going to be that much shorter for that saved cooldown. They're running out of time, though. This Swamp Face split is going to be about 15 seconds slower or so than what we saw from Liquid, and they have to kill an extra jump starter.
I think they do +1 pull. I mean, you're talking about doing an extra jump starter. I think they do like an additional pull. Now, there is speed in the sense that you have to do a lot less travel time. There's a lot less setup shenanigans, but I mean, I think that having to go +1 pull, they might be on the wrong side of the timer here. This is going to be unbelievably close for Miscount. But if there's a narrative point that we always hit on with Miscount, they have unspeakable amounts of damage and absolute nonsense amounts of chaining coming out of their main tank, their leader, Kira, on that warrior. And we're going to have to see if Miscount just have the DPS that is required to meet this check.
Exact timer here on the Swamp Face split. Miscount about 28 seconds slower on the boss split, but they did save the Bloodlust. The difference again here is the travel time, right? Both of the teams are doing something similar here. They're going to kill off the 2 electricians in this pull and then aggressively chain all the way to the jump starter. Liquid only had to chain to those 2 electricians we can see working on the wall there right behind our team, whereas Miscount have to chain quite a bit further. You can see as those electricians are dropping lower and lower, the team is positioning to move forward as quickly as possible. We just gotta go. We gotta get, there's no more time left in this key for them to do this. They need to get onto Kiesel Gigazap with about 4 minutes 45 left in the key to be safe, and they have to do an entire jump starter plus 2 more electricians here, Tettles. Now, they'll have the Bloodlust for it, but the timer is starting to look more and more sketchy for them.
I really like how they focus down the mobs that are limiting their ability to be able to go into the next pulls. And those mobs tend to be those electricians. And like you said, here is that Bloodlust. Heartjax does not actually have his Ascendants available. And
oh my god, Kira
is dropping so low. The soldiers end up connecting on him, and then they ended up stacking up that buff wall. He gets walloped by the jump starter. A well-timed Iron Bark by AJ just allows him to be able to survive on the precipice of death. He doesn't have that Battlescar veteran. And this is the mob that we saw Liquid all in on skipping. And that's the reason, because Miscount, they're also not super fans of this jump starter. They end up having to press their Bloodlust, and Kira still is about to die. Oh my gosh, we're getting insane DRE procs from Heartjax, not even having that Ascendance available, and he's still out DPSing Verb. They're doing a good job of binding shotting the mobs. They're making sure that they're getting stunned with Capacitor Totem. We saw some Earthquakes, some Implosive Traps, great CC and great interrupts out of Miscount. They allowed the surprise inspection, the inspectors, to get stacked up because those mobs have so much more HP than the rest of the pack. And now Miscount just have to kill off these inspectors, and then they're able to move into the Giesel Gigazap room. And it looks like they might have enough time here, Zyro. Heartjax is going to get 2 Ascendances on the boss.
That's true, but these mobs are going to take forever to kill with no cooldowns being procced. Since the jump starter was dead, we've lost 30 seconds of the key here, and we still have to pull off the skip. I said I think they'd need about 4 minutes 45. By the time they engage the boss, they still have to pull off the skip here. Team wasting no time, Windrush and Roar being used. But look, each tick from the jump starter doing 70% of the team's HP. If they take a second tick, they would all die off here. The skip has been done. What time are we engaging the boss in? The team is trying to recuperate to gain health. They're going to be engaging the boss with 4 minute 50 left on the dungeon timer, Tettles. In any mistake, a single death, bad RNG of DPS could result in a depleted key.
All right, tab in, chat. So for context, Liquid had a 4 minute 30-second kill. Missed count, it looks like they might be 20 seconds under here if they have perfect DPS, if they play the exact same as Liquid did. Can we get some ones in chat if you think they're going to time this, and twos if you think that they're going to have a narrow deplete? It really could go either way. Any mistake, any death, anything that could go wrong, that's going to cost Miscount the run. And right off the bat, we actually have very good RNG. Yargi doing a great job of standing as far as possible from Giesel Gigazap, forcing the first target of that cast to be on him. He's able to turtle it, which means that neither of those debuffs go on him or Heartjax, allowing AJ to be able to commit a lot more damage. And look at AJ's damage. A lot of Resto Druids, you're not able to cat weave on this fight. That Gigazap dot, it hits way too hard. At the same time, AJ was aggressively trying to get in there whenever the group wasn't taking damage to try to get up some of his dots, his Moonfire, his Sunfire, his Rake, his Rip, all of his potential dots, and just be able to increase the timer, or decrease the timer that it takes to kill off this boss.
It's going to be a tight DPS race to the finish. Liquid, meanwhile, have moved on to the 23 Halls of Atonement like you're talking about. Relatively clean run for the time being. First mistake of the run for them. A single Wicked Bolt cast going off will instantly one-shot to Sevi. They have the Battle Res available for them. Meanwhile, Holy Method have decided to try to go for the 22 Floodgate of their own, but the first pulls of this dungeon have caused so many problems for them.
Yeah, I mean, they looked shaky. I mean, I think that's the best way of describing it in Floodgate earlier today, to the point where they did Floodgate on 20, and they're like, you know what? Let's go do some streets. Let's go to the slightly easier dungeon. And you have to kind of question whether or not that was a Liquid and missed count only special, because we saw Yips talking about in the pre-interview today that they thought that they had a +1. Now watching it play out, it was probably the Operation Floodgate. That dungeon is psycho. But we see on the right side of the screen, it looks like missed count. They're at 50% HP on Giesel Gigazap. Are they going to be able to match Liquid's point in there?
It's looking good for them so far. They've been on the good side of RNG here. Ellie Shaman not being at the bottom is usually a good sign. It means they've been getting good procs. Looks like it's going well for Miscount so far, but everything can be over very soon here. 1 bad overlap is insane. Dude, I don't understand how Yargi just continues to do more damage, even on just pure single target, than every other hunter. He just seems to have, like, I don't know, the whisper, the touch, in order to get all of the procs during his cooldowns. Looks like it's going to be good. No turtle available for the zap there. Will be available for the next round of them, though. AJ doing a good job healing, even committing the Iron Bark to himself to live through that. Is AJ going to have a problem with his mana near the end of the encounter? He's sitting on about 25% here.
Fake resource for healers.
Okay, all right.
Some seasons it's real. This iteration of Resto Druid, not a real resource.
A deal.
I mean, Yargi is just doing so much damage. You typically see DPS doing like 5.5 million whenever they have Bloodlust. And somehow Yargi's out here doing 6.5 million without Bloodlust. Like, what is actually going on? You see he pops out of Raz's Forge Ritual with this Call of the Wild, and he just goes from 6.2 million all the way up to 7 million DPS. What is happening for Miscount? They're just accelerating.
It's Yargi, damn. It's no issue for Miscount. We thought they'd need 4.5 minutes to deal with this boss. Turns out when you've got this guy on your team, you need significantly less than that. 1:10 left on the dungeon timer here, and Giselgiga is already below 15%. The second turtle prevents the debuffs from going out on the team, which means AJ gets to sit in cat form a little bit longer and do just a little more damage to the boss. One final combo is going to be used by Giselgiga to try to take out the team. One last set of debuffs into a turbocharge, but I don't think it's going to be enough, as once again Yargi has the Call of the Wild available to send this boss home, and Miscount will be putting the second 22 Floodgate on the board. Will they be able to steal away the world record from Liquid?
No.
I think they're going to be a little bit short of that, but still an incredibly impressive feat here from Miscount to put the second run on the board. Without the death settles, they would have potentially taken that world record, though.
Okay, now there's a question. What do you do if you're Miscount? You already hit all the +1s. Is there something egregious that you could do, like a 24 Streets of Wonder? Do you go back and rerun that Priory of the Sacred Flame for timer? I mean, Zyro, we could go for the full sweep here if we're Miscount.
They have to. If there's ever a time to do it, it's now. If we don't see Miscount going into Streets, I call shenanigans right now. Keep an eye on the top right of the scoreboard there. Where are we going? Where is that green dot going to land? Miscount holds 2 of the world records currently. Floodgate, we think, is capped out. Priory, we think, is capped out. Arakara, maybe there's room. Hells of Atonement, maybe there's... Miscount's going to Priory?
For timer. I mean, yeah.
This has to be for timer, right?
Yeah, they're not doing... Oh, never mind. We're out of here. We're going... Verb's going somewhere else. Well, actually, hold on. Might be getting on a different Death Knight. An elf, perhaps?
What is the play if you're in their position? Like, what do you do if you're a team with 40 minutes left in the day? You know you have a key available, but if you do it, you show off that it's doable to every other team. Is it better?
There's no strat hiding. We're in the global finals. There's no more strat.
You think so?
Yes, do not hide any strats. Okay, we locked down... The tournament realm's locked down in between the day. If you have even route deviations, it's really hard to actually come back the next day and try to copy those routes. And it's one of those things that, like, you do not hold any strats back for the final day. You have to basically just put all your cards on the table.
I think you're right, but again, so many times throughout the years, we've seen teams show off something, and those minds over on Holy Method were like, oh, yeah, we can do that. And then they show it off, and then they do it better the next day. Fortunately for Identity, more issues on the ankle biter pull for them as their DK goes down. Didn't lose his cooldowns for it, but still, big damage loss here. Had to release and run back to the group, still mounted up as he runs through those turn to stone circles.
Oh my god, please!
They're just not able to work. It dies to the ankle biters again. One heal, please. TN, please. Help.
This is what happens whenever you lose all your hots on even the Death Knight could be susceptible to death if you lose your hots. Liquid on the exact same pull here, pressing that Bloodlust. They are doing something that's a little bit different than all the rest of the teams. They're actually running that Elemental Shaman in here. A play that I speculate is for one simple reason. The Elemental Shaman, while slower than the Happy Demon Hunter, should be a lot tankier to the very dangerous mechanics, whether it be the Ankle Biter Dot, whether it be the Hurl Glaive cast, whether it be the shoots from the archers. And you see there, Zevi going down to that Ankle Bite, kind of similar to what we saw from Tien, but he does end up getting battle res. There's 2 deaths on the board for Liquid. Is Zevi and our Liquid going to be able to recover from this? It looks like the answer is yes, and Yip's going for an aggressive chain similar to what we saw from the other teams that have timed this dungeon on a 23.
Yeah, you just have to, right? This is the strategy. Even though you have no battle reses, you have to go for this in order to time the key. Yes, Yips is going to be in danger, but the thing that you're looking at is this Stoneborn Slasher that's guarding the way up to Echelon here. They need to be able to run past that the second it turns to stone so they don't aggro it, and that is the play exactly. They skip those 2 Obliterators in the corner, though, which is something we see most teams actually pull in. So I wonder if that's going to be a problem for them count-wise later, if they have something else figured out. Knowing Liquid, they probably got something else figured out. But we're already in combat with Echelon. Going back to the point you were making about the Ellie Shaman, I 100% agree. The physical DR compared to the Havoc Demon Hunter is insane. The fact that you're mail instead of leather, already really good. But the shield, man. The shield literally makes your male character go from like 25% physical DR to like 35% physical DR, which against those shoots, against those glaives, is massive. Unfortunate timing there on the Stone Fiends, but it's going to work out for them.
So you actually really want that to go on Wolf Disco first, or in theory Zevi to go on him first, so they can actually meld that off to make Echelon recast. Boomy going down to that dot. Identity having a full wipe. If things go from bad to worse to them, I mean, dude, this Halls of Atonement has just had their number all weekend. They might get eliminated off of the inability to be able to convert this dungeon. I think it just kind of proves the point of how good the top of this competition has been so far, where the best team from China has been struggling in this 23 Halls of Atonement, and the other teams were incredibly consistent, 2- and 3-shotting this place.
Yeah, or even just one-shotting it if you're miscount, which was, again, ridiculously impressive. This might finally be their time. We've been talking about it being their time for several MDI competitions now. It feels like it's been a couple of years. This is the best they've ever looked. Meanwhile, the Liquid, on a fantastic run, this would tie them points-wise and dungeon-wise with miscount. Problem here for Boomy, though, is he gets yet another Turn to Stone cast on him. Gets the Iron Barks from 7 to try to stay alive through it. Needs all the healing he can get. They've got nothing left. He already used the Ankh. They have no battle res here. This might be the end of the key for them. And yeah, they wipe it. It's over. Gotta go again.
So, while I did talk about the Demon Hunter being less durable, I do think they would be more durable versus exactly that, which was, what was that exactly? It was terrible RNG is how I would describe it, where your Elemental Shaman getting selected with the Turn to Stone over and over again. They run out of cooldowns. Their wall is incredibly powerful, 45% DR, 1.5 minute cooldown. Most situations, it's suitable. If you're getting chains selected versus huge hits, not going to be great. It's funny, the Elemental Shaman I don't think is a very weak defensive character. It's certainly weak compared to this Beast Mastery Hunter and this Death Knight, though.
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy world where you're in, where a 45% DR isn't enough to live through an ability, but
he probably didn't have it there.
That is the case.
I mean, he got an Iron Bark there, yeah.
He had to use it on one of the two that he got, right? And the fact that it wasn't enough to live through either one of them, whichever one he did end up using it on, is pretty crazy. Unfortunately for them, they're going to have to reset. Anti-clockwise, the call for them is the Halls of Atonement, and they need to time this key to put some pressure on Mandatory to try to qualify through to the final day. Remember, again, end of the day today, we're sending our lowest 2 scoring teams home, and right now, those 2 teams are Identity and Anti-Clockwise on 109 points. Mandatory, though, just out of reach. They're not by any means safe on 110.
For Mandatory here, though, I mean, they're going to have a good split on Avanax. It's one of those things that Mandatory has felt like they're on the cusp of tying up Holy Method, Miscount, and Liquid. But, it's just like things go from bad to worse at the worst possible time for Mandatory, whether it's a late deplete in the Arakara, whether it's multiple middle of dungeon depletes in that Halls of Atonement, whether it's running into that buzzsaw that is that Priory of the Sacred Flame, even on that 21 Keystone level. Mandatory have a lot of work to do, but fortunately enough now, it seems like we see what the cap is on the day at that 113 points, and Miscount are going for time tiebreaker, while Mandatory and the other teams are trying to put up additional points. And so Miscount not being able to continue to further chase those +1s, it really allows the rest of the competition to try to play catch up in any way they possibly can. But your game plan, if you're Miscount, is kind of simple. If you put up timers that are unmatchable by the other teams, and you end up ever going to time tiebreakers, you're going to win off of that.
Yeah, either way, this is putting an insane amount of pressure on the other teams, like you mentioned.
Yes.
It's forcing them to essentially say, okay, your timers are too fast for us. We have to find a +1, and we can't actually end up spending any time trying to improve our timers because our only way to win is to get a +1.
So
it's a smart play.
I would describe it as if Miscount, especially their ability to be able to run time tiebreakers back, is like if they had 113.5 points. where if you get to 113 points, you are just going to be worse in terms of time tiebreakers. And that's kind of the way that you have to view it, is that it's not a full keystone level, and there's other tiebreaker criteria. Maybe it's like 0.3, 113.3 or something like that. But it still is an advantage to them to have that time to be able to rerun for time tiebreakers. Now, that's assuming that they're able to convert this Priority of the Sacred Flame on a 22, improve their timer, or to go to other dungeons and improve their timers.
Now, of course, the problem is, if they do have a 24 street in the bag, they're wasting 40 minutes of their competition not putting attempts into that key. If they could do it, I would assume they would be in there. Is this a Gigabrain play for them to potentially pull it out tomorrow with some strat that we haven't seen any of our other teams pull off? That remains to be seen. Tomorrow is going to be a super interesting day because all of these keys appear to be capped out, right? And we're only adding one key tomorrow. So, really, what are our teams going to be focusing on? I feel like there have to be hidden strats that these teams are holding on to. There just has to be something in one of these dungeons. If
you have 24 streets, you would be in there right now if you're missed count. You would not be rerunning for time tiebreaker. That just... because 24 streets, I don't even know what the consistency of that would be like, but you would not even feel good with... You would probably not feel good with 5 hours of gameplay tomorrow, on top of the fact that we have another dungeon that's yet to be revealed.
Well, I mean, thinking about it a little more deeply, right? The main difficulty of streets is in the first 6.5 minutes or so.
Yeah.
So it's not that big of a deal to throw attempts at that key and wipe on the first boss a bunch of times, right? So I feel okay with it. What's not okay is anti-clockwise, with 30 minutes left in the day, continuing to wipe in a key that they need to stay in the competition.
Yeah, I mean, a bit brutal. It feels like it's continuing to go from bad to worse for them. Them and Identity at 109 points. If Mandatory are able to convert this Arakara and get all the way up to 111 points, I'm pretty sure that boxes out the final two teams, but that is a major if. We are currently seeing both Identity and Anti-Clockwise trying to improve to that 110th point and setting themselves up for a very close end of day as to who are the two teams that are going to get eliminated. Right now, it looks like it's mostly going to be between Anti-Clockwise and Identity. That seems like the most likely situation, but Mandatory are not out of it yet.
They are not indeed, and anything can happen here, even in the final minutes and final runs of the day. Now, we are going to shift things around, so Zyro, we are saying goodbye for the night, but we'll see you again in the morning.
Looking forward to it.
Me too. See you later.
Bye.
And we're bringing in Makes and Dratnos here for our final 30 minutes before overtime runs are locked in. So Dratnos, we were touching on it, Tettles was just mentioning here, but what are the stakes for these final dungeons that our teams that are on the chopping block for elimination are heading into?
Yeah, so if we ended the day right now, it would be Identity and Anti-Clockwise going home. That being said, they are both still in range of Mandatory. At this point, there are only those three teams that can get eliminated today. Liquid, Holy Method, and Missed Count have 2 or more points above Mandatory, so that is going to be the elimination threshold here. But it's going to be really close at the end of the day because it's only 1 point separating Mandatory, Identity, and Anti-Clockwise all from each other right now. So if Mandatory can time the Arakara that they are in currently, they're going to open up the lead to 111 points, which is not technically insurmountable, but it's going to be very close to it because right now we have 29 minutes left in the day, so Identity have time to finish their run and start another. Anti-Clockwise really don't. They're now in a position where this is probably their last run of the day, so their ceiling is 110, whereas Identity and Mandatory could maybe get to 111. Mandatory could actually technically still get to 112 and lock themselves in and lock out Identity and Anti-Clockwise.
That'd be really good, right? If Mandatory is able to escape that way, even though they had this really unfortunate wipe deep into the 23. But at the same time, I'm also worried for that same reason. They had this swipe this deeply into that 23 Arakara. And while that doesn't mean they can't do it, of course, it makes me a little bit nervous for them as they are getting closer to the tail end of this 23 Arakara, so we'll need to keep an eye on them. In the meantime, Liquid is rounding out their dungeons. This was the one dungeon of the capstone dungeons they hadn't done just yet, so the 23 makes perfect sense from them.
It's, I mean, Zyro and I were talking about it. It's a little bit surprising to see that they are playing that Elemental Shaman in here. It does I understand intuitively why they're playing it. They're really worried about the Houndmaster shoots. They're really worried about the Eviscerator Wicked Glaives. I think that the Havoc Demon Hunter has been the consensus best choice here for timer in this dungeon, just because its ability to be able to kill off the Shards of Halkias effectively, and the aggressive funnel that you can gather into all of the bosses.
Yeah, not just the bosses as well. The Inquisitor mini-boss, Havoc DH, is really quite good at that. Elemental Shaman, a little bit less so, although it can be a good opportunity for Ascendance if it lines up properly. But by default, outside of that, it can be... Havoc really owns that particular mini-boss.
Yeah.
All right, we have a death coming in for miscount here.
They're timer searching. I mean, I think any singular death, and they're just going to immediately reset.
I think just reset it.
Yeah.
This early in the dungeon, at least. Like, if you were 20 minutes in, you could keep it going. But yeah, they are indeed. It's timers and world record tags, right? They're trying to collect the 6 Infinity Stones of world record tags in each of the 6 dungeons this weekend, which... If you got that, you're guaranteed to win the MDI. That's how that works.
This is actually unbelievably scary for Mandatory here. All these Bloodworkers, if a player gets targeted with the Infest from the boss, and the Bloodworkers charged him at the exact same time, you can just immediately die. For Mandatory there, Soda, it was like Lumithar's Living Silk plus his wall, and he still almost died to the dot plus the Bloodworker charge.
Yeah, it's a very scary scenario. Thankfully, they were able to finish out the trash there, so now it's only a new sec that they will need to get through for a little while on 23. These bosses do take some time. Checking in with Liquid as they are working through this 23. I do take your point, Tuttles. I think it's really interesting that they're going for the Ellie here. It's a little bit similar to how we saw Auntie deal with Havoc in the 21 Flood. Now, unfortunately, that didn't turn out to be successful, but for Liquid, it could be, at least right now. They're looking pretty good here.
I think the Ellie's not bad, right? Like I do think it's one of those things that the difference between the Elemental Shaman and the Havoc Demon Hunter is marginal in here. If they started playing Elemental Shaman in, say, Arakara, I would start to have a problem with that, because Elemental Shaman cannot do damage in the first area. Earthquake and Tempest just cannot cleave off the mini-bosses to the trash. And so it's a huge damage loss in there. But in here, you know, I think that there's merit to it. Now, for Liquid, what is their timer going to look like at the very end of this dungeon? It seems like it's going to be a little bit slower, but if it allows them to more consistently be able to time this dungeon, I think is an acceptable kind of play. Now, they are going to have to be searching for a +1, though, because then you have a team like Miscount who's already trying to farm timer, and that could be a problem.
Well... So Liquid are maybe positioned to actually win a timer war against Miscount under the right circumstances, because they are faster than Miscount in Arakara by 30 seconds. Great. They're faster in the Priory, although Miscount are working to improve that, by another 30 seconds. The Halls, we don't know yet. That's the dungeon they're working on right now. They're faster in the Floodgate by 5 seconds. Now, they're slower in the streets by a minute and a half, but because their weakness is concentrated in one dungeon and their strength is dispersed among many, it'd take them a lot less total time to actually improve that time tiebreaker against Miscount.
I do think that their best time tiebreaker gain is actually in that Arakara, though, where I think that they can actually make up 45 seconds just by mitigating deaths and just by slightly more clean play. But something I was saying, though, is I do think that they're going to lose a little bit of time compared to a team like Miscount and compared to a team like Holy Method off the back of running that Elemental Shaman in this 23 Halls of Atonement. But, I mean, we're going to have to wait and see. I mean, that's a discussion for after they time the dungeon.
Yeah, I actually looked at timers. So I grabbed all the 23 Halls of Atonement timers that we have, and granted, there's a little bit of variance between them because of how teams route. So, for example, Mandatory have a really fast Helkia split on 10:23, but they have the slowest dungeon out of all of our teams. Miscount are sitting on 11:53, and Holy Method had 12 minutes 21. So a wide angle between Helkia splits we're getting from our teams here that maybe we can kind of fit Liquid into once they actually do finish out of Helkias, which should be soon-ish, right?
Now in Kira, we're just doing some absolutely egregious chains that all of the value of those chains actually comes from the Havoc Demon Hunter. The reason that those chains were so good is because of the Havoc Demon Hunter value. Oh, I mean, dude, Identity. This dungeon's had their number. I don't know if there's any way of tiptoeing around it too much more than that. It's just been a tough dungeon for them. And I mean, I think it just proves how difficult this dungeon is on the 23. Whenever we saw Holy Method and Miscount time it relatively quickly, you know, Drados, I think, called it a known secret maybe that some of the teams knew that this was always going to be going to 23. Feels like maybe Identity wasn't as aware.
They didn't get the memo.
Yeah.
No, I think they did, though, because clearly looking at their strategy, it does work at this key level. It just is not... It hasn't come together just yet for them, but
yeah.
I'm confident that they're going to get it this time.
It's
This
just
time
so
for sure.
hard. It is literally just... It's unreal how we are seeing teams time 22s and 23s of these dungeons. And I think we maybe tiptoe around the world record tag.
Death? Oh, God.
Oh, a full wipe.
Ooh, that's a wipe. All right, so Holy Method now will only have one more dungeon that they can time today, although, of course, the Floodgate is the only one that they are kind of missing from the set that have been put up by Missed Count. In the meantime as well, while all of that's been going on, Anti-Clockwise did end up wiping in that Halls of Atonement, and it looks like they're heading over to Arakara as well. So a little bit of a change of strategy here. This has to be a 23 Arakara for Anti-Clockwise to try and qualify, but maybe they think they have a better chance there than in that Halls of Atonement.
So let me sell you on the identity dream, okay? I was kind of adding up all of their dungeon runs just to give us an update on how many tries they now have sent into this 23, and I noticed something. So we're on try 21, which, of course, you could make the pun of saying, like, oh, maybe try 23 will be the one, but I actually generally see improvements throughout their timer. So their last run was like 17 minutes 25 that they got into this dungeon, and the run before that was 16 something, so they're for sure seeing further and further into the dungeon, which alludes to them getting a little bit more stable as we're seeing right now. Now, the worrying news is that Halkia split is kind of slow, but depending on how their routing looks like, it could work out. Now, I say could because it really is pretty slow in comparison to the other teams, and of course there isn't much time left on a key like a 23.
The Identity Dream involves them timing this dungeon right now, and honestly hoping that Mandatory on the right-hand side of the screen deplete tragically and do not put up any more points. Obviously, Identity, if they do time this dungeon right now, they are going to still have some time to be able to start another run, but they are kind of hoping that Mandatory had the exact same fate that they did last time that they were this deep into the Arakara, where a Blood Overseer cast goes unkicked, a really strange death. We've also seen so many tank deaths on this boss across the weekend. It feels like 3 or 4 different tank deaths have happened, which is kind of a problem. But at the same time, for Mandatory here, it looks like those Blood Overseers are getting kind of low, so Mandatory might be through the most difficult part of this pull.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous pull for as long as those Blood Overseers survive, though, because there is a spell queue issue that you can run into with these Erupting Webs. Now, these ones aren't going to be a problem, but eventually, depending on when you land those kicks on their casts, what might happen is the Erupting Webs might line up with the Cosmic Singularity, and especially if the 2 abilities go off at the exact same time, you pretty much have no counterplay, so very important to make sure that these die before that happens, or that you really understand that spell queue with when you pull the boss and when you land your kicks on the kickable cast of those Overseers.
Here's a replay of Identity, and that's never good. I was just cheering them on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think that was a little bit of a too slow of a Halkia split, but if it's the timer that's going wrong, I kind of feel like that's better than if we're wiping to the first couple of shards. Like, surely they can slim down on the timer a little bit, right? Copium.
I think
I want to be able to leave her so bad.
I think I might need some of what you're on over there. I don't know if it actually is better mint. I need some of that opium, though. For Identity,
I got you.
Though, it seems like the fact that they're aware that their splits are bad is an acceptable thing. They just need to improve them, which is easier said than done, in my opinion.
Well, Mandatory got through the scary bit. Our Overseer is down. No further trash in here. Full percentage on the count. Hopefully they can get through it this time, as we are hopping across the board and seeing more trouble occur for our other teams. They are really fighting through those dungeons. 3 minutes 38. 52% on Kick-a-Tall. I think we're feeling pretty good about that.
Dranos, Mandatory timing this dungeon locks in our top
it does.
4, right?
Yeah, I've just been looking at this, and if Mandatory time this key with the resets that have come out in the past 10 minutes from Identity and Anti-Clockwise, Mandatory now have the opportunity to lock themselves into a Sunday appearance and lock out Identity and Anti-Clockwise. Now, the order, 5th and 6th, the order between Anti-Clockwise and Identity is still up in the air, but if Mandatory don't choke again here on Kickatal the Harvester, they will be able to finally secure that spot to tomorrow, where they will have the opportunity to redeem themselves from the sketchy start to this tournament and also in their group stage.
I mean, it's going to be tough because even after they put up the 111th point, the path to getting to 113 is not easy. They have the 2 hardest +1s in that Floodgate and that Priory, the Sacred Flame, still awaiting them. If they're able to,
they could do one of them today, and that would be crazy comeback for them, right? If they could put up this and go in one shot or close to it, one of those absurdly difficult keys you mentioned, that could be a huge pathway to their comeback potential.
That is the path for them to be able to come back. And I mean, they have had a tough weekend. I don't think there's any way to really describe it other than that, especially since anything other than first place is kind of a catastrophe for this Mandatory team. They believe that they have the ability to be able to win each and every single season, and that's what they always push for. So a 4th place, while some teams might find that great, this is catastrophic for Mandatory. So, but at the same time, if they're able to get 112 points today, that puts them in similar position to some of our other top teams.
Mandatory are going to get closer to finishing this run out, and in the meantime, we're checking in with Liquid. Now, while at the bottom end of the leaderboard, it is all looking pretty close to being decided. At the top end, there's a lot to fight for a team. So we did have some people in chat earlier say like, oh, a team is going to stop to not show, and nope, that's not going to happen today. Our teams are going to go as long as possible, and with 15 minutes left in the day, Liquid actually might be in a spot where they could start another dungeon run.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be, I think, very much something they would like to do, as we can see missed count resetting once again in this 22 time improvement Priory that they are trying to put together here. But Mandatory are about to finish Kickatal the Harvester, and with this, they are going to be guaranteeing that they will survive into Sunday, and this does mean that Identity and Anti-Clockwise are going home in 5th and 6th, although, again, the specific order of 5th and 6th is still to play for. Right now, it is Identity with a minute and 15 seconds of advantage.
Let's look at Liquid real quick. I think that Liquid have the final difficult trash pack of the dungeon ahead of them in this Halls of Atonement. They were pacing to be pretty well-suited to time this dungeon. We see a 1937 echelon split. We have seen some much faster echelon splits. I'm going to be very candid with you guys. But they are pacing to be just on the cusp of able to time this key. Now, this is where that Elemental Shaman is a lot tankier than the Havoc Demon Hunter. It's double Eviscerator, double Houndmaster shoots, and wielding that shield is a very strong advantage just because of the mail armor and that mitigation against physical DR.
Yeah, absolutely. Something they will need to watch out for here in this 23. It's definitely been something that has killed teams in the past, but they're not going to be stopping here for long. They, of course, want to pull all of this into High Adjudicator Elise, and so they're going to be pathing there pretty soon.
Yeah, are they going to chain it in? Because, I mean, that's something that we saw.
I think if they don't, their timer might be toast.
Toast, but it would be good.
Well, so it depends on how fast they're going to be able to execute the mini boss. I was talking about liking the Havoc in there, but maybe the Ellie can actually gain time if you get it with the Ascendance. I don't know where their last Lust is as well. Typically, teams have been using it on the mini boss too, so that could be an opportunity for them to make this work, even with a slightly worse echelon split than we've seen from some of the other teams. They are getting straight into boss combat here, which is exactly what we need to see out of them to make this timer feasible. Yeah, Yip's running forward and getting this going right away. So I think the timer is still in reach for them, but it is going to be quite tight. Yeah, their pathing in here does seem a little bit slow. This might be a problem for them on the time tiebreaker side of things, is even if they're a little bit faster in a lot of dungeons, if they are a lot slower in one, that can be a problem for them if it's not something that they can correct because their strategy is just slower.
Yeah, I mean, looking at missed count were a minute and a half under on the timer and a minute and a half faster on their echelon split compared to where Liquid were. So, I mean, this is the difference between that Demon Hunter and that Ellie Shaman I was talking about. That Demon Hunter, it's scary. Like, it is scary to play, but it is insanely quick, and it's insanely quick at the choke points of the dungeon. You know, the Shards of Halkias, the boss with all the funnel on it, it is very fast at those choke point kind of mobs.
Yeah, Holy Method did have one reset just now that we saw. So if you've been missing them, they actually had to redo that dungeon. They've been back at it for 8 minutes, similar to what we just saw. For Miscount, everything kind of unravel, and Mandatory are now in this 22 Priory as well. A key that is elusive as it is difficult for our teams that they will need to get through. Now, this is not the pull where we see most things fall apart. Usually it's that night pull at the top edge that we also saw Holy Method put so many tries into before they were able to actually push on through it. So that's the one for Mandatory. We'll need to keep an eye out.
Looks like the Adjudicator Elise split was 23-47 for missed count here. So we'll have to check with Liquid to see what their Adjudicator Elise split's going to be. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit slower. They were much slower on their Echelon split. If they're able to claw back some of the time relative to miscount here, though, I think that Liquid has the ability to time the dungeon. Because I don't think that we're looking for the most insane timer here. We are really, really trying to search for the ability to be able to get to that 113th point. And then, like Dratna's saying, we can try to fill in the puzzle piece that is, what is a time tiebreaker whenever we think that there is no more +1s to be capitalized on.
Yeah, again, like Liquid are going to be slow in 2 of the 5 dungeons, but there's going to be a big opportunity. Like if they can gain a minute or 2 in the streets or the Arakara, or even this dungeon if they run it back, then they have some pretty good advantages across some of the others. So
yeah,
I do like their chances of actually being able to compete for the time tiebreaker. It's better to be ahead in some dungeons and behind in others, rather than like slightly behind in all the dungeons. That's a much harder situation to come back from. So it is playable.
Guys, so Kira is actually in chat saying, my healer has a fire alarm for the last 20 minutes in our building. We can't play. Hopefully everything's okay for AJ.
Wait, I mean, AJ's gameplay has been pretty hot today. I mean, I don't know. I think I can describe it like that.
Get out, Tettles.
That healer's on fire.
I mean,
yeah,
he's a Resto Druid. I mean, there was the Teldrassil incident. Maybe Resto Druids don't go too well with fire after thinking about it more.
Can we replace this caster? Rook, would you like to cast a little bit of MDI? I know you're regularly hosting, but I think at this point we'd be thankful for any replacement, truly.
Oh, I absolutely would love to, but I have to be honest, even though I was muted, Tettles, I did laugh pretty hard at that. I did. I thought it was funny. I'm sorry.
No.
Sorry, everybody.
Thank you.
That's nice. That must be really nice, though, Rook, because presumably that's the first joke you've ever heard. So I'm really happy for you that you've got to experience that.
Yeah, it actually
today.
was. I love humor. I've just found out here now.
Wow, you're in for
Awesome.
a treat when you hear some others.
Yeah, some actual good ones,
Can't wait.
All right, so we are seeing for Liquid that Adjudicator Elise split. So, Tettles, what was the comparison that we were looking at here again? It was 24-47. Is that what we wanted to see?
So,
to be on
Miscount
pace?
had a 23-47, and
23-47.
They were a minute and a half under on the timer. So
as long as Liquid are under the 25-15-ish mark, then we should be okay on that split?
I would like to budget a little bit more time, because I think that the smallies into the boss tend to allow for a Lord Chamberlain split that's a little bit faster than the Elemental Shaman. So I think the Havoc Demon Hunter will probably be like 10 seconds there. So as long as we're like a minute 20. So what are we looking for exactly? Yeah. As long as we are sub 25 minutes, I think it should be all right for Liquid.
All right, well, we are going to keep checking in with all of our teams. Here's Identity working on Halkias near the start of the dungeon. This one, they've had to reset again a couple of times. It's really been getting the better of them, and their timer... The problem is that their theoretical timer in here is also quite slow, just based off of their best splits before. They've never been particularly ahead of that timer, which means that even 1 or 2 deaths here or there might be catastrophic for their chances of being able to time this. 8 minutes left in the day for teams to start new keys if things go wrong in these runs. But Liquid now getting in combat with the last boss of the dungeon, so we will be able to get a good idea of whether this timer might be possible for Team Liquid. That 25:07 being the Adjudicator Elise split, and they've gotten in combat with Lord Chamberlain with 5.5 minutes. This is going to be tight, but I think they have the damage in theory for this.
Well, I mean, what were Lord Chamberlain kill times that we were seeing earlier? Like 4:30?
So I have those, and you're not going to like what I'm about to say. So the kill times for Lord Chamberlain have never been under 6:30.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay, so
Wait, what?
here's the good news,
Is that
though.
right?
Well, that's what our timer splits say. 6:36, 6:36, and
Is that the
6:41.
boss? Or is that the split between Elise and this boss going down?
Oh, okay. It could be the split between the two of them. If
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
the case,
that
we
sounds more
might be
realistic.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just pulled them up, and I was like, oh.
So, and the good news as well for Liquid is Boomy is just barely going to get 2 full ascendances in here, as long as nobody dies. If nobody dies, we are going to get the final value out of the second ascendance, assuming they're pressed on cooldown, which is pretty important here.
I've been fooled, I've been bamboozled, but we recover, okay? Here are the real splits. 5 minutes 04, 4 minutes 50, 4 minutes 53 across the teams that were able to time this 23.
Okay, so we can time it.
Yeah, so we're
can
hard
time it.
chilling. No way they could deplete from here, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
That's not what I said.
That's what I said.
That's what it sounded
you
like.
said.
That's what I heard.
That's what I interpreted from what you said.
Not what I
But
said.
realistically, okay, so it means they have to have a perfect boss fight to be able to do this. Miscount, though, fire alarm notwithstanding, about to get another run started.
It could have
Liquid, though.
stopped. You know, it could be withstanding now.
True, true.
Hopefully everything is okay. We, of course, encourage our teams to be safe. Yep.
Liquid now, so they've used 2 of their minutes, and they've done a little bit under 40% of the boss's HP here. So the way this maths out is that every minute they were doing about 20% of the boss's health. They were actually a little bit behind that pace, which that pace would be a 5-minute kill time, but the Ascendance is going to help them accelerate, and the Ascendance again at the end of the fight. And they had a little bit over 5 minutes, so yeah, it's going to come right down to the wire. We are going to have to make sure we check in with Liquid as that boss gets really low, but we have a couple of minutes before we reach that point. It is worth checking in with Holy Method as well, because they have had a couple of deaths in this run. One of them was a free Shaman death with the Ankh to answer it. But against Big Mama now...
I mean, deaths in this dungeon, the timer is just so unbelievably tight. Floodgate, I think, tends to be the tightest timer on this entire season. I don't know if 2 deaths are like an immediate reset. We saw Miscount barely time the dungeon with 2 deaths, so obviously it's doable. But 2 deaths is getting to the territory where you might just want a town portal.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where, like, if you mess up your rotation a little bit and you have 2 deaths already on the board, you're just like, yeah, let's just hearth.
Liquid depleted by 3 seconds with 1 death, for context.
Yeah.
And
Right.
then they came back deathless and timed it by 35 seconds. But, I mean, the timer is just on a knife's edge.
It's definitely a very tight one, but it is possible. We've seen time and time again, so we'll see if Holy Method can get it done as well. We'll get a little bit of an idea once this Big Mama split comes in for them top right corner. A Mandatory are also getting closer and closer to the danger zone as they are pathing through this 22 Priory, a key that many of our teams needed many attempts at. If any of our teams are going to be having trouble, they would like to have that trouble within the next 5 minutes, because then they can still restart it just like that. Identity, able to get another run in here before we lock them into overtime.
I mean, they were already eliminated, though, right?
They are,
Okay, but
they're
they're still playing for 5th place?
Yeah, exactly. 5th and 6th are not yet locked in which team is in which position there. So still something to play for both Identity and Anti-Clockwise. 4 minutes left in the day for these runs to get started. As Liquid, 10% on the boss. They have accelerated through the final half of this boss fight. They are well ahead now of the pace that they need here. And in fact, this is really important because this timer might hold for them. This time tiebreaker might matter here. And the fact that they've been able to do some good damage to this boss at the end here means they're really not going to have a bad time at all in this 23 hulls. 31-15-ish going to be where it goes down.
All right, that is a...
So,
go ahead.
yeah, so I was going to say, in the greater conversation of time tiebreakers between Liquid and Miscount, they would have liked to be a little bit faster here, right? Because if you're comparing that HOA timer, Miscount locked in 30:54, and now we're a little bit slower than that. So for time tiebreakers, actually we would like to be faster than the other team.
Yeah, of course, it's good to be as fast as possible, but for a while there, it looked like they were going to time that by like 5 seconds, so they were faster than that expectation that we had earlier in that run, which is good. But yeah, of course, they are going to need to find some time across their dungeons if they want to overtake missed count on time tiebreakers, and it looks like Liquid are deciding to do just that, unless the 24 Arakara overtime attempt is going to be coming in from them, because they are zoning into an Arakara, we can see here. The question is just which key level are they going to activate, as we have 3 minutes left in our day. There's likely only time for one attempt out of Team Liquid, and most of our teams are about to have these dungeons locked. So, like you were saying a couple minutes ago, Mix, if a team has to wipe, they need to make sure they do it right now, or else they are going to be losing an attempt today.
Ooh, this is a bit of a tough timer here for Holy Method on this Big Mama split. I mean, you guys were talking about the wipe late. The 5-minute Big Mama, we saw both of the teams that have timed this dungeon so far in Miscount and Liquid basically had the boss at 1% HP coming out of that last jumpstart phase, and now Big Mama is just slowly whittling away. 1932, that's... Okay, it's going to be tough. If Holy Method believe that they can time it, it's always been a bad wager to go against what they believe is possible.
That's true. So just to give you a little bit of an idea why we are hesitant on that timer, 1829 is what we saw from Miscount, and 1855 is what we saw from Liquid each. So there's a decent difference between those timers, but it could always be that they accelerate at the end.
All right. So, Dratnos, we've been talking about Liquid and Missed Counts time tiebreaker. What's the situation with the Holy Method and their time tiebreaker right now? Like, if they end up putting up this 113th point, what is their situation? Are they firmly in third? Because that's kind of how it's been talked about, but I haven't really heard what the actual answer is.
So let's go. I'll take a quick survey of the time tiebreaker situation, looking at it from the perspective of Holy Method, because Miscount and Liquid are about 45 seconds apart, which we've already covered a little bit where those differences are.
Yes.
Holy Method are the fastest team in Arakara, but they're only 2 seconds faster than Liquid, a solid 35, 40 seconds faster than Miscount. So Arakara is already a Holy Method dungeon. Halls of Atonement, Holy Method are also fast. They're 4 seconds slower than Miscount, but they are 15 seconds faster than Liquid. So it's a good dungeon for Holy Method. Priory the Sacred Flame, they're also quite fast in. So they're 10 seconds slower than Liquid, but 15 faster than Miscount. Floodgate, we don't know yet. They haven't finished that dungeon yet, but if they do time it, it's probably going to be fairly close. My suspicion is they'll probably be the 3rd fastest team there based off of the timers so far, but we don't know yet. Either way, that dungeon is quite close to the timer, so there's not a lot of advantage or disadvantage to be gained either way if you time that key.
Okay.
And then in the streets, they are a lot slower than Miscount, as are Liquid. So, yeah, it's going to be close. I think they are decently positioned for time tiebreakers. They're in sort of a similar position to Liquid, where they're worse than Miscount, but if they can fix the streets, then they'll be better.
Okay. So Miscount really have that huge advantage in terms of the streets timer is what it kind of sounds
exactly,
like.
Which could be an advantage, or it could mean that there's a single point of vulnerability where the teams can target that streets, and if they can do it much faster, then they can get all of their time in one dungeon run. But speaking of time and dungeon runs, this is the time for all the dungeon runs to become final, as these keys have locked in. So there's no more resetting of dungeons. We are entering overtime.
Miscount lost. Oh, Miscount's dead. All right, we're out of here. Well, actually, maybe not. Hold on. They had 2 deaths.
Hold on.
We committed a battle res and then slammed an onk. But they're fishing for the timer. Okay, we're out of here. We're
AJ down. We're out of here.
Okay, great day. I mean, even though they weren't able to improve their timer in the Priory of the Sacred Flame 22, we talked about it earlier, 22 Priory, 22 Floodgate, probably the hardest 22s. If Miscount were able to actually complete this dungeon, be able to get an additional timer improvement, that would have been fantastic for them. For Mandatory, if they're able to get all the way up to 112 points, that feels really good compared to the struggles that they've had at the beginning of the day on Friday and the beginning of the day today.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully AJ can at least figure out what was going on there. Their tournament day, at least for now, has ended. They have moved on to tomorrow, like you guys mentioned, with great results. Hopefully we can get an update on that as we move on. And of course, we need to now focus in on Mandatory. Tell us, what are you seeing?
Can you give me some split analysis on this first boss mix? I know that a lot of teams have been playing some weird stuff, whether it be back pulling trash, whether it be how much count you have in a Dalecry. I feel like this Dalecry split is a little bit slower than what we've seen from most of the competition in the 22s, though. I feel like most teams are at like 11:30 or 12 minutes.
Yeah, by a good chunk, actually. So 12:26, 12:11, and 11:37 was the missed count one. So a good chunk slower. And that gives me a little bit of worrying because, of course, it's hard to get faster in the tail end of that dungeon, right? There's so much danger in how the priority is structured out, where if you go into that last hall of the dungeon, I don't know how you can accelerate there. So we'll need to keep an eye on where they're going to be putting this Baron Brompike split. The other teams were all sitting around like 21-ish minutes, 20:29, 20:51, and 21:04. So if they're also a good chunk slower than that, I'd be very worried.
I mean, this is a very dangerous pull from Mandatory here. They're really not out of the thick of it. We're starting to look at some of their timers, but these Paladin pulls, these are probably the most likely pulls to wipe them. And they are playing 4 caster mobs here, so they have to be able to commit all of their CC. You see it in the top left, they just did a round of kicks on these priests and conjurers, and now we are starting to actually have to press things like Typhoon, which was separating out the pack for Mandatory, a very dangerous predicament that you see that they were in.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be a very important section of the dungeon, but also an important section will be Holy Method's Swamp Face split. So this is another spot where we're going to be starting to get an idea of whether the dungeon is within the range of like timeable versus not timeable. So compared to the other floodgates that we've seen done at 22, the slowest Swamp Face kill, it was 24:40 for both teams, basically. 24:41 for Liquid, 24:39 for Missed Count on these timed 22s. Now, Holy Method are a lot slower than that. They're going to be slower by more than the gap between the timer and the depletion point for both Missed Count and Liquid. So this is very worrying for Holy Method. Unless they have more count or a faster route at the end here, they are on pace to deplete that key.
I mean, Liquid play, like, I would almost describe it as men count at the end of the dungeon with that jump starter skip and whatnot. Like, I don't really think that there's much less you can actually play here. And yeah, I think that for Holy Method, I see their timer just taking up 20. A 26-minute Swamp Face split feels like the end. They might still play it out just for practice, though, because this 22 Floodgate is brutal. And if they didn't have a ton of practice on it coming into this group, say it was a surprise dungeon. I mean, we see those sometimes where teams were just like, oh, I was not prepared for that.
I was thinking about that.
It could make sense for them to continue to play it out.
Yeah, so I think we're actually seeing that for 2 teams right now. So Holy Method and Mandatory both seem to maybe be a bit slower. Now, Mandatory seems to have accelerated a bit. We'll see once Brownpike goes down. But it does make sense, right? If you go into the competition and there's a dungeon teams are putting out, and you're not sure how exactly you feel about that dungeon, you maybe have slammed a couple of tries, but it hasn't worked out in your practice, and suddenly you see teams do it, then using your overtime to just go to the maximum of the timer and try to get through it basically on safe mode makes perfect sense, right? I'm very curious where Holy Method is going to be landing.
Wunderbar did it in Cinderbrew Meadery, and then they came on the broadcast and said they had never timed the Cinderbrew Meadery before. And
exactly.
So there is precedence for them to do this. Now, it's never happened where there were other teams that had also timed the dungeon prior to them doing it. Now, for Holy Method here, 5 minutes and 50 seconds. Whenever Zyro and I saw Giesel Gigazap earlier, that tended to be like a 6:30 to 6:45 kill time. Are Holy Method going to... But that's also without Bloodlust. Are Holy Method going to be saving Bloodlust? It looks like the answer is yes. They're going to be saving it for on-pull of Giesel Gigazap. What are we kind of thinking in terms of boss timer with the Bloodlust? Maybe 4:15?
I would not be feeling good about it with 4 minutes and 15 seconds, but yeah, I think that's probably the absolute lower bound for how much time, or upper bound, right? I guess that's the best case scenario, maybe. Yeah, exactly. It's one of the bounds, upper or lower. It depends on your perspective, really, whether you're hate watching or love watching.
Yeah, I would say it's exactly that. It's doable, right? That's the big story there. So I think we could be fine. 4:17 is what Miscount had. So
okay. So
depending on how much that lust can actually lift and how fast they can get over there.
Be done. Okay, here's part 2 of the question. Though.
I think it's still alive.
Oh my god, Whippy Zoom are they gonna wipe to mana?
I think they might be okay. This Jumpstarter is about to die just about now. Yeah, Gingy is dispelled, which is the last, I think, big worry there that they would have had. I think we're going to be okay on this. The question is just the timer,
Sure,
right?
he brought bandages.
So Whippy has to drink before the boss is pulled, though.
Yeah, well.
This is,
good thing is he's a druid, so...
This feels terrible.
He'll be fast.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to drink. I think he'll be okay. I think he can do this boss with 20% mana.
You said 415. That was without Bloodlust. Holy Method have Bloodlust.
417 without Lust. Now, we do have Lust, but we also don't have 417 anymore. Holy Method successfully skipped 4 minutes, 7 seconds.
Okay.
Can that Lust account for 10 seconds? I say yes, but that also means a death. And that timer might be fried.
Tab in, chat. This is literally going to be plus or minus 5 seconds on the timer. Bad news is that Clix is not going to be getting 2 Ascendances off. That is terrible. Good news is that he's going to be able to get 2 Storm Ellies off. Where are they going to be looking to press that Bloodlust? They're probably waiting for that Ascendance plus Storm Elemental combo. They might even be waiting for that Execute for now as well. Execute, not a valuable damage profile in this composition, but you're just kind of waiting for all of the cooldowns to align. The Unyielding Nether Prisms, the Call of the Wilds, the Breath of Sindragosas, and the Ascendants. In that Execute phase, that's probably where Holy Method is going to be looking to press that Bloodlust, on top of the fact that they want to press it whenever the boss is actually doing the lasers in that jumpstart phase, because then the DPS are going to be able to have the most uptime on the boss and not have to deal with things like the Giga Zap.
Yeah, exactly. There's some interesting calculation that you want to do here. So the first thing you want to make sure you do is don't lose any presses of any of your cooldowns. So for a button like Call of the Wild that Gingy just got back there, he actually had some flexibility on when to press that because there's only 3 minutes left in the dungeon, but you generally want to press on cooldown. Now with something like Ascendance, Clix actually is not under any pressure to press that because there's no way he can get an extra use regardless. So he can hold this Ascendance forever, and it's stuff like the Breath of Sindragosa, the Pillar of Frost, the Call of the Wild that all sort of need to get pressed roughly on cooldown so that you don't lose a use. And what you want to do with the Lust then is identify a spot where as many of those are possible are all running and press the Lust right then.
Look at Gingy, he's doing 7.5 million DPS. He's putting Clix in the backpack, carrying him to the victory with the Black Arrow procs.
You love to see it, but what you don't love to see is that we did have a death there for Mandatory in the top right corner. We'll need to check back in with them once we actually see how this dungeon run for Holy Method goes together. Their Brawn Pike split is also kind of close, so another dungeon run that could get dicey, but we need to focus back in on this floodgate. Please, production! We need to see this run. We need to see them deal with this boss. Okay, at this point, this is just trolling. Please bring it back. Thank you.
1 minute 42. All right, so the Lust is going to get pressed in the very near future here. So actually, we're going to press it in 40 seconds. Look at the timers, right? We have Gingy getting the Call of the Wild in 35, and that's going to be the same timer for Kush's Breath and Pillar. And actually, we might even hold it for another 10 seconds to line up with that laser intermission, although realistically, you're just going to probably press that Lust because it's going to cover it anyways.
Yeah, realistically, what's happening here is they are trying to get their Nether Prisms stacked up as high as possible on both the Death Knight and that Beast Mastery Hunter to be able to have as much damage as possible. So they're trying to press it pretty late. And now Holy Method here.
Here we go.
This is where they feel like they can get the most amount of uptime on the entire fight. Giesel Giga Zap doing that Thunder Punch, going to be doing those Giga Zaps. Gingy's going to be turtling off both dots of that Giga Zap, and now Whippy's able to go into cat form, put up some of his dots, and now we are going into this turbocharge phase where the boss is doing AoE. Holy Method absolutely have to pump 50 seconds to do 25% of Giesel Giga Zap's HP. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. This is going to come down to the absolute wire. Plus or minus 5 seconds on the timer here is what we're kind of expecting. 35 seconds for 15% HP. Holy Method are now falling out of that Bloodlust. They're losing some of their offensive CDs as, Clix gets a very well-timed Ascendance proc from that Deeply Rooted Elements. 10% HP on Giesel Giga Zap. They have to be able to do 1% on the boss's HP every 2 seconds here. Holy Method are on the cusp of being able to be the third team to time this dungeon on a 22 and jump all the way up to 113 points. We thought that they might be one of the teams that weren't the favorites coming into this competition.
Down.
They're slowing down.
We don't have cooldowns anymore. 2 seconds.
It's a delay.
1 second. They're on the wrong end of this timer.
And Holy Method will be the second team to deplete by 2 seconds here. They were 2 seconds slow at the end of this run. Oh my goodness, what a catastrophe for Holy Method. The run was so close. The Swamp Face split was so perilous, but they were just barely not able to finish that boss in time, even with some of the most damage I've ever seen on that boss fight.
All right, well, now we can all breathe again.
Checking back in.
Yeah.
Well,
except for mandatory. They certainly can't. 6 minutes left for them as we jump from one tight key to another. So they're going to hit their lust into this Brawn Pike pull, and they need to be getting in combat with Prioress Merprey in the very near future here to have enough time to finish this run.
It might come down to the wire here as well. Both of her boss splits are sketchily close in comparison to what we saw before, but what's also close is Skylark's possibilities to survive this pool. There's so much damage going out onto this tank that he will need to live here. CC coming in from the team to try and help. Purification onto Soda nearly takes him down, but he's able to survive. That Bloodlust still helping out with also keeping the group alive as Mode tries to push against the damage that is incoming here. They're not out of the danger zone yet.
I mean, I'm not a fan of their timer. I'm going to be very candid. I think this last boss is like a 4:30 to 4:45 type of encounter. And looking at mandatory here, I think that they're going to have like 4:15 or something. We're going to see a finish very similar to where Holy Method were. And look at this. They're still not out of the thick of it here. The Footman dying off with the light expulsion AoE. The light spawn looks like it's going to be going into that burst of light. Are we going to be able to get all the mobs moved out? A great bursting shot by Soda to get those Risen Footmen removed. And boss. Sir Brawn Pike ends up getting killed off right at the very end.
Like now.
Yep, Control Undead. And mandatory are going to have to double pull straight into the boss. We see a freezing trap on that priest off the side. We have to get this other priest group up. Now we have to be throwing kicks. And I said 4:30.
Yep.
Well, I meant it.
4:33.
Yep, 4:30.
Three extra seconds. They can do whatever they want.
Good news. Miscount was able to do it in 4:04. Our other teams were able to do it in 4:26 and 4:37 is the liquid split.
Stove doesn't have
a range.
Stove will not have Ascendance twice. He's only going to have it available probably during that shield intermission is where it looks like it'll naturally come up. And so that is a large time loss. At the same time, if Miscount did it in 4:15, I feel better about Mandatory's chances.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be possible, but this is going to be extremely tight. I would say, unlike the Holy Method into Gigazel Gigazap that we just saw, Mandatory are coming in just slightly ahead of the theoretical timer they'd need here, rather than, just slightly behind. But if they lose any damage anywhere in here, it is going to be a deplete. And like you said, they are missing potentially one press of Ascendance that the other teams might have had here. So that might bring this right down to the wire for them.
Very good re-trap there on the priest in the background. It did run up and for a second looked kind of sketchy, but they are making headway through this phase one. Now, the way this boss kind of is structured out, that you spent a bunch of time here, you spent a bunch of time on the shield, and then that last phase, it kind of just melts. It kind of just explodes in front of your eyes. So it is a little bit fake on the overall trajectory there, but we need to make sure we keep the trap on that priest, which is exactly what they're doing. And of course, with the footmen in here, they need to be very careful as they're getting lower and lower, as every single time those footmen die, they do that little explosion, so we need to keep them CC'd to make sure the team does survive. That is being done here. Beautiful stun from our shaman together with that AMZ to make sure that they're not taking too much damage.
I mean, Mix, that was beautiful. We've seen a lot of teams die to that light expulsion from those footmen, and Skylark is actually going to try to grab that priest, break it out of the trap early. Unfortunately, it looks like the wall was a little bit too powerful for him. The priest will come in eventually.
He will, yeah. So, for now, it's the neophytes that they need to worry about, as well as, of course, the shield. There's lots of damage that goes out, and you can see that the Trank from Moat is coming in. He's keeping everybody alive here, but you also want to be cat weaving and try to do a little bit of damage to help your team with the shield. So a lot going on simultaneously, but shield should be broken right here, right now, and now everything comes. Neophytes getting knocked back. Our priest is also on the way.
Yeah, so the priest is not 10 count, and in most situations, you would
Reader
worry
heal.
because we're missing count. At the same time, we have a control undeaded mob by Maystine. You can actually see it as a risen mage that we use control undead on earlier in the encounter. That mob will probably be about 50% HP whenever Maystine elects to break that mob out.
Yeah, it's marked with purple here in case you're looking for it. It's pretty funny. Every single time we see teams in this Priory, chat's like, oh my god, they miscount. But no, it's in there. I promise you, we can see it right now.
It's just
hiding
as well.
behind Maystine.
That wasn't my reaction when I first saw this. I of course, immediately could detect that mob. But yeah, it's an understandable mistake to make as mandatory now. 1 minute and 11 seconds. Now the boss looks like it still has a lot of health. But this one in particular doesn't have a huge amount of HP, and they are going to be getting another set of these cooldowns soon. We are going to have one more Call of the Wild, 0 more Ascendances, one more Storm Ellie, though, that has just come out, and one more Breath of Sindragosa. Is that going to be enough to get us over the finish line here? It's going to be extremely close.
I'm worried about the ability to count. Like, not necessarily the boss.
Yeah, our
but
mobs are what worries me. I think we get the boss. I think the priest and the mage, we kind of need to make sure we get those also. Mode dropping really low here. Death is not something mandatory can afford. For sure. So our priest at least does go down lower. Let's see where our mages looks like it's on like a third of its life. Okay, I'm feeling a lot better right now.
Oh. Still 25 seconds. I'm not feeling great. 6% on the boss. So the boss is dying pretty quickly here, but they are going to have to prioritize some of the damage into that mage as well. 3% as they find this final set of cooldowns. Oh, but Maystine gets CC'd. He doesn't look away. Has to get dispelled there.
Well, they did it.
Just barely. They are going to be able to stop the clock here. 11 seconds to spare as mandatory. The end of the day, they've been able to clutch it out. 30 minutes ago, right? 45 minutes ago, they were only at 110 points. They were in danger of elimination. Now they advance up on our leaderboard to 112, tying Holy Method at third place there, 19 seconds behind off of time tiebreakers, which means there is now one run still underway today. It is Liquid's Arakara 23 time improvement run. If they can get this done in 28:15 or faster, they will move into first place.
So I could tell you how exactly that looked there for mandatory. It was dispel me. I'm not turning around being called by Macy. I assure you. But tell us, how are Liquid's timers looking?
All right, so first boss split, they were 11 seconds under their previous Avanac split. This is fantastic news. Unfortunately, their Anub Zect split, they are 11 seconds slower than their previous run. Ooh. Now, the advantage of this is that they had 45 seconds worth of time loss that happened on the final boss in their previous iteration of this dungeon on a 23. If Liquid are able to just not have those deaths, they are saving themselves somewhere between 45 and 30 seconds just off of the death differential. And that would actually be huge for them if they end up having better RNG, play the fight a little bit cleaner. There's also the invisible time loss of how much damage did we lose from nether prisms and whatnot. Mitigating those deaths could actually yield us another minute on our time tiebreaker, and Liquid could come out of the day if they have a clean end of this Arakara in first place. We have to watch out.
That's exactly what they're looking for, of course. At the same time, we do have the time tiebreakers at the back of our mind. And then, of course, tomorrow, there's going to be another dungeon added to this madness. And honestly, it's been so great. I mean, I was already incredibly excited at the end of yesterday with all the competition we have and how close it is. I believe Zyro was saying this top of show today that all of our teams have done what were world record keys going into these finals, which is just incredible. The caliber of play we have here at our MDI Grand Finals, and it just keeps getting better and better. At this point, if you had asked me prior to this tournament, I would have said a 24 streets is absolutely impossible. Like, no way. But at this point, I believe in it. I think it's possible. I think our teams are so crazy, they'll do something like that.
So it is the only key that hasn't yet been +1'd from our times in the group weekend. So it is the logical next step. But here you can see in the bottom right, those timers between the teams. Look at Liquid, right? They're in third fastest, right, of the Arakara 23s, but they have those 3 deaths and the teams above them have 0. If you just took that red chunk off the end of their bar, they'd be so fast. And right now, they are on pace to do just that. 28:15 is the timer they need to come out of today in first place.
This end of dungeon sequencing that we're going to be seeing out of Liquid, though, is the reason that they're so fast. They actually do very insane in sequencing. We're going to be pulling these Blood Overseers into the boss that's standard. You know, even though most groups in LFG would wipe to something like this, that's not where things get a little bit dicey for Liquid. The crazy part happens whenever we grab the other 2 Blood Overseers plus drones later on, and we take the boss out of the boss arena. Now, they did get punished in the 21 earlier this weekend, where it sounded like Wolf Disco bursting shot a mob out of the arena and then the boss reset. Assuming that we can avoid that, though, and avoid any of these other deaths, Liquid are looking like they're in great position. There's also another land mob mine. There's those flyers. If those accidentally get pulled in one way or another, then we just automatically lose. But for Liquid here, here's the Bloodlust Press. Those Blood Overseers have been engaged with the boss. And how is this Erupting Webs cast set up with this boss, Stratnos?
Yeah, so the basic idea is that the Erupting Webs, if it overlaps with the end of the Cosmic Singularity cast, if the Erupting Webs are going to go off at the same time as the end of the Cosmic Singularity, you're basically dead. If it's in the middle or the start, it's usually okay as long as you're playing around it. And if you know it's going to come at the end, you can last second get dragged into a puddle. But any time where it's really close overlap, you are in tremendous danger of wiping. Now, it is possible to manipulate the spell queue based on just when you kick the Overseers and when you pull into the boss, but it's not easy to do, and especially it's not easy to do if you're going to keep the Overseers alive for a long time on this boss. But Liquid seem to really have figured out how to control these Overseers, and I think really just identify when they need to kick fast versus kick slow on these Venom volleys.
Honestly, I'm always stressed out when I see Liquid on Kickatal because of what they do when they take Kickatal down the stairs and just, we're going on an adventure type style. Like, I don't feel comfortable with it. I've seen it evade once. I don't want to see it again.
Oh my gosh, Yips with the pummel leap. That was unbelievably scary. And dude, why do we see so many tank deaths on this boss across the weekend? It's actually been kind of crazy just how many times we've actually seen a tank go down, which causes a lot of problems on a fight like this.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're fighting it with the trash, there's a lot going on. If you get hit by the Erupting Webs, you're going to die. If you get hit by one of those Venom puddles as well, one of the projectiles that are shot out from that Dispel, that can also kill you, especially because a lot of your defensives are on cooldown at this point. You're already using them. And at this Keystone level, the boss just auto-attacks pretty hard as well, which is what makes any of those other things lethal in combination.
All right. We should be getting closer and closer to where they add the rest of the trash into this boss. We'll need to keep an eye on that. Tettles, I'm seeing a lot of questions in chat about the Hunter pet dismissed. Do you want to explain that one?
Oh, so there's no Bloodlust in this composition aside from the Hunter, and he doesn't really want Bloodlust pet out for the entirety of this time. So he summons the Bloodlust pet, slams Lust, dismisses it, gets a different pet out. I'm not 100% sure what pet he's getting out. He could get Freedom pet out for the Black Bloods. I think that's unlikely. I think he's probably likely to get like a Stam pet out. But yeah, he just doesn't want the Lust here. And I mean, look at what's happening here. So in most circumstances, this is what you would do if you're trying to reset the boss. However, for Liquid, what they are going for here is Wolf Disco. Whenever this Cosmic Singularity cast finishes, he is going to be misdirecting Yips and trying to tag these Blood Overseers as fast as possible, because then that allows the entire group, kind of like Dranos laid out earlier, the ability to be able to get the Venom volleys and the Erupting Webs at the right time to where you don't end up running into a cast sequence that's basically you just a complete lost con. Where now the boss is doing Erupting Webs desynced from the Blood Overseer. The boss is going to be
back up.
Yeah, we want to get the boss back on the platform because doing these Cosmic Singularity on that side platform is very, very sketchy. And now Liquid have made it back onto the platform, and they've got through the hard part of this boss.
We are still in combat with an Overseer, but yeah, the timer is looking great, right? Look how low the boss's health already is here, 23%. Remember, they have a minute and now 15 seconds, where if they can finish the boss in that time span, they will take first place in the overtime portion of our day, which would be a huge coup for them to pick up here at the very end of the day. But it is not over just yet. That Blood Overseer is a huge point of lethality here in this dungeon that they have to watch out for.
Absolutely. That Overseer has cost many teams a key. I love the highlight there from our observers as well. But Kikatal already down to 14%. Definitely gives me high hopes for them being able to get on that timer. At this point, we're actually seeing a similar scenario like we saw for Mandatory here. I'm not worried about the boss. I'm worried about this Overseer health being a little high, actually.
Their previous timer in this dungeon was a 28:58. It looks like we are about to get a massive PB here for Liquid.
Yeah, this is a potential first place spot for them at the end of the day. They have another 20 seconds to kill this boss and the Overseer. The problem is the Overseer still has a lot of health.
Yep.
I think they're going to improve their timer. I'm not sure if they can get this dead in the next 10 seconds, though, and end the day in first place. Oh. It's going to be very, very close here.
Kikatal, the Harvester, about to
die.
They switched their target. Can you see an Overseer suddenly falling apart? They were saying, yes, you will go down. We're over the 28-15, but not by a lot. Liquid locking in that dungeon on a 28-22. That is incredible. 7-second difference between Miscount and Liquid now.
Absolutely beast mode performance by them. 7 seconds separate them from Miscount. We have two teams at 112 points, two teams at 113 points. An absolutely fantastic championship Sunday is ahead of us. This is going to be crazy.
This is already so wild. I mean, I feel like from the beginning of groups to this moment, it has only gotten more and more intense in Season 3 of the MDI here in The War Within. This is just incredible to see. And of course, here at the end of the day, watching Liquid go for that one, they are really trying to come for that first spot, but Miscount right now still managing to hold on to it for the time being. Now, unfortunately, at the bottom of our rankings, we did have 2 eliminations today, so Identity and Anti-Clockwise will be saying goodbye to the competition, but to have come this far was already impressive in an MDI that just is one of the most competitive ones that we have ever had. So incredible job. But I mean, Tettles, looking over our leaderboard, can you give us the overview of day 2?
I mean, it really just feels like any team has the potential to be able to win. Sometimes whenever we go into the Final Four on Championship Sunday, we'll have some teams that are underdogs with an outside shot. Right now, we have Miscount and Liquid all the way up at 113 points, being able to get +1 in pretty much every single dungeon except for Streets compared to where we were during the group weekend. An absolutely monumental feat. And we have Holy Method and Mandatory trying to get that 22 Floodgate on the board, which seemed like an incredibly tough task. But tomorrow there's going to be one more dungeon unveiled, and that's going to allow the teams a lot more time to maybe go back and get these things like the 21 Floodgate, or potentially go for some timer improvements like we just saw from Liquid. Liquid currently are in second place with 3 world record tags. Crazy to see that Miscount Streets is doing so much of the legwork for them.
I know, it's just incredible. I mean, of course, there are so many things still in our minds. What else can they do? How much time can they shave off? Is that 24 possible? But seeing what these teams have accomplished already, it's just so impressive. And yeah, like you were saying, it's anybody's game. But Dratnos, I mean, honestly, how intense is the fight this time around if you want to be our Season 3 champions?
Yeah, I mean, the gap between first and second is 7 seconds. Between second and third is 1 point. Between third and fourth is 19 seconds. It's a crazy close set that we have on our leaderboard, and these little differences in time can end up making the huge difference between which teams come in first and which teams come in second. We actually have a little replay to that extent, or to that effect right now. Here is the start of that last boss for Liquid. Dismiss Pet. Oh, we have to cancel it so we can interrupt. Oh.
Okay, that's a lot of resets. Oof.
And, you get the full Bloodlust instead of having to use the drums there, but could those 12 seconds of no damage time, would they have added up to the 7 seconds that are keeping Liquid out of first place?
No.
If you do some math, you could answer no, but if you don't do some math, you could answer yes.
Realistically, damage-wise, that's probably like 1.5 seconds of damage loss, because you have to think about the opportunity cost of the rest of the group that's actually dealing damage to the boss as well. Although Dratos is going to look smug and be like,
who's to say?
Who's really to say?
Look, as somebody who doesn't believe in math on principle, I have to agree with you, Dratnos. I think it could have been, might have been possible. Who knows, though? And we'll have to put it to the test tomorrow, right? As our teams try to just completely narrow down those margins and overtake the competition. Like you were saying, every second, every play, every single moment counts. But, of course, in our recorded interview with Yips at the start of the day, he mentioned that Liquid had a trump card dungeon in their back pocket. We thought, oh, maybe it's that floodgate that we saw. Maybe they're going to push it even higher. And it seems fair to bet that the other teams will be pushing themselves to go above and beyond, too. So, Makes, do you think we can look forward to any more surprises for the last day of Global Finals?
Listen, I talk a lot to our players, and if there's anything I learned from the interviews that we always do with them, it's there's always surprises waiting, and they will never tell you what exactly they have in store. I personally, after seeing this group, I believe into the 24 streets. We don't know what that dungeon is that we're getting tomorrow. That could be insane as well. I think we have probably the best MDI ever on our hands. I want to see some 07s in chat for our amazing teams that were unfortunately eliminated. And I think if you don't have time to watch the MDI tomorrow, tough luck, buddy. You got to make time. It's going to be cinema.
Yeah, cancel all of your appointments, don't go to work, just watch the MDI. Don't, please be responsible, but tune in.
Yeah, be responsible and watch the MDI.
And watch the
That's
MDI.
Exactly. You have phones, right?
It's so true, though. Like, honestly, I am just like, from beginning to end, I feel like I'm on the edge of my seat, and I keep thinking, like, surely they're going to chill at some point, and they just don't. So, at this point, our Season 3 Global Finals could be won by any of our top 4 teams. But whatever happens tomorrow, all of these teams and more will have a fresh chance next season to leave their mark on the Global Finals live at BlizzCon in 2026. So just like you won't want to miss the MDI tomorrow, you will not want to miss BlizzCon's return. So get your general passes locked in now and start making your travel plans. Head over to BlizzCon.com to secure yours. And while we wait for BlizzCon, keep that excitement going by joining in on the midnight beta test. Players can opt in for a chance to be selected throughout the beta, but of course, if you upgrade to that epic edition of Midnight, you will immediately get access to it as well. And here for us, tomorrow decides it all. The last day of the last Mythic Dungeon International in the War Within is almost here. The dungeons begin at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET on the Warcraft channels, but join us early for our pre-show beforehand. And if you didn't get enough Mythic Plus today, don't go anywhere, because we're headed over to Raider IO's Break the Meta Mythic Plus community event featuring high-level keys done with, believe it or not, non-meta comps. It's a great way to see a diversity of specs put to the test, so join us in the raid when it pops up and head on over. Bye, everybody.